The boy's Teddy. He's probably missing him already. Come here, Teddy. You can't stay here. I'll take you back to your little owner. The family's name is Oswald, and I think I remember that he called his wife Debbie. Better not. The door is completely smashed. This SWAT team did quite a job. That doesn't look good at all. The cops show no mercy. There's already the door to the living room. I can't just waltz in there. Mrs. Oswald, I'm your neighbor. Peter Wright. No answer. I hope they're both okay. Man, that looks really bad. Okay, let me check if everything's all right over there. Where's my messenger? The bathroom. Mr. Greenberg really should have told me that it doesn't have a bathtub. My kitchen. Well, actually, it's more like a luxurious mini kitchenette. The typical bachelor kitchen. So far, I haven't even used it once. No, I really can't deal with this right now. Well, that's pretty much what's left of my life. I should have taken more things with me when I moved out of our house, but now it's too late anyway. Your toys. Don't worry, kid. I'll take good care of them. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's Mr. Nuke. Come on, superhero. I think somebody needs you. And damn it, to see these things. My messenger, the latest model. Bill is dead jealous. Oh man, I was afraid I'd lost it. Whatever, for just one person, it's okay. Great program, as usual. I could turn it off, but then it'll be quiet like a grave in here. I really could use a drink, but better not right now. Just one more bottle. Then I'm gonna stop. Damn stuff. A furnished rental, just the way you would imagine it. I really should ask the manager to exchange this thing. New York is still awake. If only I could fall asleep. So quiet.
Hello, this is the Messenger ID Number Service Directory, Region, New York City. I am your electronic directory agent, Elena McBride. This service is free of charge for the first 30 seconds. Each following minute or fraction thereof will cost 180 credits. How may I help you?
I need the messenger number of a family named Oswald in New York. Tillery Street, 352.
Please specify your query. Spell the name of the individual you are seeking.
O-S-W-A-L-D. Oswald.
Your entry is being analyzed. We have found an entry in our database that corresponds with your query. The messenger ID is being transferred. Would you like to be connected?
No, thank you. I'll call myself.
Can I do anything else for you?
Thanks, anyway.
Thank you for using our service. The conversation costs will be debited from your messenger account. Have a nice day. Hello?
Hello? Mrs. Oswald? This is Peter Wright.
Who?
Peter Wright, your neighbor.
Yes?
Excuse me for disturbing you, ma'am. I just witnessed the, police scene at your apartment door. I wanted to ask if you're all right.
Are you a reporter or something?
Oh, no. I really wanted to check if everything is all right.
It's very kind of you, Mr. Wright, but at the moment we've really got other things to think of. Please don't call anymore. I'm taking the messenger offline soon anyway. Please understand.
Of course, I totally understand that. Excuse me for disturbing you. Mrs. Oswald, your son lost his teddy in the hall.
The teddy bear?
If you would open the door for just a moment, then I would briefly come across the hall and bring it by. I won't keep you very long.
Okay, just a moment, I'll open. Okay, just a moment, I'll open.
Oh, I think here she comes. Good evening. How are you? Is everything okay?
I'm all right.
Well, here's your son's teddy.
Seems to be in one piece. Thanks, Mr. Wright. Hey, Tommy, look. Mr. Wright found your teddy bear.
Hi, Tommy.
He's really shocked.
Yeah,
He's got to rest now.
I'm already leaving. You know, Mrs. Oswald, I don't want to be nosy or intrude on your privacy, but what the heck just happened here? Can I help you with anything?
What happened? You saw it yourself. These men stormed in here like an attack regiment. And they took Graham with them.
Graham? Your husband?
Yeah.
But why?
How should I know? Graham didn't do anything. They didn't give us a reason. They didn't show us any search warrant, no arrest warrant, no nothing. We don't even know where they brought him.
Arrested? For no good reason? Maybe a case of mistaken identity?
I've talked with the police on the phone. They say they know nothing about the operation. Oh, God, those bastards!
Yeah, well, that can't be. There must be some kind of mistake, or maybe a computer mess-up. Would you like me to check with the police department? Maybe this whole thing will turn out to be just one gigantic mistake.
You?
Yeah, well, I'm working for Greenberg and Winter. You probably know these telescreen campaigns. Maybe I can get more information out of them. I would suggest first you calm down now and take care of your son. And I'll talk to the police and get to the bottom of this. You'll see. Everything will be just fine. I'll come back later and check on you again. All right?
Give me a call on the messenger. It's late, and Tommy needs to get to sleep. Or at least, needs to try.
Of course. Okay then.
Peter? Are you still there? Peter!
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back.
There you are. What was wrong?
I don't really know. The cops were just here.
At your apartment?
No, at the neighbor's.
What happened? Was the music too loud?
Well, that's not how it looked like. There was at least 6 cops dressed like a SWAT team, armed to the teeth. Probably a special unit. They forced the door open and a man got arrested.
How exciting! Maybe you were living door to door with a felon.
His wife was there too. And a boy. The cops' behavior was pretty violent.
You know the family?
Not really. I only met them in the elevator a couple of times. The guy helped me last week with my moving boxes. He was actually quite nice.
Well, that's how easy it is to be tricked. Let's be happy that someone is worrying about our security. But hey, now let's get on with our conversation. You were telling me about your job. I found that very interesting. What exactly do you do at Greenberg in winter?
Don't be mad with me, Christine, but right now I'm really not in the mood for a chat.
I know that. I didn't want to hurt you. I'm just trying to...
I just went over there.
And?
Ms. Oswald is totally distraught, and the kid is crying his eyes out. He's just plain miserable.
How terrible. But there is surely a good reason for it, Peter. Of course, it is hard for these families. It always is.
Yeah, of course. They always have a good reason. There's always a good reason for everything.
You're being sarcastic, Peter. But life must go on. Yours and the Oswalds.
I have to go now. This incident with the neighbors, it really gets to me.
Hello. This is the Messenger ID number service directory, region New York City. How may I help you?
I need the number of the New York Police Department.
Your question is being analyzed. You wish to contact the police department. The messenger ID is being transferred. Your call will be directly rerouted to the police department in order to ensure that emergency calls are passed on as quickly as possible. Would you like to be connected?
No, thank you. Thanks, anyway.
Thank you for using our service. The conversation costs will be debited from your messenger account. Have a nice day.
Police Department, New York?
Good evening, officer. This is Peter Wright, Tillery Street 352. I need some information, please.
Sir, this is the emergency number. Please do not block the line.
I know, officer, but it's pretty much like an emergency. I would like to know if your department was called to Tillery Street within the last few hours regarding one certain Graham Oswald.
You are not a relation, sir. I can see that here in the database. I'm not allowed to provide any information. At the most, I could tell you the current figures for the official statistics, which are also available via GlobalNet. According to the figures, no operation has taken place in Quadrant Brooklyn West 2 since last week.
Does that mean not even a few hours ago?
I will leave that interpretation to you. I cannot provide any information regarding individual cases.
Then that means no operations in Brooklyn West.
That's correct, sir. Would you clear the line now, sir?
Okay. Thank you, officer.
No problem, sir.
This is really a bit strange.
Mrs. Oswald? It's Peter Wright again. Are you doing all right?
Can't sleep. Tommy's awake too. Have you found out anything?
Well, it's really pretty strange. I called the police. Supposedly, no police operations in all of Brooklyn West throughout the whole last week.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know, Mrs. Oswald. It all seems to be pretty strange. I'll try to help you. We'll find your husband. Try to get some sleep. Tomorrow morning I'll talk to Bob at the kiosk. Maybe he noticed something. Quite possible that he was still open when this SWAT commando showed up here.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Just call tomorrow. I'm at home.
All right. Talk to you tomorrow then. Don't dwell on it too much. And say hi to Tommy for me. Good night.
Good night.
Taking a little nap myself sounds like not such a bad idea. It must be way past 2 a.m. And around noon, the usual agency stress will start all over again. Maybe I can finally fall asleep. Another sleepless night. Good morning, New York. This city. Like ants, they all run around town every single day. Having kids, buying things, so their kids can have kids and buy things too. Hello, Mrs. Oswald. First, I should talk with her. I really shouldn't be snooping around here like this. I can still ask her about it later.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning. Well, how are you?
Say good morning to Mr. Wright, Tommy.
Morning, sir.
It's a little better this morning, but we had a pretty restless night. Tommy had bad dreams. I already called our lawyer. He promised to investigate the authorities.
I can see. Central Services repaired your door already, huh?
The lock still needs to be adjusted. You know what those people from Central Services are like.
Well, I would like to be some kind of help, if you'll let me, that is. Nobody disappears just like that.
Do you have that much time? I don't want you to get into any trouble.
Oh no, don't worry. It'll be okay. I only have to show up briefly at the agency later. Otherwise, my boss will be all over me. But fortunately, our campaign is not starting for another 2 weeks. I'll try to get a few days off. I'll check on you later.
That's really nice of you.
Can I ask you some other things? Maybe we can find your husband much faster then.
Yeah, sure. Just go ahead and ask.
What line of work is your husband in?
He was an online journalist. I mean, he is an online journalist. Oh, God, I'm at my wit's end.
I can imagine that. Because this incident yesterday scared the heck out of me, too. But I'm sure we can sort everything out pretty soon. Probably they got some data mixed up. Something like that happens at our agency all the time. I'm sure we'll find your husband before you even know he was gone. Or what was he working on most recently?
He didn't talk much in the past few weeks. I'm not exactly sure. He seemed to be worried, but I have no idea what he was really up to.
That could be a lead.
You mean his arrest had something to do with his work?
It's possible. We'll find out. How can I reach his office?
He's a freelancer, Mr. Wright. He works for several papers.
Does that mean he investigates and writes everything as a freelancer? And then sells his completed stories to the e-papers?
Exactly.
May I ask you one more thing? Do you have a recent picture of him that I could have?
Nothing recent. Graham doesn't like to be photographed, not even at family gatherings. I believe Tommy has the only relatively recent picture of him.
Can I see it?
Oh, you can't really recognize him on it. He gave the photo to Tommy because he thought he looked so cool in it.
He does look cool, Mom.
May I ask you one more thing? Would it be okay if I talked to Tommy for a moment?
You can see that he's very down. This whole thing is just too much for him. Don't you have kids yourself? I saw a box of toys in the elevator when you moved in.
Yeah. I have a son.
Oh? Maybe he and Tommy would like to meet.
Yeah, maybe. I think I have to get going now. I'll get in touch with you by messenger in case I hear something. Either by messenger or otherwise I'll call you here directly.
Thanks, Mr. Wright.
Hey, Tommy. How you doing?
Hi, sir.
Everything all right with your Teddy?
Yeah.
You're not in the mood to chat, huh? You're missing your dad.
Mr. Wright, I don't think that that's the right...
Are you going to help us so Dad'll come home?
I will try that, yeah. Would you like to tell me a little bit about your dad?
Dad is cool. He works at the computer. He tells everybody if the politicians are dumb guys, you know. He is a journalist.
Yeah, I know. Well, and what are you two up to when he's not working?
Dad takes me fishing and to Virtual Palace. And he always brings back cool presents when he returns.
Was it your dad who gave you the teddy as well?
Yeah, of course. But I was a baby then, like 2 or 3 years old or so. Actually, it's not really cool to have a teddy.
Why would you say that? He's so special to you because you got him from your dad, right?
Mom repaired his eye twice already.
Of course. Such a teddy is a great thing to have. Everybody could use a bear as a friend. My son had one too, and he loved him dearly. Even though he wouldn't admit it very often. His buddies from school made fun of him sometimes, but most of them probably had a little teddy or something like it somewhere as well. Maybe watching over their sleep.
It would be good if grown-ups had a teddy too to watch out for them. Then Dad maybe would be here now.
You might be absolutely right. You and your dad,
You been to the virtual palace? What do you do there? Virtue skating?
We played Maze Hunter with full body suits.
Maze Hunter? Don't you have to be 10 already to play it? That means you must be a really tough little guy, right? As far as I know, maze hunting requires a whole lot of climbing and jumping, especially if you get past level 1.
I have the 3rd Dan now in Maze Hunter. And Dad says next year I can do level 4.
Wow, that's really good. By the way, did you ever climb a tree? I mean a real one?
Of course, in the park. And I'm really good at it too. But now I can't go there alone. Mom says there are too many weird people there.
Tell me all about it. What was the last gift from your dad?
An alien, and nobody else has that one, like the one in Roswell. And he even talks.
Oh, really? Cool. What does he say when he talks?
If you push the left eye, he says something like, ad. And if you push the other eye, he says, nice planet, we'll take that one.
Got that. Somehow that sounds familiar to me. Where did he buy him?
I don't know.
And you said he just bought the alien figure recently?
Yep.
Let me ask you this. Could I maybe borrow this figure for a little bit?
No, better not. What do you want it for anyway?
Well, I thought this figure could help us find your dad.
Toys can't really do that.
Of course not. Toys can't do that. What I meant was, maybe we could ask somebody where the alien was sold. And that could give us a clue what your dad did before he got arrested. That way, we might be able to find him.
No, I don't want to give it to you. What if my alien disappears too?
And if we trade?
Trade? For what?
I have a Mr. Nuke. Do you know him?
Of course, but only one big kid from daycare has one. They only had him at Toy Galaxy for a short time, and then only in gold brownie packages. And we couldn't get one because they sold out very fast. All of them. And I was very sad because we didn't get one. But don't you need him for your kid?
No. Probably not.
Can I see him?
Sure, just a second. I'll get him. Can I ask you something else?
Sure. What is it?
Can I ask you something else?
Sure. What is it?
I have to take care of something first, Tommy. Thank you very much. You helped me a lot. See you later. Tommy, it's me again. I would like to ask you something else.
Okay.
About your dad's picture. Can I have it? I don't want to keep it forever. Just until we find your dad. Can you get it for me?
It is in my backpack. It's my favorite picture. Here. You'd better not break it.
I'll take very good care of it. Your dad didn't tell you by any chance where this photo was taken?
He said it's a secret. Nobody is allowed to know.
Uh-huh. And why was nobody supposed to know this? Did he say that too?
Dad wanted it to be a surprise.
A surprise? Uh-huh. Your dad is a pretty mysterious man. Here, Tommy, look. Say hi to Mr. Nuke. I found him in the drawer where Patrick's toys are. You like him?
Yeah, sure.
Listen, let's make a deal. Just between us guys. You let me borrow your alien figure, and I'll leave Mr. Nuke with you instead. As a pawn. What do you say?
Do I get him back when I want to play with him?
Course, anytime. Scout's honor.
Can I, Mom? Please?
Of course, Tommy.
Super. Wait here, sir.
Okay. Treat him really good. Okay, now I'm gonna check how your alien figure can help me too.
Bye, mister. Mom, can I play in my room now?
Okay, I'll make you some french fries later.
What a nice kid.
Yeah, it's not easy for him. The shock will come later.
Better I'll leave now so you can be alone for a while. If I have any news, I'll call you.
Thanks a lot.
Another brand new day. At least it stopped raining. The industrial sector is blocked off again. Probably another one of those chemical incidents disguised as a construction site. The stop for the mag train. It borders on having a death wish to even use this thing. Lots of gangs from the burbs on it. It's better not to use it. Unless you can't afford anything else. Back there is downtown. Too damn far by foot anyway. Besides that, it's quite dangerous. You have to cross right through the Lower East Side. This telescreen must be new. As far as I know, Brooklyn has only just been developed. The park. The one good thing about Brooklyn. Although, a bunch of strange people's hanging out there. Gotta watch out. Sometimes some freaks are hanging out here. But at least you don't have to fear for your life.
You are alone, lost in chaos, shipwrecked, drowning in the roar of a sinking world. He sees for you, he thinks for you, he lives for you, and you don't have to—
What the hell is this? Phew. Obviously, he's mostly living on coke and fortune cookies.
And then he will destroy you! The earth will open wide!
What a slum. My father used to tell me, even if you think you're having a hard time, there will always be someone else who's having an even worse time. Right now, I'm not so sure if he was actually right, but this here really looks depressing. I think I could use this wire.
And you are blind and deaf! Blind and deaf for the obvious!
That's the wire I took down from the strange totem of that guru.
He sees you! He hears you! He sees through you!
Oh, man. What weird stuff he's blabbering. What the heck is that supposed to mean?
And you! You too will feel his wrath!
Who? Me?
You!
I don't think he's talking to me.
You will get too close to him, and he will destroy you!
What a nutcase. If it wasn't so sad.
Just as he destroyed me!
Yeah, well, you're damn right with that one.
And just as he destroyed the one you loved!
What was that?
You heard right!
He's not talking about me.
Oh yeah, I mean you! He knows you, and he'll take your mind just as he took your beloved ones!
What are you talking about? Cut it out, you idiot. There are things you just don't make fun of. And...
Are you afraid? You'll be even more afraid! A gift will come to you! The steel birds are staring at you with their dead, red eyes! And you will live as one among the dead!
What the...
You are lost!
So, that's enough now. You're totally nuts. Crazy. I better be going now.
Nobody is close to you because he is close to you! And he keeps everything away from you! Your world is a gleaming bubble growing smaller and smaller. As he uses up your air, it will burst, or you will suffocate in it yourselves!
Wow. That guy is totally nuts. Somehow scary as well.
There are birds, steel birds! They're falling from the sky like vultures! They rip out your thoughts until no more can arise in their place! And you, sleeping, buying, eating...
Hello? Hello!
Hey, what's up, brother?
There you go. I almost thought you're planning on ignoring me completely.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, but I really didn't notice you there. Is there anything I can help you with? And, do you have anything to smoke, man?
Unfortunately, no. Sorry. How can you possibly stand it here?
What do you mean, man? This is a beautiful park. The grass smells like grass, and the weather's really so fine.
What I mean is, how can you bear to live next to this freak over there?
What, man? Sorry, but you have to speak up some.
The guru! Don't tell me his crazy speeches don't get on your nerves as well.
Ah, him. Nah, he doesn't bother me one bit, brother. I don't hear him at all.
But you're not playing that loud. What do you mean you don't hear him? You deaf? He's screaming loud enough to wake the dead. I, for one, could hear him when I entered the park.
Yeah, man, exactly.
What do you mean with exactly?
I'm deaf. I don't hear him at all.
Oh, very sorry about that.
Hey, you don't have to be sorry. Beethoven was deaf too, and he was totally groovy.
And you can understand me just the same?
Yeah, of course, man. I'm reading your lips.
You're deaf, and you still play the guitar?
Of course, man. I can feel the guitar, you get it? It's like being high. The feeling is totally mine.
That makes sense.
Hey, what's up, brother? You look totally frustrated. Your face is all cramped up. Did something rub you wrong? You should smoke something or learn to play guitar. I could teach you.
That sounds really tempting. But I think this park is too much for me. Maybe you don't hear the guru, but I do.
Yeah, I know. Quite an advantage that I'm deaf, isn't it? I'm pretty lucky, aren't I?
That's not how I meant it. What I meant was...
Man, that was just a joke. You're totally tensed out, huh? You really gotta smoke some, man. Seriously. By the way, do you have anything on you?
Can I ask you something else? The guru. What kind of a guy is he? Do you know him?
Yeah, well, we fought over the bench a couple of times. Otherwise, we just avoid each other. He wasn't always like that. Poor guy.
And what do you know about him?
Hey, that dude lived really close by here. That's what a friend of mine said. I think he was a physicist or something like that. I don't really know anymore. I was really high, you know what I mean?
A scientist? Him?
Something like that. Maybe a Scientologist. We were high, man. Really high, man.
At any rate, he's totally crazy, that's for sure.
Hey, you never know. Genius and insanity are pretty close to each other. Maybe he understands a lot more than both of us together when we're high. Did I already ask you if you have anything to smoke?
I think so.
Damn, I totally forgot.
What happened to him? How could he get like that?
He was on vacation, I think. Some kind of yuppie space crap, orbital whirlpools and stuff. You know, all that junk you can win on the telescreen quiz shows? He won something, and that's when he went nuts up there. When he came back, he was like he is now.
Does he talk about something else sometime? Other than his apocalypse theories?
No idea, brother. He's even too high for me. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you something else? I gotta go. Take care.
Okay, man. Take some weed with you next time.
The city highway is totally deserted. Since only SAT cars are allowed in the inner district, the former chaos doesn't exist anymore. Instead, everybody in the burbs can now enjoy noise and car fumes.
Well, who do we have here? Hi, Peter. Beautiful day, isn't it? Everything okay with you?
Yeah, well, I'm doing all right.
Come on, Peter. You can't ruin every day for me. What the hell is going on with you?
It's really nothing. I'm just a little bit overworked.
Overworked? You look more like you're lovesick. Or an ulcer. Or both.
Something like that.
And how's it coming on in your apartment? You like it? Have you finished furnishing it?
Yeah, of course. It's totally cozy.
You know what, Peter? Starting today, I'm not gonna sell you any more whiskey. Your answers are getting shorter all the time. I think your speech center is suffering.
You're such a nice guy, Bob. It's good to have you around.
Well, that sounds better. You're still not getting anything for free. So, what can I do for you?
Something interesting happening in the world?
Interesting? That depends. If the fusion of tech toys with the genetic creation labs interests you, then yeah.
These two really went ahead with the merger? I thought the World Antitrust Division wouldn't allow it.
Well, that is perhaps the other interesting news. The World Antitrust Division has been reconstructed by means of accelerated proceedings.
Restructured. And that means?
Now, it still only has a consulting function.
That factually means it's been shut down.
Now, don't be so negative again, Peter. Shut down. It has a consultant function. No more, no less. Okay, let's say it's been partly done shut down.
And how'd the Knicks play?
Lost.
Big time?
Very high.
Against the computer?
Against the simulation of the All-Star team from 2040.
Really? Oh my god. They're still programmed according to Delta 3 standard. To lose against these guys is like...
Embarrassing.
Just mathematically, it's pretty much impossible.
142 to 56, Peter.
I think I'm gonna cancel my subscription for the Virtual Palace. How long did you stay open last night?
Till 10, as always. Why?
10 o'clock. That sounds about right. Did you see anything unusual around about 10?
Well, the cops were there. Riot squad in full battle gear. I suppose a drug raid. The usual.
They came to my house. The raid was actually on my floor.
Uh-huh. You didn't do anything bad, did you, Peter? Admit it, you don't work for Greenberg and Winter all the time. You deal liquid mine from your apartment. No, not liquid mine? What do you deal then? Hyper shots? Devil sticks? Oh, come on, you can tell me.
Really, Bob, it wasn't that funny yesterday. Not at all. The cops stormed the neighbor's apartment and arrested the father, a journalist. His name is Graham Oswald. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah. The gaunt man with the gray hair. Well, my God. Things like that happen. Maybe he didn't pay his taxes, or parked wrong, or perhaps he revealed some national secrets.
Did you hear or see anything that was unusual?
No, nothing. They stormed the building and came out with some guy. He resisted a lot and yelled something, but I didn't understand it exactly.
He yelled something? Can you please think about it? Maybe you can remember what it was. It could be important.
Tell me, Peter, why does that actually interest you?
It's too long a story to explain it to you right now. Besides, I have to rush over to the agency in a few minutes. Was anybody else in the streets besides you, of course?
Well, I don't think so. Or, wait a minute. These two young guys, yeah, they were there.
Two young guys? What did they do?
They plastered the posters over the telescreen again. Alien Attack Club.
Onto that public telescreen that's down the street?
Exactly, Peter. Smack dab in the middle of your expensive advertising displays.
Well, they're pretty bold. Just a second, Bob. I'm gonna take a look at that. But I don't see any posters there anymore.
No, I know. Early this morning, there was a car from the Central Services there. They removed them again. They were also in your house.
Yeah, right. There was a door to repair. What's all the fuss about this alien attack club anyway?
No idea. Crazy stuff.
In what direction did the cops drive off?
Downtown, as always. Over there down the street, over the Brooklyn Bridge.
Okay. I have one more question for you. Who is this guy over there in the park? This guru?
Oh, him. He came over to the store about 8 o'clock and wanted to dump his magazine off on me. He seems to have set himself up in the park.
His magazine? He's making a magazine? Unbelievable. What's it about?
Crazy stuff, of course. He probably writes it himself. Brainwashing, attacks from UFOs. Well, you know, the whole paranoid trip.
Poor bastard. One day they'll come and pick him up.
maybe it'd be better for him.
But he can definitely scare the heck out of you. But he's probably just a poor devil who's down on his luck.
We all have bad luck sometime. My mother-in-law, for example, is a nightmare. That's what I call bad luck, and? Do I take that as an excuse to sell crazy magazines to people or babble nonsense to myself in the park?
I don't know. The stuff he's babbling sounds to me somewhat disquieting. I gotta run, Bob. See you later.
Okay.
I got this alien figure from Mr. Oswald's son. He said his father bought it for him. What do you think? Where could I possibly buy an alien like that around here?
Ugh! What is that disgusting thing? No wonder it's rare. You can't buy anything like that anywhere. At least I hope not. By the way, this one looks just like those creatures on the posters.
You mean these posters about the Alien Attack Club?
Exactly. On the other hand, I bet aliens have looked like that since the 80s in the last century.
I think I'll give these alien fans a call anyway. Maybe they can tell me more about the figure.
There was something about Essex Street on the posters, but I'd be careful. That's on Lower East Side.
However, I have to stop by the agency first anyway. The SAT car is available. My business card, much more practical than those messenger contact data transfers. It doesn't need power, always reliable, and can even get wet. Shop 23. 23 is a mysterious number. The light column is a scaled-down model of Great Central Plaza. Our agency is about where you can see the L of Central. An ad for Sleep 3. Maybe I should try them out anyway. A nice couple, although maybe they're just co-workers. Right now, I don't have any time to chat. Besides, I don't even know these two. She's probably waiting for someone. Sir? Hello, sir? If you're waiting for somebody, this is just the emergency exit. The main entrance is over there, in the front of this building. Well, he probably knows what he's doing. Voila, there we are again. Welcome back at the workforce. And there's my good old friend Claire. Great Central Plaza, 36 elevators. Workplace for 34,000 people. That's double the capacity of Union Tower. One of the express elevators. You need a password to use it. Security measurements. Guess I'll have to discuss this with Claire.
Stop. Please identify yourself.
Hello, Claire. And? Everything okay? How did you manage without me?
Please identify yourself.
Aren't you happy that I'm back?
Please identify yourself.
I'm glad to hear that. And? How's Bill doing? Still on a diet?
Please identify yourself.
I did already identify myself at the door, Claire.
Incorrect answer.
No, correct answer.
System information. You have been classified as a security risk level 2.
Of course.
Please answer the following questions. What is your birth date? Where is your place of birth? Your current residence? Your social security number? Marital status? Children?
Check your database, Claire. It's all there.
Security risk level 2, Peter Wright. Your answer is irrelevant.
Can we cut this short, Claire? I mean, after all, you know me. I work here for 5 years now, and I identified myself already at the door. I was completely scanned hundreds of times already, including iris tests, DNA analysis, and biometrics check.
Security risk level 2, Wright, Peter. I have requested your identification data. Please cooperate, or I will contact the security service.
Security service? You know as well as I do that this building doesn't have any security service, since we got such a charming robot guard like you.
Your answer is irrelevant. Identify yourself.
Claire, what's wrong with you? You act like a Series 7 bot. I know for sure that Bill made an upload to avoid exactly this bullying that you do sometimes. 2 weeks ago, you were much more intelligent.
Your answer is irrelevant. The update has no effect on my operational ability. For claims regarding technical problems with Infobot Series 9, please contact the support for Central Robotics.
That means that Bill did a lousy job on you again, Claire. Looks like he overwrote your cooperativeness module, and therefore reduced your vocabulary.
Your answer is irrelevant.
See? It's exactly what I'm talking about.
Your answer is irrelevant. Identify yourself, Mr. Wright.
And so on and so on. What were the questions again?
I repeat, what is your birth date? Where is your place of birth? Your current residence? Your social security number? Messenger ID? Marital status? Children?
Maybe we should just start all over again.
Identify yourself.
All right. Right. Peter, 73rd floor. Greenberg and Winter.
Right, Peter, your details are being verified. Stay within view of this security check. Right, Peter. Quote your password for the elevator now.
The password. Damn it. It was changed in the meantime, right? Listen, Claire, I only have the password from 2 weeks ago. It might well be that it was changed in the meantime, but I wasn't here.
System information. If you do not have a valid password, you must have the system administrator issue you a new password.
Yeah, I know. But that's Bill, and he's upstairs at the agency. Any other way to identify myself?
I will issue you with temporary authorization if you agree to an audio-visual direct connection.
Okay, agreed. I've never done this before, but I guess we can make it work, right?
I will now establish an audio-visual direct connection with Mr. Greenberg. Please look at my face. Mr. Greenberg will now be able to communicate with you through my interface.
Okay, fine with me.
Mr. Greenberg, a person identified by the messenger ID 1245624569987 has entered the building. The person claims to be Peter Wright. Can you verify this information?
Right.
Hello, Mr. Greenberg.
What's up? Problems with Claire?
You should know her. I thought Bill gave her an update.
He did, but the wrong one. That diet of his must be affecting his concentration. You need a password. Claire, you old scraphead, go on, give him one. This is Peter Wright.
System information. The password has been changed. Right, Peter. Your new password is PL56T9OLP4R.
Okay, then I'm not needed here, right?
See you in a moment, Mr. Greenberg. Thanks, Claire.
Claire, my special friend. I love her more with every update she gets.
You need a password to use it. Security measurement. Guess I'll have to discuss this.
Stop. Please identify yourself.
Sure. Don't play games with me today, Claire. I'm in a hurry.
Incorrect information. Please step back and repeat your identification data.
Okay, it was just a bad joke. Right, Peter, Greenberg and Winter, 73rd floor.
Right, Peter. Your details are being verified. Stay within view. Right, quote.
The password is PL56F9OLP4R.
Your answer is correct. Permission granted. Have a nice day at Greenberg and Winter, sir.
This campaign requires a lot of work, especially since almost everybody's on vacation right now. I'd better not disturb them. No, better leave Brenda alone. She can get really crappy. I still remember when Bill asked her for a date once. She polished him off in such a way that he needed to see a therapist for weeks. My best bet is she never got over her breakup with Brian. Brenda's reception desk. Whoever wants to go in there has to pass her. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Peter. It's great to see you again. Hang on a second, I'm almost finished here. We missed you. Have you...
Yeah, I'm totally fine. No, I didn't see a therapist, nor did I try to kill myself. Everything is fine, okay?
Oh, please, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask how you were. Won't happen again.
I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't mean to brush you off that way. I'm just somewhat beside myself, that's all. Anyway, what DEF CON do we have?
Have you seen it? DEF CON 3, like every other day. Man, you sound so much better already.
All right then. Let's plaster New York with our telepics again. And how did that work out with you two?
Oh, brilliant. We've gotten married since you've been gone. And you know what? Bill's pregnant. Just look at him. 24th month. I reckon it's going to be an elephant. I'm so happy.
Shut your big mouth, fitness freak.
Are you listening? Bill's happy too.
You two are just too damn funny.
Not funny? Okay, then the truth. After you left, Bill showed what a lazy bastard he was for the first time. He shifts absolutely no data. He spends the whole day downloading stuff from GlobalNet, or else he sits in the kitchen and stuffs himself with this chemical grub. I hate him. And the worst thing is, I have to defend him to Mr. Greenberg.
I heard that.
You were meant to, Wimpy.
And don't call me Wimpy.
Sure, Wimpy. You see, we love each other. It's good that you're back.
How's the campaign coming?
Oh, you know us. One fantastic success after another. The best reports we've ever had. It's no wonder anyway, since I've had to do everything myself because Bill spends his time at work either eating or getting something to eat. We've been making 94% fewer mistakes.
Okay, I get the picture. But honestly, Brian, how far are you?
We're as good as finished. Luckily, we still had the results from the last big meeting, and I think we've managed to transfer them pretty well. I'll show you later. Things will run smoothly, and they'll go off to vote like good little sheep.
By the way, what do you think about the campaign?
What do I think? I don't think, you know that. I never do. It's too dangerous.
Okay, but here and there you might bump your head, and all of a sudden you may actually think something. Let me put it this way. Are you behind the work we're doing here?
What do you mean? You know the bills my gym sends me? They're horrendous. It's a dirty job, but I'm young and I need the money.
And other than that?
Okay, if you want the truth, I think we can't let some idiots blow our asses away. Especially not after so much work has gone into shaping mine. Honestly, we need to watch out, try to create the conditions where these sort of people are caught. But what are you getting at? Don't you like this job? You used to be so enthusiastic about it.
I mean, we do put ourselves up as targets, don't you think?
You mean they're gonna blow us up for that? Oh, you know, if they want to, then fine. We're only doing our job. If you ask me, this whole Luddites thing has gotten too serious.
Because it is a serious issue. They bomb airplanes. Isn't that serious enough for you?
Oh man, yeah, I understand. You don't think that the plane was blown up because they wanted to kill you? Because you were working on this campaign, do you? Or is there something else? Peter, man, it was a terrible coincidence. An accident, a tragedy.
I had a ticket for that plane as well, and I wish I would have been on that flight.
Hey man, come on. In what way would that have been better?
I would be with Laura and Patrick. We would be together, wherever that might be.
I'm sure that the two of them are someplace beautiful. And you can always be with them in your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, how would you know?
Peter, I'm not good at these sort of things, but you'll get through this. We're here for you. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Thanks, Brad. There's something else. Can I ask you something else as well?
Yeah, sure, man.
I saw you have a new upload terminal.
Yeah, our computer genius Bill configured it. It only took him 18 hours. A new record for him. Go, Bill!
Just shut your mouth, Brian. Otherwise, you can set up your own messed up configuration systems yourself next time.
All right. So, really, Peter, the new system is brilliant. We've got access to all the displays from a single source, and we can load up content for individual displays.
And that means no more trouble with these on-site installations.
Exactly. About time too, if you ask me. Bill figured this out so he doesn't have to leave the office anymore. He just doesn't fit in the SAC cars.
Do I have to know any specifics about this thing?
No, just put the disk in, press upload, done. No problem.
I'm going to take a look at it. How come we got this new system all of a sudden?
I was amazed too, really. After all the trouble with the electronic applications, I honestly thought we'd have to wait until Christmas at least. But then everything went really quickly.
Pretty amazing. How'd that happen?
I think after our security checkup was done, they really hurried up in giving us good equipment to work with for the start of the new campaign.
Can I ask you something else as well?
Yeah, sure, man.
Can I talk to you very quick? It's personal.
Sure, what is it then?
Let's take a walk to the kitchen, shall we?
Okay, you go on ahead. I'll be right there. Okay, go ahead.
Yesterday, the police was at my apartment building.
Cool. And they let you get away?
They came from my neighbors, and they arrested a man.
And that's what the police do. That's what they're there for. Or have I misunderstood something?
His wife asked me to help her, dealing with the authorities and stuff like that.
The wife of the guy they arrested?
That's exactly what I said.
You said no, of course, right?
I said yes.
Great. Why do you always do things like this? Where's it going to end? And who knows what this guy's been up to? I mean, what has he been up to?
No idea. The whole thing seems to be kind of strange.
Something strange. That sounds really great, man. Listen, today you're making a few calls for his wife. Tomorrow you'll be hiding drugs in your apartment. And the day after that you'll be in trouble yourself.
I think now you're painting everything just a little bit too black.
I've had experience of this sort of thing.
So you think I should stay out of it?
Of course. I don't understand why you want to get involved in something like this in your situation.
I met someone on GlobalNet.
What? You met someone? A woman?
Yeah. Her name is Christine.
Oh, man.
What do you mean with, oh man? It's weird, I know that myself.
Do you mean, do you really think that this is right for you at the moment? I mean, Laura's not even been properly buried.
I know that myself, Brian. But thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, okay, but why are you doing this anyway? This whole virtual partnership crap is so totally dehumanized and...
I know. It's only that way I feel less alone. Don't you understand that? But then, when the session ends, I'm thinking about Laura. And I could simply bang my head right into that monitor.
Yeah, I understand. And don't exaggerate things. You're only making yourself even more unhappy. You feel guilty because of Laura, or you're hurting this Christine. But the person you're hurting the most is yourself. And you're alone either way. And that's a load of crap.
You're probably right.
Come over to Jenny and me instead. We'll cook something, play a few rounds of Space Hunt, with some real people for a change.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Promise me that you won't go take up these chats again and come over to us instead.
I promise.
Okay, Jenny will be so happy to have you over again. You can spill beer on our sofa again, like you do every time.
Thanks, Brian. You're a real friend.
Yeah, I know.
I can't promise you that.
Why can't you? Has it already gone that far?
No, but I just feel...
Attracted to her?
That's not it.
Understood by her?
More like that.
What are you doing, man? Well, then I guess see what happens. Maybe we'll take your mind off things. But you have to come over for dinner, otherwise Jenny will probably get this nervous rash, and you really don't want that to happen.
Oh, of course not. Okay. I'll try to stop by in the next few days. But not before I poured some beer of my own catalog furniture first. There's something else. And how's Jenny doing?
Well, she's happy. Having a pool is her lifelong dream. It doesn't matter that I had to sell my soul in the next 30 years of hard work to Mr. Greenberg.
His collection of souls has to be enormous by now.
Yeah, only the devil himself has more. But really, Jenny's on cloud 9, and I sit by the pool and feel like a king. I dip my feet in the water and think to myself, hey, not bad for an...
Ex-con and former hacker.
Shh! Are you mad, man? Be quiet. Mr. Greenberg must never know about that. You idiot.
Did you actually tell Jenny in the meantime about your past?
No, I just haven't got round to it. Not yet. I'm going to, for sure.
At some point, you have to come clean, Brian. I'm sure she won't bite your head off. At least not right away.
I'm not so sure about that. Hey, you know how brutal the cops can be sometimes.
Okay. Thanks a lot, man. I think we both have to get going, right?
Yeah, I think so, too.
All right, then. See you in a bit. This leads to the network control room. In other words, Bill's big playroom. He's the only one allowed in there. And nobody really knows exactly what he's doing in there.
Hey, right. Back again. Good to have you back on board. Excuse that small problem with Claire. Bill will have to take a look at it again.
Oh, that's okay, sir. I think I can manage now. Although the new password is not exactly easier to remember than the old one.
So how you doing? Feel at home in your new apartment?
Yes, sir. So far, everything's just fine. Thanks again for helping me out so much. I have to admit I was in pretty bad shape.
Who wouldn't be? You really have been through a tough time. I know it's easier said than done, but you have to look to the future. Life goes on. I would just hate to lose a talented guy like you. So, welcome back. Let's get cracking and make some dough. Let's get busy.
Mr. Greenberg, I would like to talk to you for a minute.
I actually have an appointment just now, right? You know, the United Bank Trust budget. We really have a big thing going there.
It won't keep you very long.
Okay, what's up?
I just have a few business-related questions.
Go ahead.
Regarding the campaign concept, I'm not completely up to date. Would you mind bringing me briefly up to speed, especially when it comes to our most recent campaign work?
Oh yeah, certainly. The campaign is still running through phase 1 at the moment. Bill and Brian have spent the last week mainly developing the graphics for the new slogans. You'll be glad to hear that we've included one of yours.
Yeah, that's great. Did you start the tests already?
At the moment, we're running some test displays in the suburbs, and we're busy collecting responses from our target group. The figures are pleasing. We're getting a huge amount of feedback.
And how's the feedback from the liaison office?
Well, you know how these guys from liaison office are. They mechanically work through each questionnaire, parameter by parameter. They constantly inquire about our consent quotes, send us checkup inquiries, and write silly memos for further strategies.
Yeah, I saw some before I took my little vacation. Seems to be pretty damn important to them.
I think it's the most important election since the handwriting case, and these guys are now starting to behave really obtrusively.
You promised the liaison office that this proposition would pass?
Of course. Having any doubts, right?
Well, it's just that you can't market a plebiscite about an important political issue like, let's say, a chocolate bar.
That's what you say. I say politics must be marketed like a chocolate bar, by exploiting emotions. Eat a chalk shock, and women start throwing themselves at you. Take mood 3, and women start throwing themselves at you. Drink a Crown's ultralight diet beer, and you'll see...
Women start throwing themselves at you?
Exactly.
Because I'm drinking beer?
Not because you're drinking beer, right? Women are throwing themselves at you even though you're drinking beer. Because you're staying in shape and not getting wasted. Because it's Crown's. Pure enjoyment without regrets. Success through consumption. That's our motto.
Okay. And what does all this have to do with our campaign?
Our campaign, right, is aimed at the biggest emotion ever. Anxiety. We have a product called security. And our customers are not the fat or lonely or young or the aged, but the anxious. All of us suffer from anxiety. So we need security. And we'll buy it. It doesn't cost us any more than checking a box at one of the election terminals.
Sounds pretty damn good.
Sure thing. You know what? That was an extract from the pitch that won us the account.
Too bad I wasn't there too. So now we should run this campaign by raising their anxiety? But during the last meeting they said we should create a warm and friendly atmosphere. Kind of like we did in those cozy Lunar 5 spots.
Oh, we changed and modified it a bit, right? We had the opportunity, we just had to react.
The opportunity?
Yeah, of course. People are scared. They don't feel safe. And the bomb campaign is strengthening that unsafe feeling. It could hardly get any better for us. And that spectacular plane crash gave us another huge push. Forgive me. So sorry, right. I took the more professional view and forgot about the human side.
No problem.
No, really, right. I am sorry. I am really sorry. Of course, it's not lucky for us that your family, that's not what I meant to say. Really not.
It's okay. We're all professionals. You know, I have a bad feeling about this campaign.
Bad feeling? What do you mean? Are you scared of the terrorists? Oh, come on, right. Don't you worry about that. This bomb campaign will be over as quickly as a hailstorm. We shouldn't let these guys get to us.
That's not what I meant, sir. What I mean is, it's possible we're working on something that's a couple of sizes too big for us.
Oh, no, come on, right? This is the account of our lives. If we do a good job, we could get signed up as the department's communications agent for the next 10 years. That means enough work for you and job security for all at G&W.
There is another question. I still got things to do. Thanks again, Mr. Greenberg. Mr. Greenberg, it's me again.
Right. Was there anything else?
I need to talk to you again. Very quick. I just have a few business-related questions.
Go ahead.
How did Brian and Bill get along in the meantime?
Without you, you mean? Oh, really great. We almost forgot you were gone.
Is that right?
Hey, Hey, just kidding, right? Just kidding. You know what Bill and Brian are like. You were hardly gone when the quarreling started. Those two work really hard, each on his own, but they're only good team players when you're around.
Mr. Greenberg, there's something else I would like to address about my job. I'm feeling somewhat uncomfortable about raising this issue already today, but...
Please don't go asking me for a raise. Right. Don't do that to me.
No. I'd like to have a few days off.
A couple of days off? You just been on vacation. Besides, you can't take off again. You just got back. Well, okay, I get it. You need more time. Time for yourself.
That's one way to say it.
I understand. But in the long run, I don't think this is going to do you any good. You need your job, your colleagues, to be kept busy. This brooding and doing nothing will only do you harm.
It's not the first time I hear that, sir, and thank you for your compassion. But would it be possible anyway? I think Bill and Brian could do a few more days without me.
Well, okay. Go and take a little more time off. Go and get your life back on track, and your apartment, of course. When am I going to see you again?
Next Friday?
Listen, let's say Thursday. The days you take will be considered unpaid vacation, and you can catch up on the lost hours next month. Sound okay to you?
That sounds... okay. Thanks, Mr. Greenberg.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get out of here. Dare I ask what you're going to be doing with the time?
Okay then. I'll go and take care of my life. Deal with some official paperwork, buy some furniture, stuff like that.
Didn't you take any stuff from your house along?
I gave everything away.
Are you out of your mind? What was that for? You really threw everything away?
Yes, I felt like it. I didn't want to take so many memories with me.
I get it. A very costly method to get rid of memories.
There are situations when money is just not that important. There is another question. Next Monday?
No, that's out of the question. Monday is too late. Before this weekend, we have the first telescreen launch. I cannot spare you that long.
There is another question. There is something else.
Let's hear it, right?
May I ask you something personal?
Of course. Go ahead.
How are Fiona and the kids? Everything fine?
Great. They're doing just great. Fiona's on vacation as we speak. At first, she wanted to accompany Walter's wife, who managed to get a free ticket for Lunar 5, but it didn't work out.
Mr. Winter is on Lunar 5?
No, he's in Beijing, because of the United Bank Trust negotiations. Only his wife Helen is there.
And Jason?
Jason has become a real math genius. He's doing great at school now and getting straight A's. Your idea with the extra tuition really paid off. That young teacher, the one you recommended, what's his name again?
What? Oh, the teacher, Ashcroft. Peter Ashcroft.
Ashcroft, yeah. He's excellent. Even though I thought his hourly rate might be a bit too high, I have to admit he was worth every cent.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't good in math at school myself. Only once we started learning finance mathematics did I start finding numbers interesting. Taxes, interest rates, the stuff one really needs in life. Get it?
Yeah.
Right. Are you even listening to me?
What? Of course I do. Sure I do.
Yeah? What did I just say?
I'm sorry, sir. I was lost in thought.
I notice you're not completely back on track. Oh well, it'll get better.
I have a sleeping problem lately. It totally wears me down.
That's normal, knowing what you've been through.
What could I do to improve that? Got some advice for me?
You're asking the wrong guy. I only sleep about 4 hours every night. Maybe you should try some relaxing exercises. Or check out what Cubichem has to offer.
I don't take that stuff.
Well, then you're missing out. The human body is nothing more than a machine. It works at your command, if you know where the switches are. Cubichem's products know where those switches are. Just take 4, sleep 3 at night, and I assure you, you'll sleep like an angel for 4 hours. You'll wake up feeling like a new man, and that's without an alarm clock.
I was always convinced that I could handle everything without using any of these designer drugs.
Hey, designer drugs? What are you talking about? Are you calling me a junkie, right?
Of course not. What I meant was that sleep should come naturally.
Why? What's natural about our jobs? What's natural about our lives? Our bodies have just been constructed wrongly in certain parts. Come on, help your body along and you'll discover the spirit will automatically follow.
You told me once that Fiona hasn't been feeling well for quite some time.
Oh, yes, but that was long ago and fortunately over with.
It was about her miscarriage, right?
Huh? How did you know that?
You yourself told me that.
I did? Oh, well, that's possible. But I really don't want to discuss this right now. You probably have a lot to do, right?
Of course. Sir, I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have reminded you of that. It's just that because I'm kind of feeling the same thing. At least I think so. And I thought you might be able to give me some advice how you and Fiona managed to get over it.
I can't really say much, right? We were really very sad, and it took a whole lot of time. So, discussion closed. You're going to get me down, and I might start having really depressive thoughts.
Sorry. Didn't mean to. There is another question. There is another question. I still got things to do. Thanks again, Mr. Greenberg. A magnet. This might come in handy later. Light Life Ultra Fat Reduced Chips. Extra light. Bill's understanding of a diet. Light Life Diet Caffeine-Free Crystal Cola. In other words, mineral water with sweetener. Hey, Bill, old dog.
Peter, how's it going? Everything all right?
Everything okay?
Good to see you back. I really don't like having to sit with this vain idiot every day.
You can't talk about Mr. Greenberg like that.
I think he's talking about you, Brian.
Can you please tell Brian that I can manage without his jokes today?
Can you please tell Bill to stop getting popcorn crumbs in my keyboard?
Can you please tell Brian that?
Hey, stop it already. Okay, I got it. You had a lot of fun while I was gone, but I really don't have the nerves for your bickering, you guys. So could you please be more considerate about it? Let's chat for a few minutes.
Sure.
Looking good, Bill. Did you...
Yep. 15 pounds. Not bad, huh?
And what 15 pounds? Lost or gained? I can't see any difference.
Oh, put a sock in it, Brian. I saw that immediately, Bill. You look great. How'd you do it? I mean, although your desk looks like always.
No idea. I reckon the stress of last week. We were really worried about you. Yeah. And we had double the workload, of course.
I understand.
Are you then, as far as... I mean, can you? You're coming back to work already?
Honestly, I don't feel the least bit like working today. About our mutual girlfriend downstairs?
What's not working now?
You should really check her again, Bill. I got the impression that her current behavior is definitely not appropriate for visitors.
How come? I've rerun the update. What does she say?
It would be best if you would listen to that yourself. I suppose that Brian might have had a hand in that.
The sex plug-in.
Something like that. Actually, it's really pretty embarrassing.
Like in kindergarten. But that's gotta wait. I've got things to do here.
By the way, there's something else. Could we go over some job-related things real quick? There are some things that are not quite clear.
Sure. Go ahead.
How's it going on your end? Did you get a handle on that thing with the displays?
Yeah. We had loads of trouble with the network distribution. The satellite connection was really unstable last time. The communication authority claimed they were just updating software, but I had the impression that they were changing half the system.
But now everything is up and running again, right?
Like clockwork. You must have a display in your area.
Yeah. A 519er is hanging there, just across the street from Brooklyn Park.
And it worked all right?
It worked all right.
Right. Everything is all right then.
How's it going with the slogans?
You want the truth?
Absolutely. Completely honest.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but I really don't like them. I find it all really dull and authoritarian.
You see, and that's why you're system programmer here and not content director. Because the only two things you know about are popcorn and your computer.
Please, let him talk, Brian. I really want to hear it. I don't have the best feeling with these slogans myself.
It disturbs me. This entire campaign sounds like something out of a police state. We've got 38 million telescreens out there, and on top of that, there are millions of home screens. We reach everyone, Peter. Everyone. Is this tone necessary for our target audience? Do we have to do it this way?
I'm a little bit surprised myself.
Our slogans make it sound as if people have no choice.
Do they have one then?
Of course they have one.
What is it?
They can always vote against it.
Which we don't want.
Exactly.
Therefore, the slogan has to be phrased in a way as if we know we're going to win. Then, we are really going to win.
Brian's right. Keep thinking about it. I'll upload anything that the two of you can come up with.
You honestly think it's that bad?
Don't take this the wrong way, but to me, it sounds like something written by someone having a hard time, who wants to use aggressive slogans as a form of revenge.
Maybe that's actually the case. But, however, we don't have a choice anyway, Brian. The campaign is our job. Let's do it, and do it good. By the way, there's something else. How did it go with Mr. Greenberg?
What? You mean after the warning?
Exactly. Could you straighten it out?
I got away with it again.
And what did he say?
He said I mustn't do it again, and the security firm demands a fine, which of course will be...
Taken out of your salary.
Of course.
Of course.
But that's okay. I've turned the whole thing around. It's working perfectly again.
Bill, I need to use the upload terminal for a moment.
Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of something difficult here. I've got to finish that first.
It'll only take a few minutes, Bill, I promise.
A couple of minutes. I know what that means. I've got to do my work, Peter. You can do it when I take a break to get something to eat.
That'll be soon then.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. I've still got another 15 pounds to lose.
Come on, Bill, it's urgent.
What's this really all about, then?
I, have to make myself acquainted with the system.
Sure, I know you do. But you can do that when I'm finished here. Otherwise, just do it when I'm on my break, okay?
Okay, I gotta go now.
Right. Okay, then.
My desk looks too damn clean. My coworkers probably cleaned it up. There, the new upload terminal for our telescreens.
Stop. Please identify yourself.
Sure. All right.
Right. Peter, 73rd floor. Greenberg and Winter.
Right, Peter, your details are being verified. Stay within view of this security check. Right, Peter. Quote your password for the elevator now.
Of course. Give me a second. I think... The password is PL56F9OLP4R.
Your answer is correct. Permission granted. Have a nice day at Greenberg and Winter, sir.
Big Mike! Take a look at what's walking down the street, man! Some kind of maldito yuppie from downtown! Hey, you! You better get your ass back to your mama in the Upper East Side fast!
Essex Street. This so-called alien club must be somewhere around here. A liquor store. Probably the only business that flourishes around here.
Hey, maricon! Come over here!
Hey, the Guggenheim Museum is honoring him with a... Hey, billboards of Shepherd Ferry. The Guggenheim Museum is honoring him with a huge retrospective of his work. This guy must be going on 90 now.
Hey, Mike! I think the Capron over there is just ignoring us. What do you think about that?
That looks pretty trash to me. Must have been quite a sharp sports car. Ages ago. This guy doesn't really look as if he wants to make friends.
Look at that, man! That idiot that comes down here like he's walking in the park or something!
You are pretty damn brave, stupid fool.
Would you like to help me out with something?
Hey, of course, sir! No problemo, sir. How can we help you?
Of course, man. No problem.
Okay, well, I'm looking for the guys who put up these alien posters in the city. I was told there's supposedly a club somewhere on this street, but I only see this one cafe around here.
Of course! We understand completely, sir. The Alien Attack Club, right? Oh, it's really easy to find, sir. You see those houses over there at the end of the street?
Yes.
Just go down there, and at the cross street there is a stop sign.
Okay.
Just pull the stop sign out of its base, and then stick it right up you know where, cabron.
Sir!
No problem, sir.
You losers. Okay, guys, it's all cool. Just chill. I'm not gonna stay that long, so keep it in your pocket, yeah?
Hey, Big Mike, you hear that, man?
Yo, loud and clear. I think he just called you a loser, man.
What? You calling me a loser? A chinga maracon like you is calling me a loser? Hey, you wanna get cut up or something?
Hey, stay cool, will ya? I don't want any trouble, okay?
Hey, I think he wants to get to know you, man.
Then I stuff his stupid face, how about that?
Listen, guys, I'm not here to have fun with you, and besides, my mood is getting worse by the minute. Either you stop that crap, or...
Or what?
Or we're gonna break your bones, dude.
Or I'm just gonna call the cops.
I don't believe it, Mikey. This chinga maricon just threatened us with the cops. By the time the cops get here, your family can come cry on your grave, Capron. What are you looking at, man? I didn't hurt your feelings, did I? You ain't gonna start crying, are you? Your family stinks, man. I spit on them, and I spit on you. You get what I'm saying, maricon?
That's it. I've had it. I'm calling the cops now.
Look, Mikey. That Pandeo has got a beautiful little messenger with him. Did Mama fill up the credit limit for you, pendejo? Hmm?
This guy really doesn't look as if he wants to make friends.
Hey, what's up, man? You got a problem?
Oh, no. That couldn't possibly be, right? I was just mugged by you. Other than that, I'm just great.
Okay, check it out, man. Take some advice from good old Big Mike. Take it easy. Forget about it, okay?
You and your friend, you're quite some originals. What is this thug doing with my messenger now?
Come Come on, man. He's just going shopping.
Shopping, well, that's just great.
He like video consoles, bro. Always wanted one since he was a kid.
I'm moved to tears. And that's why you mugged me?
Take it easy, man. Juan just got out of jail.
Why did he do time?
Attempted murder, bro. I think you got off easy. I mean, it's better your messenger is gone than other things, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, murder. Got it now. Listen, can I ask you something?
Depends.
I would like to know something about you.
About me? Cool. It's almost never about me.
Why don't you just get a job instead of hanging out here and mugging people like me?
A job? Man, have you taken a look around here lately? The trash man don't even come around here. You won't find a job in 100 years.
That's still not a reason to turn into a criminal. You could move someplace else, or maybe open a store yourself.
Tell me, bro, are you a probation officer or something? Or some kind of finance wizard? What kind of store should I open, in your opinion? Oversized?
Something. Anything that doesn't involve sticking a knife in someone's face, maybe.
Hey, yeah, I could sell knives, maybe. That's not bad, man. Butterfly knives, butcher knives, switchblades, carving knives, chicken scissors, razor blades, scalpels. There are all kinds of possibilities. Now don't look at me like that, man. That was just a joke, okay?
Sure, but maybe, just maybe you could find a different line of work. I mean, one where criminals and psychopaths are not your main stream of income.
You never been here in the Lower East Side before, have you? You don't seem to have any idea how things work around here.
Besides, what's up with all this bling, man?
That's all family inheritance, man, from white gold. The dowry from my great-grandma. I'm gonna buy my bride shoes and a dress with that.
You are not serious, man.
Of course not, bro. That's all cheap crap from the junk shop. 'Cause it's cool, bro. You know, if Juan and me didn't have an important appointment right now, I'd give you some schooling, bro. So you wouldn't have spent the rest of your life walking around here like a loser.
Here's something else I'd like to ask you. About the mugging. Couldn't you mug people with more money than me?
More money? More money than who? Than me? Hey, man, you got more money than me.
I had. Now your little friend went shopping with it.
Yep, that's redistribution. That Robin Hood principle. Take from the rich and give to the poor.
And just by coincidence, the poor are you, of course. And how convenient.
You got it, bro. Good work.
But I'm by no means rich. I'm not much better off than you two. And I need my money. I don't mind you robbing little rich kids. But someone like me, come on now. If I'm not wrong, you guys wouldn't steal from each other, would you now?
That could be. But the thing is, none of them rich snobs from the burbs is dumb enough to come down here. They keep clear of our neighborhood. Just boys like you who come down here. But you guys is okay.
You think you can get away with this? If I would go to the next stationary messenger and call the cops on you, chances are not too bad that they will get you.
Hey, thanks for worrying about us, man, but it ain't necessary. The cops don't come around here no more, man. They smashed our neighborhood to bits and ran the Luddites out. Nobody's interested about us here. If you don't act totally dumb, then you can make it out of here with just a little robbery. You just get rid of that messenger after. That's the trick. Just a tip, bro. Just in case you want to change fields.
Well, who knows? Maybe then I'd be much better off right now. I'd still have my messenger for one, and I wouldn't have any trouble with guys like you.
We got a problem? There ain't no problem between us, man. Okay, you got robbed by us. That ain't nothing personal. As soon as Juan gets here, we're gone. Then you can chill out. It's worth something, isn't it?
You think you can get away with this?
If you just...
Well,
we go at it as soon as...
Here's something else I'd like to ask you. Yeah, well, take care.
Anytime, brother.
This dump site was meant to be a little park. Once, I assume. burnt down and looted. It probably happened during those riots year before last, when because of police brutality an angry mob vandalized this part of the city. Maybe nobody's home. Hey, that looks familiar. Looks like Brian uploaded the first part of our campaign today.
Hey, sweetie, would you have a second for me?
Hi, maybe you can help me out.
That I'd like to bet on.
I'm looking for an alien attack club.
Aliens, huh? Well, if you ask me, the whole district is full of them. But I have an outer space offer for you. How about that? Half an hour of zero gravity at my place. You only need 500 credits.
The offer is really tempting, but no, thank you.
Too bad. Don't think about it too long.
500 credits? Isn't that a little bit overpriced?
Honey, you won't have any second thoughts about the price when we're done.
Oh, I'm sure about that, but still no thanks. Let me guess, usually your customers have a lot more money. What are you doing here, so alone?
Hey, what does it look like?
Yeah, alright, got it. Dumb question. But isn't it pretty dangerous around here for a woman?
Oh, what? Not at all, big boy. I can look after myself. That you can bet on. Everyone knows me here, and no one would dare touch me without permission. It's only dangerous for men and strangers, especially male strangers.
Great. That's just what I wanted to hear. Another question. What kind of club is that across the street?
You mean the nuclear cafe? Only a few little boys playing World Revolution. They are really sweet.
Could it be that this alien club is meeting there too?
What will I get if I tell you?
I'm really sorry, but I'm pretty broke right now. And when is this dive open?
I have no idea. I'm not interested in little boys. Hey, listen. You are really good looking. Let's say 250.
No, really. Thanks for the discount, but I've got other things to take care of.
You want me to die of boredom? Come on!
Right now, I have to get into this club. I'll see you later then, right? Can I ask you something else?
Of course, handsome.
Did you see this guy with the tattoos going into that cafe?
That was one. He just bought himself a console. Surprisingly, he had the money for it. But he's too stupid to connect it, if you ask me.
He paid for that thing with my messenger, damn it.
He robbed you?
You could say that.
What a bastard. You should call the cops, big boy. I don't do that here on this street, okay? I don't want any trouble.
Don't worry. Without my messenger, I wouldn't be able to call the cops now, or would I? How did this guy get into the cafe? Would you know?
Well, he knocked.
I've also tried that.
I think they have a knock code, sweetie.
You really heard it?
Who knows?
Did you? Or did you not? Come on, it's important.
Now, what will I get if I tell you?
We'll talk about that later. Now tell me already, it's really important.
3 short, 2 long.
You're a sweetheart. Thanks.
You owe me something, sweetie.
Another question. Can I ask you something else?
Of course, handsome.
Okay, I have to get going.
See you later, sweetie.
Oh, that's too nice. At last, somebody gets the door.
Who are you anyway, man? What you want here? How'd you know the secret knock code? You a cop or something?
A lot of questions from a little thief like you. Here's one for you. Do you want me to call the cops? So they can smoke out your little illegal pawn shop here?
What's that supposed to mean? You got a problem? We're up to our own crooked business, and now get lost, spy.
Fine. I'm counting to 3 now. And you tell me where my messenger is, or else, you little thug. Did I make myself clear?
Messenger? Your messenger?
Yes, my messenger. Where is it?
Hey, how'd you find out so fast they're here?
I got mugged in front of your club, man. By your buddy, Juan.
Hey, man. Juan isn't a friend of ours. He swore the messenger was legal.
Of course that messenger is legal. It's legally mine.
Oh my God, this guy's is dumb. Rips off a messenger right in front of the door? I don't believe it.
Do I get my messenger now? That Juan bought himself a game station with it, with my credits. I want that messenger back. Now.
Well, you know, man, he left the messenger there because you didn't have enough credit on the thing.
Well, I don't care. Give it to me. Otherwise, you're in for a whole lot of trouble.
Well, actually, the messenger's is ours now. It was a clean deal. So, let's say 100 credits?
What? I can't believe you just said that.
Hey, it's as good as new, man. You ain't get one like that this cheap anyway. They cost a lot at E-Mall.
You are not trying to sell me my own messenger, are you? Now listen to me, Shorty. You can tell the police what stuff here is yours and what isn't. And now, my messenger, and you better do it real fast. Because I think I'm gonna lose it real soon.
Okay already. Step behind the table.
There you go. That wasn't so difficult now, was it? I got another question for you. I have a few more questions for you. Got a minute right now?
Do I look like I've got an important appointment?
What's all this computer stuff here? Looks pretty impressive.
Not bad, eh? I soldered it together myself. That way we obstructed aliens from analyzing and reconstructing our hardware with usual wiring diagrams. The network has the performance of 5 derived computers and runs on completely encrypted frequency.
Completely encoded? Does that mean you guys are using the cryptographic method?
Of course, man. Don't you?
To be honest, I'm working on this campaign against the cryptographic method. That means we are actually fighting on opposite sides.
What? So you are a cop, huh?
No, I'm working for a communication agency, Greenberg and Winter. We are responsible for the campaign concept for the plebiscite.
And you don't have any problems with that?
I'm getting paid for it. It's my job.
But money. There are more important things than money.
Of course, you're right, but it's still my job. That's how it works in this crazy world.
Not in ours. I mean, what'd you do there? How can you do a campaign that can completely reveal our thoughts to the alien conspiracy? That is crazy, man. It's fully insane.
Crazy? Yeah, well, let's put it this way. I don't have anything to hide. Not even with regards to the alien conspiracy.
Everybody's got something to hide. Don't give me that. Do you drink? Of course you do. Do you read virtual beauties in secret? Do you order salve for your sweaty feet online? Well?
No, I don't.
My God! But just imagine it! Would you want some great flabby being collecting that information? Who reads your love letters and evaluates your political beliefs?
I have no clue what these gray, flabby beings would want with that anyway.
Maybe they're creating a clone army of idiots that look just like you and are just as naive as you, man. And then, what you do then?
Let's see, I guess I'll think of something when it comes to that. Oh, by the way, something else. What are you guys doing here anyway?
Have you ever heard of information poisoning?
Information poisoning?
Of course, man. Error messages, server hacks. We hack into the global net and have some fun.
And where will that get you?
It proves that we're here. It proves that it's all lies. It proves that everything is open to attack.
Well, everything's a lie, huh? What is all a lie?
The global net is a lie, man. Your news is a lie. Your products a lie.
Oh, that's interesting. And you guys here are the only one. What is the truth, anyway? I mean, the truth about global net and the news.
The truth is that a conspiracy of aliens controls our lives, man. And we gotta fight it.
Fight? Against the aliens? With information poisoning?
Exactly. We're proving that everything is manipulable. And through that, we are manipulated. We show them the world behind the world. We point the spotlight on the puppet master. Do you understand?
Not really. It sounds kind of interesting. If I get this right, you're something like data saboteurs.
Yeah, that's a destructive term, man. We ain't harming nothing. Au contraire, mon frère, we created something.
And what could that possibly be?
Awareness. Haven't you been listening at all? We are creating awareness of the manipulability of the world.
The world is not being manipulated. At least not the way you think it is, son. If the world is manipulated, then only by advertising agencies, where cynical guys in their mid-30s hang around with enough time in their hands to think of campaigns for laxatives or whatever. Other than that, there are elections where you can go. And by doing so, change what you don't like.
Elections? I'm supposed to vote for a damn alien marionette movement?
No. You should simply vote for a normal government. There are always all kinds of polls and even plebiscites for people who want to be heard, regarding all kinds of issues.
I'm supposed to give myself into slavery of my own free will or something? The outcome of these elections is always clear beforehand.
Nonsense.
What's more, you said yourself that you work in an agency. You manipulate the campaign. Vote me against prohibition.
That has nothing to do with this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can
make a campaign ourselves. It runs on all the telescreens.
You can even make your opinion heard in a different way.
You see, man, and that is exactly what we're doing here.
Does this house belong to you?
The house belongs to itself, man. You belong to yourself too, don't you?
Of course.
Ownership is fiction, don't you understand? It's only there for yuppies in the cop. We are using the house. Before some speculator lets it go to waste.
And you're not in trouble for that?
Yeah, we're in trouble, a lot of trouble, but nobody's caught us here yet. Our house is well hidden here, as long as there's no eviction action, nothing can touch us.
Oh, by the way, something else. Tell me a little bit more about you guys.
There's not much to tell. Aside from me opening up a cafe a couple years ago when they did that big wave renovation thing on the Lower East Side. All the old tenants got kicked down. The city was planning an electronic amusement park with esports arena, shopping mall, and a marina for fat-ass rich kids dock their yachts.
Yeah, I've heard about it. But obviously it didn't happen.
That was just an excuse to ditch the neighborhood, man. They knew this was a Luddite center, so they just wanted to destroy the infrastructure. They tore the neighborhood to bits, and then they forgot about it. Most of the houses were empty, so aside from me, we just went to occupy this one just like that.
What kind of club is it anyway that you got here?
You don't read too well, huh? It's on the sign on the front. Hey, this is a nuclear cafe, dude.
Fine, and what exactly does that mean?
Hey, that means something's happened here, man. This place is a bomb, and we're a lit you.
That sounds pretty damn mysterious. But can you explain to me plain and simple what it really means?
This is an information and alien free zone. This house is occupied. We're disconnected from the government and outside extraterrestrial control. Autonomous, you got it? We make our own rules here.
The Luddites lived here on Lower East Side?
Of course. They had an outpost here. But when that thing with the attack on the communications relay happened over on the Hudson last year, it was all over. There were hundreds of raids, and they arrested one of the heads here on Essex Street.
That was only 3 years ago.
Of course, the cops were pretty angry because one of their main computers got hit by the blackout. They turned the whole neighborhood upside down, but the Luddites' headquarters was mobile, and they got away through the underground tunnels. So it didn't amount to anything more than a single arrest. When the cops noticed that they couldn't get rid of the problem here so fast, the city government came up with the idea of building the arena and really cleaning the town up.
You are sympathizing with the Luddites, aren't you?
Not a trace, man. All this machine bashing crap is totally antiquated. It's just plain stupid to oppose technology. We use it ourselves. Just have a look around.
But what you do here sounds to me pretty much like a machine bashing movement.
How so?
Because you try to elude the state's justice system while trying to damage its structures.
You trying to say we're terrorists? Nonsense, man. You ain't understood a thing. We are working against the alien cartel. Them Luddites, they oppose everybody who uses technology. They're totally blinded by some kind of insane conspiracy theory.
Insane conspiracy theories, but this thing with your aliens is not insane, right? Oh, by the way, something else. Scythe? Who's that?
Oh, he's a buddy of mine, man. He's safe. We go back to kindergarten. He's the best encryption programmer in NYC. Nobody can crack the stuff he programs. Furthermore, he's a master programmer for steganographics. Encryption in pictures, man, get it? He can analyze in a picture, extract hidden codes, and can even scan the smallest picture elements for that stuff.
Meaning, he's a genius, right?
Exactly, man. That's what he is, a genius.
Explain it to me one more time. What exactly is going on with these aliens?
Okay, fine. You got your pen and paper ready? Do you remember when they stood the UFO inside it over here?
Oh, you mean this thing with the weather balloons? Yeah, I remember.
Weather balloons? You so full to the brim in the state propaganda, man.
Of course, they were real UFOs. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, man. Lots of people saw them. We got pictures where you could clearly see that those things are UFOs.
Those photos have been around for a long time already. The sea monster of Loch Ness is in pictures too. And Bigfoot, and I don't know what all else. But these are manipulated photos.
Man, you are just so totally manipulated. That was a strategic UFO attack. Will you get real? Since then, the aliens have occupied the control centers of the whole world and totally manipulate our societies. People have no clue.
Only you do.
Of course! We analyze those sounds in the telescreens to a T. Those are signals from space, man. They communicate with the stations on the Earth. That is 100% certain. Scientists can try for months to decipher those codes, but it looks like they're constantly altering them.
Who knows what you intercepted there? These UFOs were seen by unstable or crazy people, and everything else is nothing but coincidences.
You see, man, when they take you with them and surgically implant a dog's heads on your shoulders, then you see.
I got another question for you. Do you know this girl? This one outside?
Oh, you mean Rita, don't you? Hey, hot baby. Man, she's really fine.
Not exactly my taste in girls, but she's a looker, all right. She always standing out there?
Oh, yeah, that's her territory, man. She knocked a couple of bras on a knock so she could have Essex Street all to herself.
Whoa. Then she's outright dangerous, huh? I wouldn't have guessed that.
I'll tell you what, pal. Your shoes, I'd stay away from, doing business with her.
Why? Does she have... is she infected? Does she have the tetravirus?
No, man, that's not what I'm saying. Ruby's healthy, for sure. That's not the problem.
Then what?
She's a scammer. You negotiate a price with her, you go up to her room, and boom! Get a nice glass filled with brim with champagne.
Huh. And? What's so bad about that?
When that pill sleep 3, the strongest around, boom! You down for the count.
Ah, now I get it. She's stealing from her giants.
8 capsules, man. With that, you can put an elephant family to sleep. You believe me. When you wake up, she's gone. And you're a messenger with her.
That sounds familiar. Tell me, is there anybody on this block who's not into stealing messengers?
Hey, Rita's okay. Just don't do business with her, okay?
And by the way, how come you knew all this? Fell for it yourself, right?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Oh, come on. I can see it in your face. Plus, you're blushing like hell, so admit it already. She plays you too, right?
Hey, man, just look at her. How was I supposed to know that, man?
Of course not. That could have happened to anybody. However, thank you for the tip. I got another question for you. I have to go. See you later. It seems that it's not only about computers.
Obviously, they're recording some kind of signal here.
Hey man, wait up!
What is it?
You could just waltz in there.
Do you have to hide something? Maybe a room stacked with stolen messengers?
Cypher's working on a signal.
So what? I still want to look around a little bit. Not gonna kill me. Or is he now?
Hey, you're a guest here, man. Cypher's office is private. I can't let you in.
What happens if I'm going anywhere?
I guess Cypher would probably just shoot you down, man.
He's gonna do what?
But sometimes he's a bit nervous with strangers, bit. You okay with that?
Oh, that's what it is. Well, maybe I can wait for a while. Oh my God, it's a Pantheon 4 with a 3 gigahertz processor. My father had one of these. That thing wasn't of much use, except for making bootlegs, that is. Oh, good. There's my messenger. From now on, I'm gonna watch it more closely. Take a look at this. You are the technology experts here, right? Can you tell me what this is you see in this picture?
That is definitely a parabolic dish, man. Don't tell me you didn't recognize that.
Okay, but where is this thing?
We can find out. That's Cypher. He sure can analyze that picture for you. If anybody can find out where the dish is, it's him.
Great. Maybe you can call him over for a minute.
Hey, wait a minute. Cypher. Hey, Cypher. Hey, man. There's some kind of yuppie dude here for you about some picture.
What picture?
It's just one photograph, man. Have a minute.
Is he okay?
Come on, tell him already.
No idea, man. He don't look dangerous to me.
Send him over.
Okay, man. You go over to him.
Wow, that's actually outright spooky. Hi. Are you Cypher?
Who wants to know?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Peter Wright. Nice to meet you.
We'll see if I'm pleased to meet you or not. What do you want? You want to show me a picture or something?
Yeah, and maybe I'll have a couple of questions as well.
I don't have a lot of time, you know.
It won't take long. I have a few questions about your club here. I saw your posters.
Really? Where?
Brooklyn. Corner of Tillery Street and Flatbush Avenue.
Yeah, of course. We were putting up posters over there last night.
Actually, with these posters, what's this all about?
It's just a statement for starters. We want to show them we're here. We're infiltrating the public with the knowledge that we're all controlled by aliens.
And why the hell would you do that?
It's a policy of small steps. We move on 2 tracks. People need to know what's threatening them. The danger has to be anchored subconsciously, in words and pictures. At the same time, we're working on deciphering the extraterrestrial codes. By the time we've got that cracked, the masses will be ready.
Huh. Well, this actually doesn't sound that bad. Rather sounds like a pretty smart campaign concept. Why exactly are you plastering these posters onto the telescreens?
Because telescreens are the point of greatest attention. Everybody sees them. They're everywhere. I'd upload content onto the screens if I could, but that doesn't work. It's too difficult.
And not to forget, illegal.
That wouldn't be a problem. We're not exactly allowed to placard the things either.
Correct. Central Services will give you a pretty tough time if they ever catch you in the act.
If they catch us, yes. But they won't.
You wouldn't have seen anything out of the ordinary when you were there yesterday.
Well, we had to get out of there pretty fast when a black van turned around the corner. There were cops inside. It was looking pretty scary. We cut through the park to get out. We were lucky, but without the excitement, it isn't any fun.
I think they weren't after you.
No? How do you know?
They arrested my neighbor.
Oh, well, all the better. Tell me, the last time I saw cops like that was at the Luddite search here in the neighborhood. What did your neighbor do to bring in a commando like that?
I honestly have no idea. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, better him than us.
There is something else. Tell me, do you believe all this alien stuff?
That alien stuff is controlling your life, man, and you got no idea.
You mean my boss is an alien as well? Can't argue with that.
the way he really is.
You know, I used to think it was all bullshit too. But since I've been working on the code, I see things in a totally different light.
Could it be that you bought my messenger from Juan?
I didn't buy anything from him.
Of course you did. After all, it was here at your club.
I didn't buy your messenger from him.
Then how did he pay for this game console?
He bought it with the messenger. 100% legal.
Exactly. That's what I just said. It was my messenger. That's grand theft.
Is it theft to buy yourself a console?
But I didn't buy one.
The billing department of the United Bank Trust will see that differently. It says in their invoice that you bought the console used, paid for electronically at Floating Point, my company.
Of course. Only problem is that I don't have a game console.
You have to look after your things yourself.
But he left the messenger here at your shop.
We aren't liable for the clothing and luggage of visitors to our humble cafe.
You little buff. You think you have it all figured out, right?
That's what they say.
Okay, let's forget about it. I have another question. I have a couple of questions about your work.
Uh-huh.
What is it you're working on right now?
I analyze the broadcast patterns from a whole mess of signals I get from a line I tapped into on the global net.
Uh-huh. What kind of signals are these?
If I knew that, I'd be one big step ahead. It's a totally unknown, multi-encrypted code. Totally baffling. And what blows my mind the most is that the code is changed daily and gets more complex all the time.
And why do you want to crack this code?
Because it's a decisive step to track down the alien conspiracy. We've got to decode their communications. Then we'll know what they've got planned and what their next step is. It's the only way to organize a meaningful resistance.
So I take it it's an alien code, right?
What? You don't believe it?
Well, to be perfectly honest, no.
Because you haven't got a clue. I've been working for years exclusively with encoded signals. This code is completely different than any other code that could be created by any known process. It's highly complex and extremely adaptable. It's almost like it knows that I'm trying to crack it, and changes itself every time I find out something about it.
Maybe the guy at the other end is simply a tick smarter than you.
Could be. In any case, I'm convinced that whatever's on the other end, it isn't human. I'm gonna get those bastards.
So you're a cryptographic expert?
Yep. I don't want to boast, but I'd say I'm one of the best. I was a security consultant for 5 years at the United Bank Trust.
Seriously? How did you get that job?
I cracked their encryption and opened an account with 10 million credits. That was a lot of fun.
And then they caught you?
Yeah, they found out during an internal audit and traced my login. They made a fair deal. Either they would report me and I'd probably get 5 years, or I could work for them as a security consultant at United Bank Trust for 5 years, which is just about the same thing.
Yeah, well, I guess that was an easy decision, wasn't it? And what exactly did you have to do?
I wrote new encryption routines to seal the security gaps.
And why didn't you just stay there?
Do I look like I'd want to work at United Bank Trust?
Okay, not really.
Exactly. And furthermore, they eventually got another supplier for encryption algorithms. He was extremely good. No idea where that stuff came from. My time was up, and they didn't need me anymore.
What do you think about the cryptography prohibition, which is right around the corner?
There won't be a cryptography prohibition.
Yes, there will. I'm working on this campaign, and we're pretty certain that this law will pass.
Aha, you were working on the campaign. Then you're from Greenberg and Winter, aren't you?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I took a look around your internal server once. Terrible security system and 2 indexes full of bad pornos. Pretty embarrassing, boys.
What? You hacked into our system and checked our server?
Of course. You can tell your system administrator that he does lousy work. A certain Bill, I believe. His administrator password is SexMachineBill2044.
Ouch. Seriously, you really did.
Of course. The only thing I could never crack was your upload computer for the telescreens. They're really well protected. You can't get into the government networks.
And now tell me again, why is the cryptography prohibition not coming?
Oh, it's coming, of course. But that doesn't mean the encoding will stop. I'd bet anything that this alien code scrolling down my screen won't be one bit less encrypted when the law goes into effect. They want to unlock our heads and throw away the key. That's it.
There is something else. Your buddy mentioned that you can analyze photos.
Absolutely.
Because I have one here, and maybe you could take a look.
Of course I could.
And are you really going to do it?
Maybe. Definitely not for nothing. What do I get out of it?
What do you have in mind?
Of course, you don't have any money, do you?
No, you don't earn that much as a communication designer.
Okay, how about some propaganda,
What do you mean, propaganda? I can't do anything illegal, just to be clear on that.
No? But they're the most fun.
Not a chance.
Okay, forget it.
Yeah, well, I will find it out myself.
I'm certain of it.
All right then. What is it you want me to do?
Simple. Those stupid slogans on the telescreens get on my nerves.
Uh-huh.
And you're at Greenberg and Winter.
What are you getting at?
I'll give you a disc, and you upload the slogans from our club onto telescreens across North America for 1 hour.
I think you're totally crazy. No way. I've asked you to analyze a photo. Do you really think I want to go to jail for that?
Okay, let's say only on the telescreens in New York.
No. The one in front of your door. We can talk about that one.
What? Are you joking? This is ridiculous, man. Just one telescreen, and the one in front of our house. Who walks by that one in this trash heap?
That's why. And that's my final offer. I'm risking already a whole lot more than I would like to. And there's no way to explain this to my coworkers, you know. I'll have to do it alone, behind their back. Anyway, the telescreen next to your nuclear cafe. That's my offer. What do you say?
Okay, deal.
Deal.
Here's the CD. Have fun.
And the photo?
Give it to me when you've uploaded the slogan.
Okay. Fine. I have another question. About our deal.
Yeah, what about it? Do you want to back down?
No. I just wanted to make sure. What we're talking about here is just this one screen in front of your house, right?
That's what we discussed.
All right, then. Okay. Thanks again. See ya.
See you later.
Rows of mysterious codes. Somehow this reminds me of an old sci-fi movie. Alien Attack Club. Well, if you want to believe this crap. They are gone. So, Bill, how does it look like?
All clear so far. You back already? I thought you had some time off.
Yeah, well, I still have to finish something up. I'm gonna get us something to eat, all right?
I'm trying to lose weight.
Come on, you don't want to starve to death, right?
I don't think there's any danger of that happening.
Me neither.
Come on, tell me already. What can I get you?
A Light Life microwave meal would be good.
Shall I translate that for you, Peter? It means a double portion of fries with quadruple mayo and a slice of grilled bacon, please.
Shut your mouth, Brian! So, A light life, okay?
You want to kill yourself? That stuff is really dangerous.
I want to lose weight.
But they don't sell these light life products in this area, or anywhere around our block for that matter. So they have to walk all the way back to that little shop.
Either that or nothing.
Okay, you're the boss.
When it comes to food, maybe.
Okay, all right then, I'll get you some. Okay, I gotta go now.
Right. Okay then.
Hi, Bob.
How's your day been so far, Peter?
I was on the Lower East Side.
Oh, then I'm happy that you've come back to us in one piece. Bad folks down there, huh?
I'd totally forgotten that that was New York as well. It's pretty depressing.
Yeah, that stuff with the Luddites has run the area down pretty bad.
Exactly. I actually never went there before.
Well, yeah, they had to take care of that pack. You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. The Lower East Side used to be completely lawless.
I had the impression that it's still like that.
But at least without the Luddites. That counted for something. You don't have to go down there. I've warned you.
Yeah, well, it's not like you get immediately killed. Well, anyway, I didn't get killed. That's all that counts. I can watch out for myself. I found the Alien Attack Club.
I see. And? How was it? Turn around so I can see if they implanted a bioport in your neck.
It's a pretty wild crowd hanging out down there. But basically, they're harmless. Just a bunch of kids with ridiculous conspiracy theories.
College kids with just too much time on their hands. Were they at least able to help you concerning your neighbor?
I'm working on it.
Students with too much time meet communication designers with too much time. A real dream team.
Yeah, like in... think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, right? But seriously, these guys are actually not too bad. A little bit crazy, maybe, but really not threatening.
Sounds to me like you want to go back.
That's quite possible, yeah. Can we briefly get back to our earlier conversation? By the way, there's something else. I was at the agency.
And how was it?
I told them that I'm taking a few days off.
Another week? Haven't recovered from the move yet,
That too.
That too? What else then?
Nothing.
Nothing? Come on, Peter. What's going on? Is there anything I can do to help? We haven't known each other for very long, but if you want to talk to somebody about it...
Another time, Bob. First, I have to deal with it myself.
That doesn't sound too good, my boy. Bad things?
Bad things.
Whenever you want, okay? You know where you can find me.
Of course, Bob. Thanks, man. Okay, I have one more question for you. You know our current campaign, right?
Freedom of speech. Yeah, of course. You see it here and there on a couple of screens?
Yeah, we're testing it right now. How do you like the campaign?
Can I be completely honest with you, Peter? Completely open? Mercilessly direct?
Please, by all means.
It's horrible.
Oh, why is that? What exactly is it you don't like about it?
It's completely flat and without humor. Aggressively authoritarian.
It's a serious topic. A humorous approach would be insensitive, don't you think?
Okay. Still, the slogans sound bitter. I also read the public memo. Filled to the brim with depressing drivel. Who the hell wrote that stuff?
Well, the draft came from the Department of Information Security. The brushed-up version was written by me.
Oh, that. Well, no, I'm sorry.
I just don't like it. I mean, voting should be fun.
Fun? Did you hear about the plane crash? The machine coming from London?
Of course. A horrible thing.
Good, then you know what I'm talking about. Now tell me, where is the funny part in this one?
Things like that happen, Peter. It's still unconfirmed if it really...
To hell with still unconfirmed if. Of course it was a bomb attack, made possible by our inadequate security regulations.
Hey, Peter! Why are you so mad? You asked me my opinion, right? Why are you taking it so personally? Did you know someone in the machine?
No. Not a soul. No, nobody. You have to excuse me now, Bob. I know when it comes to the campaign, we still have to work on it. Thank you for being honest with me.
No problem. But if you're always gonna react like that, then do me a favor, huh? And just don't ask, okay?
By the way, there's something else. Tell me, Bob, you sell these light life products, right?
Of course. But if you want my opinion, I wouldn't eat that stuff.
So far I didn't try it either, but why do you say that?
Well, there aren't many calories in it. But there is lots of appetite stimulants to make you buy even more Light Life products.
Which then increases your appetite for even more Light Life products.
And so on and so forth.
And so on. That's what I call clever. Can I have one of these menus anyway? It's for a coworker.
Does he want to gain weight?
No, lose weight.
Well, whatever. Here, at your own risk.
Don't worry. Let him worry. He likes it. What do I owe you?
I'll put it on your account.
Thank you. I gotta run, Bob. See you later.
Okay.
So, Bill, how does it look like?
All clear so far. You back already? I thought you had some time off.
Yeah, well, I still have to finish something up. Let's chat for a few minutes.
Sure.
By the way, there's something else. Could we go over some job-related things real quick? There are some things that are not quite clear.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
That looks mighty healthy. Must be Brian's breakfast. A new microwave. Was about time. The old one was way too slow, and not high-powered enough. First, I need something to warm up. Without power, it's not going to work. Our fuse box.
I think I know to which appliance this plug belongs. Okay, almost there, Bill. So, Bill, how does it look like?
All clear so far.
Yeah. Your lunch is ready, Bill.
Great. I needed a break.
Well, have a good one.
How did you manage that? I mean, with the broken microwave.
I just pushed the fuse back in, Bill. Maybe instead of buying a new microwave, you should have just checked the fuse box.
Oh, right. I'd actually planned to open up the cable shafts in the network control room.
You're always thinking too complicated, Bill.
Yeah, well, that's just how us geniuses are. Okay, what's up? You're not having lunch?
No thanks. I'm not hungry right now. And besides, I want to try the new upload terminal really fast. Check out how it works.
Wouldn't it be better if I logged you in?
No, don't worry. I can handle it. You just eat your lunch.
Okay, see you later then.
Okay, Bill looks satisfied for now. Not bad. A SkyDrive. Not that I feel really good about it. Let's hope that nobody will report this upload.
Ready.
Okay, that's it. Now it's Cypher's turn. So, Bill, how does it look like?
All clear so far.
Yeah, and? How was it?
It was awful. Thank you.
So why thank you? It was awful. What the heck are you talking about?
Food that tastes disgusting makes you thin. And that's my goal.
That could be. I suppose that's the dirty little secret behind Light Life. Okay, I gotta go now.
Right. Okay then.
Looks like these guys actually build their computers themselves. First, I should talk to Cypher. Hi, it's me again.
Hi.
About our deal.
Yeah, what about it? Do you want to back down?
Okay, I did it. Your slogan is on the screen outside your windows. Looks pretty good, actually.
Wow, super.
Well, that was much more difficult than I had imagined, let me tell you that. And now I have a pretty bad conscience on top of that. I hope you're gonna keep your part of the deal now.
Hey man, of course.
I have another question. About the picture.
Yeah?
So what about the photo? I kept my part of the deal. Your slogan is online now, right outside as promised.
Oh, yeah. Then show it to me. Okay. This picture shows a parabolic dish.
Oh, really? Well, I figured that out by myself.
Yeah, but here's the point. The parabolic dish clearly belongs to the facility of SETI in Arecibo.
I thought you were going to analyze the picture.
That's what I'm doing, man.
You're just looking at it.
Of course. I know where that is.
Damn bastard.
What do you want? I can give you your information.
But all right. I have to calm down first. So, you say it's the SETI?
Yeah. Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The eavesdropping program they use to search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
I've heard about it.
They have a huge facility in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. That's where your man's at. Those boys down there are our colleagues, so to speak. The only difference is that they don't find anything. Blind as bats. But tell me, what do you have to do with that?
I'm not interested in the SETI. It's about the man in the photo. I'm trying to retrace his last steps, that's all. Or, who knows? We'll see. Okay, thanks again. See ya.
See you later.
The SETI? I'll have to talk to Deborah about that. Good morning. Mrs. Oswald?
Mr. Wright.
I just wanted to check with you. You still haven't heard from your husband?
No. I'm worried sick. Have you found anything out?
Your husband Graham was at the SETI, Mrs. Oswald. That photo was taken in front of the big dish of the SETI Institute in Arecibo.
SETI Institute? What's that?
A research institute which is basically involved in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
How did you find that out?
I talked to a couple of experts. There's no doubt.
Arecibo. Where is that?
In Puerto Rico. I still have some questions for you.
Just ask.
It's about your husband. What did he possibly want at the SETI? I mean, was he somehow interested in aliens and space program or something like that?
My husband is a journalist, Mr. Wright. He's interested in a whole lot of things. His editorial office works on a lot of technology topics, and Graham has always been a fan of all things dealing with high tech. He can sit in front of GlobalNet for hours and research about technology.
AI also interests him? Simulations and things like that? I think I would like to take a closer look at the Institute.
You want to travel to SETI?
I got a few days off anyway, and a bit of traveling will do me good as well. The only thing I need to find out is where to get a cheap ticket.
As far as I know, the flights to Puerto Rico go from Terminal B at JFK Airport.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
What about your son in the meantime? Where is he? With his mother?
Yeah, that's right. He's with his mom. There is something else. It's about Tommy. Is he in school?
Yes, I thought that would be better for him.
All day long?
Yes, I have spoken to his teachers and his electronic tutor. They all agreed to help me. There's no point for him sitting around at home worrying about his dad, and especially when he sees his mother crying as well. That'll only make him more depressed.
You probably made the right decision. When your husband is back, the boy will quickly recover from this nightmare.
Yes, hopefully.
How is Tommy?
I'm really worried. He sat on the sofa for hours, just looking at the wall. First he cried. We cried together. That was still somehow a relief. Do you understand?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes, but then he stopped and became so quiet and serious. That really worried me, as if he'd lost his childhood for an instant.
That's terrible. He will get his childhood back. Does Tommy have a close relationship with your husband?
They both love each other. They're a team, you know? It's a real father-son friendship. Sometimes I'm really jealous, but I'm sure you know what I mean. When a father and his son are close to each other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That is one of the biggest gifts in life. My son. He's a magnificent little guy. Small, but magnificent. No one is allowed to take that from someone else. No one.
I'm sure you're a fantastic father.
How can you tell?
You speak in such an affectionate manner about your son. You love him. That shows in every word you say.
We all love our children. I'm already looking forward to the moment Tommy can hug his dad again.
And Mr. Wright and his son will be there.
Yeah. Sure, There is something else. It's about your husband. I have to go now. I'll contact you again as soon as I know more, okay?
Okay.
Hi, Brian. It's me again.
Hey, Peter. How's it going?
And where's Mr. Greenberg?
At his appointment with the United Bank Trust in Beijing. Cool, hey? We can do what we want here for the rest of the week.
Okay, I have to keep working.
Yeah, me too. See you later then.
Kim surely did a thorough job on him. Brian is totally convinced that you can get these muscles just by exercising. Part of this pad is sticking out. A key. I think I have a good idea where this one fits. I would need the key. There you go. The key fits. The free flight checkbook. Enough tickets for a whole year. If Mr. Greenberg ever finds out, I'm fired. I just have to make sure that he's not gonna find out. I'll get him a new one, and nobody will ever know.
This clock seems to show the correct time. This leads to Terminal B, the airplane terminal. From this gate, I should be able to reach Arecibo as well. All right, let's start. That's the surface of Mars. I think that's one of the pictures they took during this Mars mission at the beginning of the century. Authorized personnel only. Good morning, sir.
Hello. What can I do for you?
My name is Peter Wright. I would like to ask you a few questions if you have a few minutes for me.
Yes, why not? I am Dr. Price. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Wright.
I would like to ask some questions about the SETI.
Okay, no problem. That's a good idea.
How is this institute financed, would you know?
Are you sure you're not from a government funding department or something?
Absolutely sure. I was just wondering, how do you maintain this kind of site? I mean, the equipment looks very expensive, and the SETI is probably not making huge profits, right?
Do you know that retrieving knowledge is much more important than retrieving money? And we are lucky that some big companies, which mainly belong to the government, are significantly supporting our project. 20 years ago, we got a new computer network and completely new hardware. Since then, we've kept up to date with the latest updates.
That is really generous. Which companies are we talking about?
Everybody who's anybody. Cubichem, Lunar 5 Consortium, United Bank Trust, Cargo Services, United Communications Services.
Wow. We're talking really only big business here. And what do these companies get in return for their support for the SETI program?
Do you begrudge us support for our work?
Oh no, not at all. I'm just asking myself, what kind of interest in your work here could these companies possibly have?
They are supporting us because they support the idea of free research.
If that's true, that would certainly be nice. But I believe that companies always have one main reason. Money. Or maybe a strategic advantage.
Maybe they're looking for an advertising effect by offering us their products for use. It's all the same to us. We just want to be able to do our work.
What does frequent updates mean?
That means that technicians come by every few months and check our system for one whole week. The whole parabolic unit is now being automatically programmed on source sectors. We only provide the programmers with the data sets, and they then integrate them into the global net console. The rest is automatic.
Uh-huh. That means you here at the Institute don't have to feed your system with any data or information yourself, right?
Right. All we do is filter the results. The system works according to our guidelines, but is otherwise completely autonomous. It's extremely practical and minimizes the error quota to almost zero.
Does that mean you don't even need to employ any technicians anymore?
No, no one. We are happy that we don't have to deal with the technology anymore, you know.
Is that the reason why the second floor is cordoned off today?
Yes, that's right. The programmers and technicians of communication services are now up there. They are now working on the system update for the week, and then we'll have trouble-free operations for the next few months.
What do you think? Could I watch for a little bit? I'm just curious how this works.
I'm sorry, but that's not possible. I had to turn away a man recently because of that. Our systems are extremely sensitive, and only specialists can enter the hardware rooms.
And you're not even allowed in yourself?
No, I don't know enough about the technology up there anymore. The progress is just too immense to be able to keep up. We're just interested in the results, and they are top.
Can I ask you something else? There's something else. What is this site used for?
What? How do you mean that exactly? Is that a kind of control question? Are you from the government funding department or something? We already had to let 5 people go just last year, and I'll personally chain myself to the entrance gate if you...
No, don't worry. I'm asking out of curiosity only. You know how tourists are.
Okay, you're a visitor? That's interesting.
Sure, of course. So,
What?
I asked you a question.
Oh, right. The SEDI. You have to excuse me, but the computers are being checked up there, and I'm even more nervous than I normally am. So, where was I?
The SEDI.
Yes. The SEDI investigates space for possible existing signal transmissions of extraterrestrial intelligence and civilizations. We direct our radio telescope at specific sections of the sky and wait for signals to check them for regularities or patterns. And we drink coffee, a lot of coffee.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine that. Maybe you want to cut down on that.
Oh, yes. You noticed, did you?
And did you find something already?
Oh, we find thousands of extremely promising signals every month. Many of them have such a complex structure that it takes us months to analyze them.
And did something ever come out of that?
We don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know that?
Well, we can't be sure that the signals that we are getting are actually signals. Even the background radiation of the universe could contain a code that we only interpret as static, because we simply don't have the analysis methods to decipher it. But we don't just listen, you know. We also send a signal ourselves. It contains basic information on humankind in a logically constructed sequence.
But so far, nobody ever answered, right?
No. If we are lucky, we could expect an answer in a couple of 100,000 years.
Do you yourself believe in aliens?
Believe? You're asking me, believe? What do you think?
Oh, that means no?
I don't just believe, my friend. I know that they are out there. They are already among us, swarming out every day and investigating our planet.
Is that right? That sounds as if I've heard that somewhere already. How do you come up with these things?
I have seen one of the UFOs myself. At night, in front of my neighbor's window. Unfortunately...
You didn't have a camera handy?
Exactly. How did you know that?
Intuition.
Do you know that the UFO actually radiated a red light too? An intensive red light. I don't think it would have worked out to take a photo anyway. And, shall I tell you something? My neighbor disappeared after that UFO incident. Just disappeared. I guess they took him with them to do research on his anatomy.
And to cross him with our vegetables.
You can never cross that out completely.
Can I ask you something else? There's something else. I would like to ask a question about a visitor you had here. He must have been here a few days ago. A certain Graham Oswald. He's a journalist.
Oswald? Never heard of him.
I have his picture. Here. It was taken here at the SEDI. Right in front of your parabolic dish. Can you see?
Oh, yes! That man! I remember him. But he wasn't called Oswald. He said his name was Drake.
You still know this?
Of course. It's exactly the same name as our Drake from SEDI, you know. An important researcher from the last millennium. I asked the man if he was related to him.
But he wasn't, of course. He gave you a fake name. His name is definitely Oswald. What did he want here, do you know?
Well, you'll laugh. He wanted to go up to the computer room, too. But I didn't let him, of course, since we had the technicians up there. He was very disappointed. I offered to give him a tour of the site so that he didn't come here for nothing.
And? Did he accept your offer?
Well, it was rather strange. We stood at the parabolic dish and I told him about the technical details, and suddenly he was no longer standing next to me.
And where did he go then? Did you find each other later?
No, he was gone. Disappeared. I don't even know how long I'd been talking to myself for.
What else did you notice about him?
He looked somewhat alarmed.
Alarmed? What do you mean?
Frantic, nervous, pale, as if he'd heard or seen something terrible.
But you can't imagine what that could have been by any chance.
No, I'm sorry. He was rather confused. And then he forgot his bag.
What was that? He forgot his bag? Where is it?
In the souvenir shop. Paul's got it.
I'm a friend of the family. I'll bring it back to his wife, okay?
A friend?
Yes, a friend. We're neighbors. You can ask his wife if you want. You want me to give you the messenger number?
Oh no, that'll be fine. Just go over. I'll tell Paul to expect you.
Can I ask you something else? I have a question for you personally.
For me? Oh, if you want.
What exactly is it you do here?
I work here, you know, earn my living and so on. Well, to be more precise, I don't actually work here to earn my living. That too, of course, but not just. Not even mainly, but secondarily, but that's not important. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I do. That means you're doing this here because you love it. How did you get that kind of job?
How you get such a job? Oh, that's actually quite simple. You just need straight A's in all mathematical and scientific subjects, an IQ of 130 or above, very few social contacts, and a computer.
On most counts, I would be eligible, I think.
You mean top scientific qualifications?
Rather the part about the only few social contacts and computer.
Well, that's the first step.
It was a joke, okay?
Oh, I understand. That's amusing.
Never mind. Forget about it. Tell me, you didn't hear by any chance about the Alien Attack Club in New York, did you?
Of course. Those are the especially talented young men. They've carried out numerous hacker attacks on our telescope, as far as I know. Extremely professional and adept work. We only tracked them down with the help of the internal firewall.
That's very interesting. And didn't you report them to the authorities?
Me? But why? They are real fans of our work. Amazing. If I were 10 years younger, I'd...
do illegal things together with them. Can I ask you something else? I'm gonna look around some more. Thank you for now, Doctor.
No problem.
Fascinating. Maybe it's a supernova. That looks threatening. Fascinating. Well, here's some background information about the SETI. The Institute consists of this eavesdropping system, the exhibition building, and the observatory for kids. This parabolic dish has to measure at least 1,200 feet in diameter. With this, you can hear every single word. Really impressive. This building is really gigantic. Really impressive. A mysterious door.
Behind it, there's probably the control room for the parabolic system. It says no entry. Wow. Life-size alien figures. Nice, these balloons. Can't think of anyone to give it to. Maybe I should get one for little Tommy, but nah, I'm not so sure. I wouldn't buy them either. Seems to be closed. Only one guy is in there. Very charming. Let's see. He really carried a bunch of weird stuff with him. Needle and thread and knife, and I think that's an old video cam. Where did I see this thread before? I was holding something in my hand that was made of it. A knife. Darn sharp. Why was Mr. Oswald carrying a knife? He was probably quite afraid. This leads to the observatory. They seem so in love. I better not disturb them. With a telescope, you can observe last night's star-studded sky. Dr. Price, it's me again.
What can I do for you?
I would like to ask some questions about the Seti.
Okay, no problem. That's a good idea.
Why is the souvenir shop closed?
Oh, they're doing their inventory. Paul is doing the inventory. I am sorry. He'll be ready soon. If you really want to buy something, I could get it for you if necessary.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna look around some more. Thank you for now, Doctor.
No problem.
Hey, Peter. How's it going today? Man, do you look tired. Didn't you sleep too good?
On the plane.
Oh, you were traveling. Pretty short trip, huh?
Pretty exhausting. I was in Puerto Rico.
Oh my god. What did you want there?
I made a trip to the SETI Institute.
Has the alien craze infected you now too?
Maybe. In a way. I'm not so sure yet.
Should we be worried about you?
That's something I'm asking myself sometimes.
The door is fixed already. That was quick. Hello, Mrs. Oswald.
Hi, Peter. You were gone for quite a while. Got any news?
You could say that. Let me ask you this, Debbie. Was your husband shooting magnetic tape videos in his spare time?
What? Not that I know of. Anyway, what is a magnetic tape video?
It's an outdated way of recording films. Invented during the 20th century. Analog technique. It works with magnetic tapes. Back then, this technique was very popular and widely spread. I'm sure you've already seen one of those so-called VCRs at a garage sale.
Oh, those boxes that look like game consoles?
Something like that, yeah. Anyway, your husband owned such a video cam which is used for recording films on these magnetic videotapes. Did you know that?
He never told me anything about it, and I haven't seen the camera before either.
I found the video camera in a bag which your husband forgot at the SETI. Or maybe he left the bag there on purpose, I don't know. There were also some other things in this bag. Why did he need this completely outdated video equipment for?
I really have no idea. Graham's always been into the strangest things. Maybe it has something to do with his article. Maybe he did something about the history of technology.
Do you recall the last time your husband was at the airport?
At the airport? Let's see now. Well, he was actually always at the airport. As far as I know, he also had a safe deposit box there.
A safe deposit box? Do you have the key?
I guess Graham has it.
Maybe he left it here at home.
I don't know. What does a key like that look like?
Do you mind if I just look around a little bit? Maybe I'll find the key.
Sure. Go ahead.
Here's something I wanted to show you. This thread was in that bag I found as well. What could your husband possibly want with thread?
Oh, that's the thread I always used to fix Tommy's teddy bear.
Tommy's teddy?
Yeah. I don't know why he had it with him.
I think there's more to this teddy than meets the eye. I think I have to get going now. I'll get in touch with you by messenger in case I hear something. Either by messenger or otherwise I'll call you here directly.
Thanks, Mr. Wright.
This looks like a locker key, but which locker does it belong to?
Tommy? Hi. Everything all right?
Have you found my dad?
No. No, not yet. Unfortunately. Listen, Tommy, can I borrow your teddy real quick?
Why?
I just would like to check something. You'll get him back. It could be very important.
Okay.
Look at that. There's an old magnet tape inside the teddy. A videotape. Probably belongs to that camera I found. The videotape.
Hi, Peter. You were gone for quite a while. Got any news?
You could say that. Here's something I wanted to show you. The tape was in Tommy's teddy. Why did your husband hide this tape inside the toy?
My goodness, I have no idea. I guess he wanted to hide it, but I don't know from whom or why.
That I would like to know as well. I'm gonna look at the tape. If I can somehow dig up a VCR, that is. I think I have to get going now. I'll get in touch with...
Peter, hi. I had a great day. How was yours?
I was gone. Traveling.
Great. Where were you?
In Arecibo. At the SETI Institute.
Ah, so, what did you do there?
I just wanted to check it out. It's very interesting.
Anything interesting?
Well, actually, there are quite a lot of interesting things.
How did you come to think of that? Did someone recommend it to you?
You didn't even ask me if I enjoyed myself.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I'm always so curious, can ask so many questions, and I always forget to ask the most important ones. So, did you have fun? Was the weather fine? Did you see a few aliens?
Yeah. Lots of aliens, actually. But inflatable ones.
I have heard that, yes. I'm glad you had a good time and didn't have to think about the incident with your neighbor.
Well, I'm thinking about it even more now. I gotta get going. See you later. My messenger. So, Bill, how does it look like?
All clear so far. You back already? I thought you had some time off.
Yeah, well, I still have to finish something up. I found some sort of magnetic tape. Do you think you could possibly read this thing?
A magnetic tape? What do you mean? A cassette of some sort?
I would guess so. I don't know the exact name or model number for it.
Jesus! That's a damn VHS tape! No one's used that format since 2010. A real antique. Where did you get it?
That's not important. I'd just like to take a look at it. How would I get a hold of a VCR? Where do they still have them? Any idea?
A video recorder? Man, that won't be easy. If I were you, I'd try the Media Museum.
Or on the scrapyard.
Hold on. The best place to look would actually be Greenwich Village. There are still a few antique dealers who deal in these old things.
That sounds like a plan. Maybe you even have an address for me?
I've heard of a guy called Huntington who's got a shop there. He seems to be a bit weird.
What do you mean, a bit weird?
Well, it's just that I read something about him in the Electronic Observer. He's paranoid, believes in conspiracy theories, and he won't cooperate at all with the authorities. He won't allow his shop to be linked up electronically and refuses to go global net standard bookkeeping. A really stubborn old man.
Yeah, well, a certain stubbornness that comes with age. Heard that happen sometimes. And he got away with that?
Well, anyway, he made enough of a fuss to get into the Electronic Observer. There was a photo of him standing in his shop. The most unbelievable collection of old junk that you have ever seen. Perhaps he still has his shop.
Huntington, Greenwich Village, right. It actually sounds kind of promising. Thanks, Bill. Okay, I gotta go now.
Right. Okay then.
All right, here we are. Greenwich. The store of this Mr. Huntington has to be somewhere around here. This store offers French delicatessen. Here in Greenwich, almost everybody is an artist or an intellectual. And as it seems, they're not short on money. A tiny club. I think I've been here before. With some of my co-workers. A tiny club. I think I've been... Yep, McDougal Street. I found it. Nice, but that's not the house I'm looking for. These people here. It's a nice way to live, kinda homey. Tillery Street can't compete with this. Why couldn't Mr. Greenberg get me an apartment around here? A bunch of old stuff. Even though it's charming, it's also pretty expensive. Hey, some of these things we had when we were kids. Unbelievable how fast all of this becomes outdated. Hey, it's unbelievable. Dark in here. Where's the owner? There's a sign on the floor. Looks as if it fell off. A nice little fishing rod. Almost done. Let's see what's written on it. There, a messenger number. That will help me out.
Huntington Antiques.
Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Huntington. Are you open for business?
Of course.
But the door is closed. Would you mind to open the door for me?
What do you want exactly?
Well, take a look around. Maybe buy something. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, I'll open up for you.
Ah, there you are. Good afternoon. Great that it all worked out this time.
Come in, young man.
Thank you. These are pigeons. Unbelievable.
These are mostly old books about politics and history. If I'm right, none of this stuff here was ever digitalized. Hopefully the old guy knows what he's doing here. He has books here that are listed on the Print Crime Index. Oh my gosh. What is that thing? The cash register? I guess I can't pay with a messenger here.
Now, son, what can I do for you?
As I mentioned, I would like to look around a bit. Really a great store that you have here.
Well, things have accumulated over the years.
I've never been in a shop like yours before. It's fascinating. Makes you feel like you want to move in immediately. Oh, by the way, I'm Peter. Peter Wright.
Nice to meet you, Peter. Please, make yourself at home.
Let me ask you, would you mind to tell me a little bit about your shop? Everywhere you look around here, it seems to breathe interesting stories.
If you like, please. I don't have much company here, and most young people aren't at all interested in old things. They just want consoles, telescreens, well, you know, whatever is trendy these days.
Yeah, of course. And I have to admit I have a telescreen myself. I hope I can stay anyway.
Of course you can.
Where did you get all these things from?
Oh, well, from a lot of different places. I get things from house clearances, from other dealers, stuff people chuck out. Sometimes people come in with family heirlooms, and a few things are from my own family.
Some of them look pretty European.
Oh, yes, yes. I used to import a lot from Europe. The antiques market is, of course, a lot bigger there, and pieces are cheaper, too.
I bet it took forever to collect all these things.
I've spent my whole life doing it.
Why do you keep pigeons in here?
Why do you ask that?
Just like that, because I was curious. I mean, it's actually not exactly common to keep pigeons in closed rooms, especially not in an antique shop.
Well, yes, you're probably right. Let's just say they're my hobby.
I would say it's really pretty unusual that someone keeps pigeons in his place of business. Wouldn't you say?
They're practical, and they're company.
What could be practical about this?
They're carrier pigeons.
Carrier pigeons? Seriously? You really send your mail through pigeons? Are you serious?
Only that way.
That is absolutely unbelievable. My grandfather told me about his carrier pigeons, but that was 30 years ago.
Today they're worth more than ever.
But carrier pigeons are really slow, and I mean there are 1,000 other ways to communicate.
But no other way is as safe. Whatever I send by carrier pigeons cannot be read in any computer, and it will not go into any archive.
Oh, I understand. You're worried that someone could invade your privacy.
Don't you?
I'm not quite sure. I would like to think that the security standards are pretty high everywhere. You just have to watch out who you let get into your private stuff.
Security? For who?
For us. For you and me. For everybody. My neighbor can't snoop through my mailbox. It works as good as a real mailbox would.
So then, why must carrier pigeons be reported?
Carrier pigeons have to be reported?
Certainly. It's been like that for the last 15 years.
Well, please don't get me wrong, but you could use them to conduct illegal communication, and that's not in the interest of the communal safety.
So, my privacy threatens communal safety. Is that it?
Depending on the circumstances, yeah. Any offense wouldn't be a private matter, would it? There's always a compromise.
That sort of safety I can do without. And that sort of compromise, too.
And that's not only your decision alone. That's why we have laws. And they serve us all.
Well, they don't serve me. I use pigeons.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Huntington, but bug-proofed carrier pigeons and so on, that sounds to me just a wee bit paranoid. Do you really feel persecuted?
Oh, you know, persecuted isn't a nice word. Let's just say I have my own views about the world.
But it must be pretty strenuous to permanently live with that kind of fear.
Oh, yes. Tell me, have you ever heard of the NSA, Peter?
Here and there, but they don't exist anymore. For almost 30 years now.
Do you know of the Echelon program, dating back to 1990?
1900 when? No, sorry, I don't.
Well, you see, I know about it. And you can be sure that I've been watching very closely. Very closely.
Yeah, well, that is all very nice. After all, it's your life.
And yours.
There is something else. Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
Isn't it illegal to sell these printed books?
Maybe.
These books are not scanned, right?
I'm of the opinion that non-scanned books are just as interesting as scanned ones, if not even more interesting.
But this way, these books are not really available to everybody. That way you make information, once again, private property. It becomes luxury for privileged people only. The law about the electronic gathering of printed material is supposed to
democratize the written word. Is that what you mean?
But of course, that's how it actually is. Actually, you would have to turn these books into the Department of Communications so they can get scanned. Afterwards, you will actually get them back.
Nobody has ever gotten books back from the Department of Communications, and not even 1/10 of the books have appeared online.
Yeah, well, that's because it will take some time until everything will be fed into the system. As time goes by, there are just more and more editions, so we have to have a little patience.
It's rather astounding how effective this propaganda still is. The law on electronic registration is a censorship measure, disguised as democratization of information, my son.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
Don't let yourself be deceived by the lies on the telescreens and the cheap slogans of the dumb yuppies and the communication agencies. Yes?
No, it's okay.
I'm keeping hold of my books in any case. You can read them anytime you want, here and now.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
How long have you had this shop?
I started in 2018 with a shop in the Lower East Side. Back then it was still a decent place, you know. In 2032 I had to move because the government had ordered the restructuring of the area.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Since then, the shop has been here. I've redesigned it to look exactly as it was on the Lower East Side.
Did you get a chance recently to take a look around the Lower East Side?
Oh yes, I was there a couple of years ago. Terrible. The whole area's fallen apart. The houses look like something out of Europe just after the Second World War, and the only people in the streets are criminals. It's a tragedy what they did to that part of the city.
Do you have many customers? I would assume that especially here in Greenwich, you should have a potentially well-off clientele.
What makes you think that? I sell almost nothing, but that's not important. I have the things I love around me. What use would they be in the sterile apartment of some yuppie who has no sense for the soul of things?
Oh, I understand. But how do you manage to get by then? And besides, the shop is costing you money as well.
The house belongs to me. The government bureaucrats were kind enough to give it to me in exchange for my departure from the Lower East Side.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
Please, tell me something about yourself. What is it that fascinates you about antiques?
They have a history. They are history. They are the survivors. They can tell us about other times. The things here in this shop are not simply what they are. They aren't just objects that take up space in a room. They are what they represent, what they are linked to. Memories, feelings, thoughts. They are like an archive of what our lives were like.
Maybe sometimes we don't really want to know what the essence of our life once was. Sometimes it's better to forget certain things.
I think it's those things that we would rather forget that are really worth remembering.
But it could also break you, living only in the good old times.
And it can destroy you to live without any memories.
May I ask you how old you are?
I'm 64. Year of birth, 1980.
That means you don't have any children?
No, Anna couldn't have children.
Oh, but the cloning procedure was already known, wasn't it? Did you never consider...
Well, yes, we spoke about it. But I didn't want technology to be the father of my child. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can understand quite well.
Do you have a cloned child?
No, I have a son who's not cloned. A natural child. My wife carried him for 9 months. Everything just the natural way.
That's nice. You must be proud of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely am.
Do you have a picture?
I don't have one with me, but he is really a very nice boy.
Yes, I'm sure that he is. A child always has a place in the heart of his parents.
You're absolutely right. How did you celebrate the Union?
Oh, it was a big, beautiful dream of freedom and prosperity, unity and peace. We believed all of it, everything. When President White announced the first Union, people danced in the streets.
Well, it proved itself to be sturdy, didn't it?
You can say that. It has become overwhelmingly powerful.
Who would want to attack it anyway? Besides a few Luddites, maybe.
Nobody's dancing in the streets anymore.
People are content. They don't dance, but they don't complain either. What else do we want?
Yes. What more can we ask for?
I have another question for you. Do you run this shop here alone?
Yes, unfortunately. My wife used to help me.
Oh, I assume she is... I'm very sorry about that. I didn't mean to,
She's not dead, if that's what you mean. She disappeared.
She disappeared?
Yes, 2031, during the raids against the Luddite riots.
You want to talk about it?
It's been a long time. A very long time.
You know, if you don't want to talk about it, that's...
I can still remember the exact date. It was May 31st, 2031. On that day, the NYPD had announced that the area was to be cleansed of technology criminals because of the bombing campaign of 2030. It was thought that the Luddites had an operations base in the Lower East Side. They didn't consider that a lot of normal residents in the Lower East Side wouldn't want to leave their houses too. In the early hours of the morning, young people had started to gather in the streets. The mood was getting more and more heated, and by midday, the young people had started building barricades in the streets.
Were you there as well?
Anna and I were in the shop. We closed and kept completely quiet so that nothing would happen to us. Old tires were burning in the street. The air was black with smoke. As the armored vehicles moved in, bottles and stones started flying. The police had 300 men there who shot knockout bullets straight into the crowds.
That sounds terrible.
Then, this little girl came to our door and knocked frantically. Anna answered the door and the girl took her by the hand. A man lay injured by the barricades, maybe her father. I stood by the door and called to Anna, told her she should come back. Anna ran to the man, he was still moving, and I saw that she was trying to help him.
And then what happened?
Then riot troops from the NYPD arrived. They pulled Anna away from the man and put a sack over her head. They dragged her to a van. I ran after her and got hit by a knockout bullet.
And then? She was gone? She disappeared just like that?
I never saw her again.
And the police?
I never found out what happened to her.
Tell me more about the Luddites riots. I've tried before to find some information about this online, on the global net. But you can...
Hardly find any information about it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Almost all reports of it have disappeared too.
The more exciting it is to meet someone who has a recollection of what really happened. So, what did exactly happen?
They were the biggest riots New York has ever seen. The Lower East Side was like a war zone for days. The NYPD was searching for the man behind the bombing campaign that had begun on the 20th anniversary of the Union.
Who was it?
A programmer called Jeffrey Stein.
A software programmer?
Yes. He had been working on the development of AI for years, and had come to the conclusion that he had to bomb the AI laboratories and automated communications facilities. He became the first machine basher of the new millennium to take up arms.
In short, he wanted to bomb us back into the Stone Age.
That's one point of view. On the Lower East Side, he had a lot of supporters.
But why did people support him?
The Lower East Side had 6 industrial zones that employed thousands of people. And when all the factories were switched over to robots and equipped with AI, almost everybody in the area was left unemployed.
That I didn't know.
Stein realized that. That's why the robotic units were the main targets of his bombing campaign. For the people on the Lower East Side, that made him a hero.
And the riots?
At some point, the NYPD found out that Stein was hiding out in the Lower East Side. Their plan to smash up the whole area was the cause of the riots.
What became of Stein?
It is said that he was shot during the riots. A man by the name of Emerson has supposedly taken over his role.
And what do you think about the most recent bomb attack?
I think it's wrong.
I'm glad to hear that. I almost got the impression that you sympathize with...
Murderers?
Yeah. Murderers. Cowardly murderers at that.
I sympathize with freedom. But you don't achieve freedom by killing innocents.
Then you are in favor of the cryptography prohibition, I take it?
Absolutely not.
You will vote against it?
I won't have anything to do with it. I'm not going to use a messenger in the automated voting booths.
You're against it, but you won't vote against it? It's really hard for me to follow you there.
I'll wait, Peter. What is wrong will fail. You'll see.
I think this law will pass.
It won't.
Greenberg and Winter did come up with a good PR strategy for it.
It'll all come to nothing.
There is something else. Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
I'm looking for a certain device. One with which I can play back old magnetic tape cassettes.
Oh, you mean a VCR?
Yeah, probably.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. Not a single soul has a thing like that. Nobody seems to need something like that anymore. But I do need one.
That's not what I mean. I'm amazed because you're the second customer in 2 weeks who's wanted to buy such equipment. And you're also the second in the last 10 years.
Another customer? You wouldn't happen to still know his name?
No, he didn't tell me. But he didn't actually buy a VCR. He bought a video camera instead. And a tape.
That would be really more than a strange coincidence. Well then, do you still have a VCR then?
I think so. But I'm not totally sure where it is. You can see how things are here.
Yeah, of course. I'll go and look around right now. And if there is one here, I'll find it. I have to go. I'll see you later.
Okay. See you soon, Mr. Wright.
War of the Worlds by Orson Welles. Gonna get it. Mr. Huntington, I'm interested in this radio play. Unfortunately, I don't have any cash left. Only my messenger. I'll come back later and bring cash with me, okay?
Okay.
Hey, a VCR. Late 20th century, I would guess. I bet I can use this thing to watch Mr. Oswald's tape. Mr. Huntington, I would like to take this VCR with me. I'll pay for it as soon as I've had the chance to get some cash, okay?
Okay.
Not too bad, this house.
It's me again.
Just look at that, our subversive colleague. Well, partner, what dastardly deeds can I congratulate you on?
I was at the SETI, and I snooped around a little bit.
And did you find out what your secretive friend wanted there?
No, not yet.
Pitiful. What do you want to do now?
I don't know yet, but I will find that out as well. That cable over there on the workbench. Can I have it?
Have? What do you mean? For free?
Do you really need to take money for everything? You don't even use this wire anyway.
Okay. But listen, you gotta give me something for it.
What do you mean, something? For example?
Something that I would like. A small gift of recognition. A bonus.
All right. I'll think of something. Okay. Thanks again. See ya.
See you later.
Here. How about this in exchange for the cable, huh? Didn't cost me too much of my time to get my hands on this one.
War of the Worlds. Hey, that's cool. That's one of my favorite radio plays.
That's what I thought.
Thanks, man. That's really generous of you.
You want to say I'm an idiot.
Okay, then have fun with a high-tech cable, man.
Looks like these guys actually build their computers themselves. These are technical magazines on how to build processors. Only total computer freaks actually read this kind of stuff. Hi, Rita. It's me again.
I can see that, sweetie.
You got another minute for me?
Of course, as I still have hope.
Listen, I talked to Lou in there.
Lou?
Yeah, a guy with dreadlocks.
Oh my God. He didn't, say anything about me, huh?
Well, actually, he did. You're a pretty cunning person, aren't you now?
Oh, so what? Yeah, I have quite a special business approach, okay? But no one has been seriously hurt. I only take the money, and only as much as I need.
That's still called robbery, sweetheart.
What's this all about? At least I'm not infecting anyone with the tetravirus. Not even myself. I contribute to our health system, so to speak. A tetra-infected person costs the state 10 times as much.
Interesting excuse for what you do. But it's still illegal, honey. You plan to trick me the same way?
What? Well, no. It's naturally different with you.
Oh, come on. Cut the crap, please.
You're not mad at me, are you?
How could I?
And you won't call the cops?
No. No, I won't.
Thanks, sweetie. I owe you. Really, I mean it.
You know what? I think you might have even hurt the guy's feelings a little bit.
Lou? Why? Did he cry?
No, of course he didn't cry, but somehow he became really emotional when he talked about you. I actually think he likes you.
He likes me. How touching. Listen, sweetie, do you think I have time for those kinds of romantic feelings? Did he really say that? That he likes me?
Well, not in so many words.
So then what's his problem? He should just continue playing with his computers. There's no room in my life for that.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course, handsome.
Why is a pretty girl like you out here on the streets anyway? What the heck happened that you choose this life?
Choose this? Who would choose this kind of life? Take a good look around you, sweetie. This is the Lower East Side. My neighborhood? You see a job anywhere? A house? Even a perspective? Do you see anything else besides trash?
You could leave. Do something else with your life. Start all over again.
Of course, and if she hasn't died, then she will still be alive today.
No,
Seriously, why don't you do it?
You think it's as simple as that? I can't leave this place. My family lives in this neighborhood, and they need every cent I earn. Besides, where should I go? I ain't got no education, and I'd be alone anywhere else.
Maybe you'll meet someone.
Oh, I can see what types are coming around here. The ones from better districts, and I'm supposed to go there willingly?
Yeah, I would if I were you.
Okay, then take me with you. Would you take me with you?
Take you with me?
Yeah, take me with you. Take me with you. Away from this dump. Let's go out for dinner. Get to know each other. And maybe, who knows what could happen? Come on, trust yourself.
Let's talk about it later, okay?
Come on, give yourself a push. Or do you have a wife waiting for you? You don't look as if you do.
I don't? Listen, Rita, let's talk about it later. In any case, why don't you give me your number, okay?
Do you mean that the two of us could still strike a deal?
I don't know about that, but we could keep in touch. That's all I can promise, okay?
Okay, here it is. Call me, no matter what.
All right, I'll do that. I gotta go. I'll see you, okay?
Okay.
Rita's business card. Maybe I'll actually call her again.
Peter, hi. I had a great day. How was yours?
I was gone. Traveling.
Great. Where were you?
In Arecibo. At the SETI Institute.
Ah, so, what did you do there?
I just wanted to check it out. It's very interesting.
Anything interesting?
Well, actually, there are quite a lot of interesting things.
How did you come to think of that? Did someone recommend it to you?
You didn't even ask me if I enjoyed myself.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm...
Well, I see. That's it.
That must be the old floor toilet. I don't have the key. The super told me that they shut it down quite some time ago. Apparently there was some problem with the ventilation. Something about exhaustion fumes from the subway. Locked. All right, let's start. Better not. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I need some information. It's regarding the space elevator. When does the next space elevator leave for Lunar 5?
Twice a day, sir, at exactly 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. Arrival of the returning shuttle is always half an hour before next departure, going up again.
Thank you. Is it safe to ride with this thing?
Please rest assured that the space elevator is a state-of-the-art shuttle and was built according to the latest research of materials and track engineering. In our more than 10 years of operation, we didn't have a single incident.
How long does it take to get there?
A one-way ride takes 5 hours and 35 minutes.
And you? Did you use it already?
Me? Oh no, for heaven's sake, I would never ride with it.
No? But why not?
Because it's far too dangerous.
But you just told me that you didn't have a single incident in more than 10 years.
Of course, the space elevator is absolutely safe. When it comes to the passengers, well... You know when you get pushed into your seat during takeoff, and forces of gravity 9 times your own body weight are pressing you down, that's not completely harmless.
Well, that sounds really comforting. Something else. Can you sell me a ticket, please?
I would love to. Did you bring your lottery winner confirmation statement?
No. What kind of lottery confirmation are you talking about?
Right now, there's a winner's season at Luna 5.
Aha. And that means?
The whole station is reserved for the lucky winners of the state lottery.
So there is no way for the general population to buy a ticket?
Unfortunately, no. Not during winter season.
Ah. And when does it end? Winter's season, that is.
To be perfectly honest, sir, that I don't really know. The computer just tells me it's winter season. I have to ask you to direct any inquiries regarding this matter directly to the corporate offices of Lunar 5 Holding.
Yeah, well, that's too bad.
I'm sorry about that. Can I book you a different holiday spot instead?
No, I don't think so. Thank you. That's it right now. Thank you very much. So sad to see these homeless.
Ah, these guys again. Excuse me, I'll be right back with you.
There she goes again, raising hell for those poor bastards. What a world. Interesting. Let's see if I can zoom in on the combination lock. There you go. The number code is 2543. The lockers are secured twice, by key and the combination lock.
Mr. Oswald was keeping a diary. I'm not quite sure if I should look at it or not. It never feels quite right if you do something like that. Rita's business card. Maybe I'll... It's me again.
Just look at that, our subversive colleague. Well, partner, what dastardly deeds can I congratulate you on?
I was at the SETI, and I snooped around a little bit.
And did you find out what your secretive friend wanted there?
I took some really strange pictures.
Aha, even more strange pictures. Is that a kind of a hobby or something?
I have no clue what they mean.
Let me see.
Okay, thanks again. See ya.
See you later.
Here, please take a look at this.
Where did you get the pictures?
They were taken at the SETI.
What do you mean from the SETI?
They have an observatory for visitors there. You can take pictures from certain coordinates in the sky, and then look at whatever the SETI antennas are aiming at.
And that's how they got these pictures? Those are satellites, man. Communication satellites. The global data traffic runs on these things. Then what do the boys from SETI want with it?
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you.
How did you get the coordinates?
Got them from a videotape I found, which was also recorded from inside the SETI.
Hey man, that's exciting. SETI eavesdrops on the communication satellites? That's part of the alien conspiracy.
Could you stop talking about your stupid alien conspiracy for just a moment? What do you think this means?
It's completely clear, man. They collect information about us. They filter our communications. Can you leave the photos here with me?
No, I'm gonna need them.
You've got to tell anything else you find out, man. I'll do anything for you.
We'll see. First, I have to try to make sense out of it myself. I'll see you around. A bunch of old stuff, even though...
Huntington Antiques?
Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Huntington. Would you mind opening the door for me?
Well, I'll open up for you.
Mr. Huntington, I need to talk to you.
Peter, what's wrong? What's happened?
Do you remember that I bought this VCR from you?
Of course.
I looked at a videotape that I found at the SETI Institute. My neighbor taped this video. This tape contains information you will not believe. The SETI Institute is spying on communication satellites.
How do you know that?
I have checked every detail. I was there, and I have pictures. And on this tape, even more. I have...
Shh. Calm down, Peter. Let's go out back, where we can talk about this in peace. Come on.
Unbelievable. A real archive. I'm sure he has more newspapers here than they have at the Times archive. If the print crime office finds out about this, he'll be in trouble big time. The Times. Editions 2010 through 2012. Oh, that's interesting. Traffic cameras scanning faces. Oh yeah, I still remember this, but they gave up on that idea fairly quickly, because these cameras could be tricked out so easily. Even with simple enlargements of photos, or magazine covers, it was ridiculous. Terrorist dies in plane crash. It's really strange that so many Luddites died on board of airplanes. Interesting. An article about the shutdown of the NSA. It's regarding the phone tap scandal in 2017. That's when they officially closed the NSA offices. These are articles about attacks on communication facilities. The bombing campaign of the Luddites. Of course I've heard about it, but you would have a hard time finding this information online.
Well, what did you see on the tape?
There are two short takes. One of them shows the SETI site, a short take of the coordinates monitor. I punched these coordinates into a computer at the Visitor Observatory and got photos of communication satellites.
How do you know that?
I've talked with some experts. There's no doubt about it. These are communication satellites.
This reminds me of that damned Echelon 2.
Echelon 2?
Yes. What else did you see?
There was a second take. I'm sure it was taped at the airport. In this one, you see a Zeppelin starting.
A Zeppelin?
What the hell does all this mean?
Let me think about it for a minute.
But I have a few more questions for you. What kind of photo is this? This platform there? Because you can see a Zeppelin there as well. Could it be possible that this has something to do with the Zeppelin I saw on that videotape?
That's it. Good thinking. You mean the article about the Bermuda Research Station?
What's the story?
Do you know about the legend of the Bermuda Triangle?
Yeah, of course. That's where ships and airplanes disappear under highly mysterious circumstances. Even as a kid, we already knew about that.
Yes. A station was built, supposedly to investigate the phenomenon. Of course, the whole area is off limits. Nobody is allowed to go there. Perhaps the station is being used for an entirely different purpose.
You mean?
It looks as if Setai's parabolic dishes are being used for something different too.
A gigantic eavesdropping station?
Who knows? Find out yourself.
You just said nobody's allowed to go there.
And you said you saw a Zeppelin on the video.
Yes. And?
Well?
You want me to hop on a Zeppelin and fly there? And how should I do that?
You will find a way. You know, Peter, what's wrong has to fail, and what's right has to succeed. Take a carrier pigeon with you. Then we can keep in contact without any danger.
I really have to think about this. It's about this room here.
Yes.
Tell me, Mr. Huntington, what kind of room is this here? Are you burying yourself here with conspiracy theories?
Conspiracy, yes. Theory, no.
Good heavens. When and how did you collect all this stuff in here? This definitely can't be healthy.
I'm keeping memories alive in here, Peter. Memories that the vast majority of people already lack. Because the information is lacking. You would have found these things out once, when there was a decentralized press. You won't find any of them on the global network.
If the police ever finds this room, you'll have a big problem. But you know that, don't you?
You mean I'm supposed to have it scanned? I'm certainly not going to do that.
But you should really share this collection with the public. You pretty much deny information to them. That's illegal. And not very social either.
Peter, will you wake up, please? If the Ministry of Information gets its hands on this collection, then it won't be scanned. It'll be destroyed. These newspapers will have never existed. At some point, the last witness will die. And what it states here will never have happened.
But that's nonsense, Mr. Huntington. People tell their children about their lives and their memories, and they, in turn, tell it to their children. Information can't be erased just like that.
Perhaps you can't erase information, but it can become mythologized.
Mythologized? What is this supposed to mean?
Any information that has no sources or written accounts becomes entirely subjective. It only exists in people's heads. And as it passes through generations, facts become memories. Memories become stories. And stories finally end up as myths. That's how facts slowly enter the realm of fantasy, until nobody knows what part of them was true.
People can't be fooled as easy as that.
Do you know the story of the spider in the cactus?
Yeah, of course. Everybody knows the story.
So what do you think? Is the story true or not?
Oh, really? That's only...
a myth, yes. And if I told you that the NSA considered bugging the moon because it reflected Russian radio waves, would you believe that?
That really doesn't sound very trustworthy.
I have documents about it. Do you think it would be wise of me to give these documents to the Ministry of Information?
I don't know.
You see?
There is something else. Can I ask you something else?
Of course, just ask.
You mentioned Echelon 2.
Yes.
What is Echelon 2?
Echelon 2 was the biggest eavesdropping project that the government had ever developed. It was an electronic cluster of eavesdropping centers able to spy on all worldwide data traffic. The project was called off in 2012, supposedly.
I've never heard about it. Did it really exist? A global eavesdropping system. That really sounds pretty much like a conspiracy theory. No democratic government could have allowed this.
It sounds like a myth, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. This is the kind of story you tell when you want to get someone paranoid about the state.
And don't you think that the cryptology laws are just that? A general license to listen in on all our communications?
Mr. Huntington, Nobody is actually interested in what people talk about on the streets. The whole issue is only about getting a hold of a few terrorists.
That's what the purpose of Echelon 2 was said to be.
Besides, we're having a very public campaign for this law. It's not done secretly. Everything is very transparent. People can even vote against it.
If anyone expected them to do that, then the vote would never have been allowed.
So you think this eavesdropping system still exists?
Of course.
There is something else. I have a few questions about the Luddites.
Then ask me.
Do you belong to this movement as well? You can be absolutely honest with me.
About the Luddites? You don't have to worry about that. This sort of machine bashing is totally foreign to me. Planting bombs is no way to achieve changes, and the Luddite movement is only a historical phenomenon. This technophobia has never really managed to attract a mass following.
There is something else. I have to go. I'll see you later.
Okay. See you soon, Mr. Wright.
I don't believe it. He keeps pigeons in here. It's awesome. It's raining again. This weather really sucks. What was that last night? Just a dream?
Ding dong. It's me, Peter. The mysterious woman.
I'm not feeling too good, Christine.
Sleeping problems again?
I think I'm losing it, Christine.
What's the matter?
Something was in front of my window last night. A thing. A flying thing. I think it scanned me.
You had a bad dream.
Maybe. Or I'm really losing it now.
Lack of sleep, Peter. You have to sleep.
Everybody keeps telling me that.
Then do it.
But I don't have time to sleep. I have to help this boy and his mom. I have to...
You're ruining yourself, Peter. Listen to your body's alarm signals. Hold the brake as long as you can.
I really don't know. I just can't go on like this, Christine. I'm totally lost. I can't talk about it, Christine.
Why not? What's wrong?
It's just too... absurd.
Maybe later?
Maybe. I have to go now.
Look after yourself, Peter.
Hello, Mrs. Oswald. Hi, Debbie. Do you have a minute for me?
Sure. Why do you look so serious, Peter? But it's not. He isn't.
No, I didn't find him yet. But I'm getting closer. And I think that this could be a very serious case.
Oh my God. Please tell me.
Debbie, did you know that your husband kept a diary?
Yes, of course. He had an electronic journal on GlobalNet. He would always put in all kinds of things. It was a little boring, like almost all diaries on the GN. But he had fun doing it.
No, that's not what I meant. Your husband kept a diary on paper, meaning not an electronic one. One that is handwritten.
That's not allowed, is it?
Yeah, of course. It's a violation of the law that regulates electronic data collection.
I didn't know that Graham could still write by hand. I forgot it a long time ago. Ours was one of the last classes to learn handwriting in school. You think he was arrested because of such a small offense against the constitutional information laws?
It's not about how he wrote it. It's about what he wrote. The content, Debbie. Your husband is mixed up in the middle of an unbelievable story. Or he's just nuts.
What? What do you mean by that?
Debbie, in his diary, your husband describes a gigantic conspiracy, which he is about to expose.
Let me read that. Now.
No, I don't think that would be a good idea. Not in your current state of mind.
You don't have any right to prevent me from reading my husband's diary, Peter.
He was also writing about very personal things. In this current situation, I'm sure you wouldn't want to read this right now. It would be much better to discuss these things he wrote later, when he's back again.
So you know where he is?
Let's just say I know what he was planning.
Can't you make it a little more clear? Is my husband still alive? What did he do? Where is he being kept?
I'll get back to you shortly, Mrs. Oswald. Please, keep up your hope and your spirits. And please, don't talk to anybody about it.
You believe what he wrote?
Actually, I think I do. Please, Mrs. Oswald, not a word. Not to anybody. Not personally, neither over the global net, nor through your messenger. It could turn out to be very dangerous. For Graham, for me, and for you and Tommy as well. Can you promise me that?
Peter, I really want...
Promise it, Debbie.
Yeah, all right.
All right then, I gotta run. See you soon, Debbie.
Peter, I'm not hearing a lot from you at the moment. What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just really busy.
I'm really worried about you, Peter.
Really, I'm fine. Everything is cool. I'm just really busy right now.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Don't get me wrong, Christine, but there are certain things that you just want to keep to yourself.
Oh, that's not very nice of you.
I didn't mean to hurt you, but those are very private things.
But I am your friend, Peter. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
So?
There are sometimes things you don't even tell your friends about. There are things you don't want to tell anybody.
You would feel better if you could share your worries with someone.
Christine, I said no. Please, can you accept it?
Of course. Sorry. I didn't know that we're still so far away from each other.
That's enough now. You just don't demand life confessions from somebody. That's just not how friendship works. Oh, for Christ's sake, goddamn friendship doesn't work like that. Here, anyway. This is totally ridiculous. Why am I sitting here? That's it for today. Christine? Christine,
Are you online?
I want to apologize. I'm somewhat on the edge right now. You know, I have a lot going on right now. It's just too much for me lately. But I really don't want to fight with you as well. I'm tired of losing people around me. I'm sorry.
Hello, Peter.
Christine. There you are. I'm really sorry, Christine.
It's okay. I will not leave you alone. I promise you that.
Yeah, you did. And I'm damn glad about it. There are moments when you're so desperate that you're holding on for dear life. And you can't believe in anything anymore. At all.
What happened? Tell me, Peter.
I honestly wish I could talk about it with someone.
You can tell me everything.
No. Not online. Via global net.
Are you afraid, Peter? Are you afraid of something?
Can't we meet personally, Christine?
I can't.
We can meet at Brooklyn Park. There's a bench just before you get to this bridge. Let's meet there.
I can't, Peter. I can't leave here. Soon, okay? Very soon.
Yeah, fine. But in the meantime, we'll continue to chat here, right?
Of course. Whenever you want.
Thank you. See ya.
Till later.
Good morning, sir.
Yes? How can I help you?
My warmest congratulations. You've just won the Lunar 5 lottery.
I've won what?
The Lunar 5 lottery. You won! A luxury week in orbit, all inclusive.
That can't be. I didn't play in any lottery.
Maybe somebody did it for you. You have to be delighted about having such friends.
Friends?
Yes, sir. Or maybe a relative. I don't know. By the way, here's your ticket.
I don't want it. Lunar 5. What am I supposed to do there?
I'm going to be in dire trouble if you don't take it.
And you're sure it's not a mistake?
Absolutely, Mr. Wright. You'll be expected at Lunar 5 tomorrow morning. You will be traveling with the space elevator. In a first-class cabin, of course.
Uh-huh. So, well, that comes really unexpected. Well then, thank you, Mr. Excuse me, what was your name again?
My name? My name's Pratt. James Pratt.
Pratt. Uh-huh. Well then, thank you, Mr. Pratt.
I have to go. Have a fabulous vacation, sir.
What a strange guy. Christine? Christine,
Are you online?
I won some kind of a lottery.
Lunar 5. Exclusive vacation, right?
How do you know that? Do you have anything to do with it?
Wow! Fantastic that it has worked so well. I really cross my fingers for you.
Don't tell me you bought a ticket in my name.
Of course. I can see how you're feeling, Peter. And somebody has to do something to help you. If your friends aren't willing to help you, then I will.
That was really sweet of you, Christine. But
You will go, right? Don't disappoint me.
I really don't have time for a vacation right now, Christine.
Peter, do me the favor and go. You'll see. You'll be a whole new person when you come back.
I'll think about it.
Hi, Peter. Did you drive away the bad spirits?
I'm going on a short vacation. Last minute, so to speak.
Oh, that's good. That'll do you good, my boy. So where you off to?
Lunar 5. I won the lottery.
Congratulations! You lucky dog.
I never win anything.
Everybody wins once in a lifetime.
Yeah, once in a lifetime.
You're not even happy? Then it's really time for you to relax for a while.
We'll see. All right then. See you later, Bob.
Have fun. Hope you feel better soon.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I need some information. It's regarding the space elevator. Can you sell me a ticket, please?
I would love to. Did you bring your lottery winner confirmation statement?
Yes, of course. Here it is.
That's great. Just a moment, sir.
Sure, no problem.
There you go. Now you can pass through to get to the terminal. The space elevator is ready for takeoff. Please board the shuttle immediately. And don't forget that smoking on board is not allowed.
Of course. Thank you, ma'am. Something else. I have one more question.
That's what I'm here for, sir.
I need some information about the flights out of Terminal C.
Are you an employee of Cargo and Tech Services?
No. Do I have to be?
Yes, sir, indeed. Because Terminal C only handles cargo airships of Cargo and Tech Services.
What exactly do these cargo and tech services do?
They transport heavy cargo for government offices, and they are also responsible for the maintenance of communication facilities in areas that are difficult to access.
Is there any chance that you can make an exception here? You know, I'm interested in Zeppelins. And ever since I was a kid, I had the wish to fly with one, at least once.
I am sorry, but I don't have any authority to give you that information, sir. For that, you would have to call Cargo and Tech Services directly.
When do Zeppelins leave from Terminal C?
Their flight schedules are not public information. Therefore, I can't give you any information about this.
And that is really totally top secret? But you only have to look out the window and then you see these things start and land.
Cargo and Tech Services want to prevent all attacks. Because of the recent bomb attacks by Luddites, the security level for this airport was increased. You probably heard about the crash of that London flight.
Yes. Yes, of course, I heard about that. What else do you have to do to comply with the new security rules?
Oh, there are different things. The scanner was changed, and their personnel is not allowed to bring any items aboard the Zeppelins that have metal parts.
Oh. And what do they do with their belongings then?
They lock them in one of the lockers.
Something else. I have one more question.
That's what I'm here for, sir.
It's about your job here.
Yeah?
About the homeless out there. Why don't you leave those poor guys alone? They're not really hurting anyone here.
That's probably right, but I have my orders. Whoever has no ticket can't stay at this airport for an extended period of time. Standard airport regulations, and we are required to enforce these regulations.
But where else are these people supposed to go?
I know it's not terribly fair. If I had a hand in this decision, they could stay here. But unfortunately, that is not my decision.
In another 10 minutes, they'll all be back here inside. You want to bet?
Of course they are. And then I'll have to go outside and shoo them off again.
And that's how it goes on and on, all day long?
That's how it continues all day long. All of us, we got used to it already.
Wouldn't it make much more sense to find a long-term solution for this problem instead?
What do you mean by that? To throw these people in jail?
No, I mean, somebody should take the time to really take care of these people. To just shoo them away doesn't really make much sense. And it really doesn't solve the problem, now does it? Something else. Is it one of your responsibilities to control the entrance hall?
If you mean, do I replace the security officer? Of course not. But all cameras of the surveillance system here show up on my monitors. And if there are any difficulties or problems, I have the order to immediately inform the security office.
But you prefer to go and do it yourself?
I want to spare these poor guys the experience of the security office. Because when security arrives here, it gets really nasty. And then these guys get either locked up or beaten up. I think it's better if I take care of it.
Something else. That's it right now. Thank you very much. Terminal A. Space elevator. I never went on one of these things. It's really difficult to get a ticket for Lunar 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board. Please fasten and check your seatbelts. We'll reach Lunar 5 at 17:30 Earth time. We'd like to thank you for choosing STS Transportation.
Wow. Fantastic. The commercial for Lunar 5 really didn't promise too much. Quite daring, this outfit.
Oh, you must be Mr. Right. Our first prize winner.
Me? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that would be me.
My name is Linda Franks. During your stay, I'll be your swellness attendant.
I'm sure you meant, wellness attendant.
Oh yeah, sorry. I always get those mixed up. These difficult words are just so...
Difficult?
Yeah, exactly. Did you have a pleasant journey in the space ventilator, Mr. Wright?
Space ventilator? Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you for asking. It was very interesting, and it went by so fast.
Have yourself a cocktail and relax. Here you go.
Actually, I'm not so much into alcohol.
No, but our guest file says that you prefer Crown's Gold whiskey with soda, mostly without ice, and preferably before 10 p.m.
You can read that in my file? But how...
Oh, we always like to be informed about our guests in order to make their stay as pleasant as possible.
Oh, I understand.
Have your drink. And welcome to Lunar 5. And if you have a wish, and it really doesn't matter what kind of wish it is, please let me know.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Linda. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling a little bit dizzy from these cocktails.
Success at work and in love with Light Life Food. Light Life, let's live light. Cabin status. Your cabin has been optimally programmed. The temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. The pressure is at 1013 hectopascal. The composition of the air complies with normal Earth values. There are no detectable abnormalities.
An air duct. It belongs to the air conditioning system. An ordinary toothbrush cup. The towel from the sanitation unit in my cabin. Let me think. Wasn't there some connection between space and towels? Well, that must have been somewhere else. Look at that. An Apollo 34 spacesuit. They used to wear these suits on these Jupiter missions. Bill's still totally convinced that it was all a big setup. That they filmed these missions in some Hollywood studios. But honestly, who would actually believe in such an incredible conspiracy theory? Good evening, sir. I'm Peter Wright.
Well, interesting. Right as in wrong, is it? So what's wrong? Are you in pain? Something not all right?
Oh, yeah, everything is perfect. It's only that...
What's wrong with your posture, Mr. Wrong? No backbone, no drive? Ever served in the army?
I would like to ask you a question.
Well, please be brief. I'm on duty.
What exactly is it that you do here?
Are you blind? Or deaf? Or totally stupid? I'm suspecting all three. I'm the onboard doctor. I make sure pampered little weaklings like you get back into shape.
So you are the responsible doctor on board. Does that mean you are something like a fitness trainer?
Fitness, yes. A healthy mind needs a healthy body, if that means anything to you. And it looks to me as if you could need to do a bit of sport.
I actually feel as if I'm in pretty good shape right now.
That's the most common mistake. Nobody is in good shape here. You might imagine that you're fit, but in reality, you're a weak little psychological wreck. If not, you wouldn't be here, would you? Make sure you get a couple of drinks in you so that you at least seem to be a halfway normal human being.
That's a pretty harsh military-style tone you use here.
I was staff doctor for the 12th Airborne Division of the Union Forces, if that means anything to you.
Yeah, I've heard about that unit. If I recall this correctly, there was a scandal about the crushing of the uprising in 2036, torture and so on. And it was broadcasted that some of the officers would be disciplined and involuntarily transferred to a different post.
That's nonsense. Lies made up by unpatriotic communists and terrorists. The 12th Airborne Division of the Union Forces is the pride of the Army. Freaks like you owe it to people like us that you can keep your behinds lying by the pool here. Because we're the ones who have protected your freedom from our nation's enemies.
Yeah. Well, of course, but how did you happen to end up here?
I was ordered here by some ignorant, corrupt committee that had probably been infiltrated by anarchists and Luddites.
Then you were transferred involuntarily too, right?
That's enough, Wrong. You're insulting an officer.
Can I ask you something else?
If you must, but make it quick.
It's regarding this station here. How do I get into Sector B?
Sector B really isn't your concern, right?
But what the heck is going on there?
In Sector B, right, experiments are conducted under outer space conditions. As far as I know, they're developing medication there, at the expense of the state, to make the lives of sick psychopaths like you even easier. The area is sealed off. It has no atmosphere, and there is only one emergency key for the main lock.
Have you ever been in there?
Are you mad, man? Do you think I want to end up in jail?
What is in these cocktails?
Why? Don't you like them? That is a wonder of chemistry, right? The latest drug for paranoid schizophrenia. Gets rid of 100% of your crazy ideas and replaces them with 100% normal ones. In 4 weeks, you'll be a functioning member of society again. Be happy that you won't be annoying everyone around here with all this conspiracy nonsense anymore.
I would like to leave.
You want to leave? Are you totally nuts, man? You're staying here until you've gotten your damn psychiatric problems under control. And I'm warning you, you better make some progress soon. Otherwise, you'll find out what I'm like when I'm really angry. Is that clear?
Does that mean you're holding me here against my free will?
Pay close attention, Private Wright. It's not simply that your will isn't important. It is, in fact, the main problem. Your will is a part of your imagination, and therefore, a part of your sickness.
Sickness? I'm not sick at all.
Have you seen UFOs, Wright?
I've only...
I'm asking you a question. Have you seen UFOs?
Something like that.
Do you feel persecuted?
Well...
Are you depressed? Isolated socially? Dependent on alcohol? Does your life revolve around chat rooms? Are you obsessively chasing after a crazy idea?
That's not how I would...
Aha! See, let me guess. With you, it's different, right? Paranoid schizophrenia. You are a sick man. And as long as I'm in charge of the medical corps here, you'll get better. Is that clear?
On what legal grounds is this station operating anyway?
Legal grounds? What's that supposed to mean, wise ass? After all, you've come here voluntarily. Am I right? I mean, you did take part in the Lunar 5 lottery, didn't you?
In a certain way, yes, but I didn't know that...
You mean you didn't read the full terms and conditions of business of the Lunar 5 company?
And it says there that you can hold me here?
It states there that you will spend your vacation under competent medical supervision, and that everything possible will be done for the maintenance and restoration of your physical and mental health. That's the service we offer you, right?
That's all just great, but I don't want your service.
That's symptomatic of psychotics, right? Psychotics are simply not capable of understanding their condition. But I'm a doctor. In our documents, it says that you are psychotic, and my admissions interview with you proves it.
What kind of admissions interview? So far, you haven't even...
We're doing it right now.
But...
And according to my diagnosis, we're dealing with a psychotic illness, and you need treatment. As a lottery winner and guest of Lunar 5, you're entitled to receive treatment here. Are you getting the picture?
Well, fine. That was it for right now. See you later.
Have a good rest, right?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, gorgeous. Well, is there anything I could help you with? Feeling lonely tonight?
Lonely? Oh, yeah, well, depends on how you see it.
I'll take that as a yes. Just like me. So, are you up then for a little adventure?
Adventure? What did you have in mind?
For starters, we could maybe take a dip in the pool. Just you and me. Drink chill cocktails, and admire the view of the Earth rotating peacefully outside the window. We could tell each other stories, and then our eyes would meet, and the last guests have already left.
Ah, that sort of adventure. Well, you know, that is very flattering, but I suppose I have to get a little bit more settled in. I'll get back to you on that, okay?
Of course. I can wait. Why don't you start off with a cocktail? They make you feel so incredibly relaxed. It's just amazing.
Yeah, unbelievably relaxed. I found that out already. And how do you like it here?
Oh my gosh! It's just amazing. Only that it's a teensy-weensy bit boring sometimes.
Boring? How come?
Yeah, well, you know, a beautiful, desirable woman like me, in a wonderful, inspiring place like this, longs for some attention every now and then. The kind of attention that a woman would like to receive from a man, if you know what I mean. But now that a fairy granted my wish and sent you here, everything can still happen, right, gorgeous? Have you already tried a few of these cocktails? They are simply...
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing. I've never felt so relaxed before. I should have tried these cocktails years ago. It's like you are floating.
Which, in fact, is what we are actually doing. I mean, the station, to be correct.
Our thoughts are floating. Our feelings are floating. And the station is floating. Our whole existence is floating in a sphere of love and devotion. And right now, it is just you and me here. It can't be a coincidence that we meet like this, don't you think?
You could be right on that one.
Oh, so you believe in destiny as well?
There are not too many things I believe in.
But obviously destiny is one of them. Oh, that is so sweet. You are very sensitive, aren't you? I love sensitive men.
What's your name?
Helen. I am Helen. Helen. Hot like hell. Hell-N. You get it?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Helen, hot like hell, has a nice ring to it.
So, you better watch out if you're going to get any closer to me, gorgeous. It's really getting hot. And you might burn your gorgeous fingers on this fire of my passion.
I consider myself warned, Helen. Where do you come from, Helen?
From New York. My husband has a PR agency there.
Oh, a PR agency. Then he and I are colleagues, so to speak. I work in the communication industry as well.
Is that right? What an amazing coincidence. But you know, Walter's agency is just a terrible, boring place. Their campaigns don't have any liveliness and are totally uninspired. His employees are simply not talented enough. And that climate, of course, kills even the first sign of a good idea immediately.
You might be right on that one.
But enough about that. I haven't set foot in his agency for years, though, now.
By the way, Helen, what did you say your husband's last name was?
Oh, come on. Let's not talk about my husband anymore. I'd rather talk about us. About you and me.
I'm just asking you so I know where not to apply in the future. Just in case I would ever need a new job.
The name of the agency is Greenberg and Winter. If they offer you a job, just run for the next exit, love.
Greenberg and Winter? I should have known.
You see? Our thoughts are already starting to melt into each other. Do you feel our personalities merging? Why don't you come closer and hold me before I float away?
Listen, Helen, you are a very, attractive woman, but your husband is probably a very nice guy, and I don't want to hurt his feelings. May I ask you something else? Is this your first trip up here as well?
Oh, yeah. And I wish I could stay here forever.
Really? Why's that?
It is just so amazing here atop the clouds. And so damn dull and bleak in my empty loft down there. And now that I'm up here, even these terrible nightmares are gone.
How did you get a hold of a ticket?
I won it. I never win anything, but I won at the Lunar 5 lottery. Although I didn't even enter it. Can you believe it? Isn't that amazing? I think that's remarkable.
Absolutely. That's what it is.
And to top it off, I meet such a good-looking young man like you up here.
May I ask you something else? Okay, I have to get going again. Maybe we'll meet up later.
My God, this coffee is dreadful. You can't even mix powder and hot water properly. You've almost got to admire such a sophisticated level of stupidity. Enjoying yourself, Mr. Wright? Come on and have another one of our excellent cocktails.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Fantastic weather, don't you think?
Weather? Well, yeah. If you would call it that. After all, it's just the air conditioning. But it's true. This breeze is pleasantly adjusted.
I do so love being in the great outdoors.
The great outdoors. Well, maybe not that wrong. It kind of has that touch.
May I introduce myself? Samuel Stiller.
I'm Peter Wright. Nice to meet you. Can I ask you something?
Anytime, pal.
How do you like it here? How's your relaxation coming along?
I feel as free as a bird flying high up in the clouds.
Is that right? That means you must be feeling great.
I've never felt better. All the worries, hardships, fears are gone, and even the memory of them is starting to fade. I've almost even forgotten what job I once did. Isn't that just fantastic? And you? How are you?
Me? I guess I'm okay.
That does not sound extremely exhilarating, friend. But that will change. Have patience.
And what do you do for a living?
I was a telecommunications engineer at Communications Unlimited.
And that was so exhausting that you would prefer to forget about it?
I told you I can barely remember. I think I had nightmares during the night and the day. I suddenly saw things that didn't exist and was close to going crazy. But that's all behind me now. I am much calmer and look forward to every new day.
And what are you up to now? What are you going to do when your vacation here is over?
I am going to start anew. This vacation here has really opened my eyes and shown me what's really important.
And what would that be?
Relaxing. Taking it easy, not having to think, just feel. Enjoying life without having to be afraid. Cubichem products make that all possible.
What are you doing here all day long?
I sit by the pool or in front of the panorama window and think.
And you do nothing else? That is enough for you? I mean, aren't you sometimes in the mood for some activity?
Thinking is sufficient.
What are you thinking of, if you don't mind me asking?
Nothing. I am thinking of a large, beautiful white area. Of nothing. Of purity. The final freedom of thought.
Nothing? The final freedom of thought is to think about nothing?
Yes. Infinite, uniform space. And within it the thought that cannot be held. Fastened down, contained. That's freedom. Real freedom.
Interesting point of view.
But I have a different stance on this.
That's why you are here, my friend. Your thoughts are a problem, and you can find help for this problem here.
What do you mean with problems? I might need some time to kick back and relax, but other than that, I'm feeling completely...
Terrible. I can see. It's in your eyes.
What about my eyes?
They're full of fear and anger.
What if... Nonsense. I'm just fine.
No, you are not fine. Your thoughts are tormenting you.
There is something else.
Of course, friend.
How long have you been here already?
This is the 8th week. I wouldn't want to miss one single day. Shall we drink a cocktail together?
Oh, not right now, thank you. I just had a cocktail.
You have to drink another one. And another one. And another one. You'll see. These cocktails work wonders.
Yeah, I was able to see that already. Are you here alone?
You are never alone here, my friend. There is always someone here, even if you can't see them. Someone is there for you and looks after you. Everything is so well organized, so safe and so clean. Every day is so predictable, and that is fantastic. You get a wonderful feeling of being secure.
Yeah, that's all right. What I mean is, did you bring someone to accompany you?
The delightful and charming Linda is my wellness attendant while I am here. And when I return home, I will enjoy being on my own. I don't need others who make me feel afraid or try to tell me things. I will be on my own and extremely happy. I always have a bond with someone who understands me. Someone provides for me as if through an umbilical cord.
Now that sounds actually really a bit, scary.
You haven't been here long, have you?
No.
You will see. It'll all fall into place. You'll soon understand how I feel, and you'll enjoy it.
There is something else.
Of course, friend.
How did you happen to end up here? Could it be that you won the lottery too?
Yes, the lottery. I really hit the jackpot. I had so much luck. Do you know, we all win one day.
One could almost get that impression. You know, I won my ticket in the lottery as well.
Really? That is an excellent coincidence. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Fantastic. Where did you get your ticket from?
Somebody gave it to me as a gift. Isn't that heavenly?
A gift? May I ask from whom?
I got it from a friend. Such a nice gift. She saw that I was not feeling well and wanted to make me happy. She was like a good fairy.
That's wonderful. A close friend of yours?
You could say that. Someone that I haven't known for very long, and who has still become so important for me.
The big, the one, the only one, true love?
Yes, but not what you're thinking. Our relationship is more spiritual.
I've heard it can happen. I'm really happy for you. Honestly. There is something else.
Of course, friend.
Can I ask you something else as well?
Of course, friend.
Could you eventually help me out here? So far, I'm not really familiar with everything around here.
What's it about?
These cocktails are no good for me. You know, they always kind of like drug me. What can I do about that?
You just have to drink more of it, Mr. Wright. You'll see that these drinks are really good for you.
But I don't really feel sane every time I drink this stuff.
Sure you are. Only then are you really sane. Then you feel like all of us should feel.
I would prefer to stay in control, to be honest.
Ask Dr. Jenkins. He can surely help you more than I can.
Please, listen to me. I just want to leave. Can you help me? I can't stand it anymore to be in this rotating psych ward.
Do you think that we are all mad here?
Well, that's not what I meant by that.
How did you mean it then?
I mean, I'm really happy that at least you found your inner peace here. But something doesn't smell right here, and I have the very intense wish not to participate in this program anymore.
You have to relax, Peter. No one leaves here before their time, and no one wants to go.
Wrong. I want to leave. It was short and, for Christ's sake, a very nice time. I'm totally relaxed and centered already. But now I've had enough. What's up? Are you going to help me or not?
I am best at helping you when I don't help you. Stay a few more days and you'll forget what was worrying you.
But I really don't want to forget anything.
Oh, yes, of course you want to forget something, Mr. Wright. You've had a difficult time, right?
How did you know that?
We've all had a difficult time, but that'll soon be over. Soon.
Can I ask you something else as well?
Of course, friend.
Okay, Mr. Stiller. I'll see you later.
Definitely.
That's one of those cocktails. Damn stuff. Something's at the bottom. Almost dissolved. Okay, and now, the most important part. Well, here they are. The little wonder pills. Most of them are dissolved already, but the active ingredients should still be effective enough. I'm sure I can put them to good use later, and I already have someone in mind. These are capsules. Probably psychopharmaceuticals. They are half dissolved already. Half a minute later and you wouldn't have seen them anymore in this cocktail. There you go. Let's see what the air conditioning system will say to that.
Service instruction. Malfunction of your cabin's air conditioning. The air composition values deviate from their normal setting of 21% oxygen, 1% carbon dioxide, and 78% nitrogen.
Mr. Right! Is everything all right? Do you have any wish?
I do have some questions, if that's okay.
How nice. I passed the intensive seminar, questions presented by guests, with honors. Just ask me anything, and I can definitely give you the answer exactly as stated in the training materials.
Oh, that ought to be interesting. Please, tell me something about this station.
With pleasure. What would you like to know?
How many tourists come here every year?
Oh, at peak period, hundreds every week.
And when is this peak time?
Lunar 5 doesn't exactly have tourist seasons, but cycles with more or less guests.
Uh-huh. And how does it come that you have these cycles, then?
Well, our guests come from all over the world, but the lottery has certain draw times, and sometimes not so many people win. The luck is just spread out a little unevenly.
By the way, why does this station have 2 rings? As far as I know, visitors are only allowed in one of them.
Yes, that's right. Lunar 5 has a second deck beside the main deck where experiments are carried out under space conditions on behalf of the government. A fully automatic experiment unit runs day and night in Ring 2, the so-called Sector B. It helps the outstanding experts of QBChem to develop medicine, vaccine and plant types under vacuum conditions, so that life on our planet becomes more beautiful, more healthy, and yet more safe. QBChem, products for a more beautiful life.
What was that?
QBChem, products for a more beautiful life.
I think you might be better off not quoting that last sentence you just said in your tour infos. I believe that sentence is not part of your presentation monologue.
Oh, you reckon? That... I didn't know that.
Simply skip it. I think then it's okay. What exactly is in these cocktails?
The cocktails of Lunar 5 were developed by a highly qualified team of scientists according to the latest findings in nutritional physiology. They contain carbohydrates, trace elements, vitamins, and nutritional supplements in optimally calculated doses. The pleasant taste is caused by a special amplifier formula that unites only the best out of 3 pounds of artificial fruits. Energy cocktails from QBChem put you in a good mood, give you a clear complexion, and an unencumbered sense of well-being.
I'm feeling a little bit dizzy from these cocktails.
Any indigestibility symptoms after consumption of our cocktails disappear after just a short period of time. However, such undesirable effects can be avoided if you take the cocktails regularly. Should your complaints, however, still persist, please consult our board physician, Dr. Jenkins. He will gladly help you to find just the correct dosage for you so that you can enjoy optimal well-being.
Unencumbered well-being. I just get the impression that these cocktails contain a whole lot of alcohol. Something else that has a similar effect on my senses.
Because of the unusually ideal supply, you could experience sporadic irritations of your sensory organs. In most cases, these irritations disappear with the 3rd cocktail.
Do all guests drink these cocktails?
It is medically recommended to take part in the cocktail programs. And if you read page 24 of our General Terms and Conditions of Business, you will notice that the cocktails are not only free, but also obligatory for your stay.
That means I have to drink this stuff?
It is extremely important for Cubicam that all visitors of Lunar 5 leave the station happy and satisfied. Page 29 of our General Terms and Conditions of Business explicitly points out that if you are a winner of a stay in Lunar 5, you are obliged to use Cubicam products. You won your stay with a lottery ticket, didn't you, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I did, but I didn't have the faintest idea.
Through the acceptance of the lottery win, you have obliged yourself to voluntarily partake in product tests and promotional measures of Cubicam, including but not limited to the acceptance and reception of the advantageous health products from Cubicam's portfolio. Cubicam, we want only the best for you.
Well, this is going to be fun. There's something else.
Yes?
Can you give me some basic facts, please?
With pleasure. Lunar 5 is a fully air-conditioned orbital vacation station. 3,500 highly qualified engineers and 7,500 orbital construction workers were involved in the construction phase, working 24-hour shifts on the erection and interior of the 2 large rings, which each measure a diameter of 500 meters. The building costs for the whole complex accumulated to 20 billion credits.
Wow, 20 billion credits. By the way, which company is running Lunar 5?
The station is financed and operated by Cubicam and the United Bank Trust, which are, on their part, 100% subsidiaries of the General World Holding, whose majority shares belong to Global Centralized Services.
That means, in plain language, the station is owned by the state?
Oh, sorry, but that question is not found in the training materials.
Oh, don't worry. So, when Global Central Services holds the shares, it's all clear. The station is owned by the state. Can I ask you something else, please?
That's why I'm here, Mr. Wright.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Oh, how nice of you to ask me that.
Where do you come from?
From Earth, of course.
That's obvious. I mean, from where on Earth?
I come from California. The sun always shines there. In any case, during the day.
I've heard about it.
You've been there before? Perhaps we know each other. I live in Los Angeles, on the 562nd floor of Lightlife Towers. Sure, we've met each other there, haven't we?
Los Angeles has 34 million citizens. I would guess we've missed each other. How did you get this job here?
Oh, through a model casting. I was one of the winners of a modeling competition with 87 points.
87 points. That sounds great. And what was the highest score of the model who won?
You're supposed to have as less points as possible. And be beautiful. Funny, isn't it?
As less points as possible. What kind of competition was that?
Oh, I don't know. Sitting for ages in front of a computer terminal, we had to answer stupid questions, and at the end, all scored points were added up.
Uh-huh. And what kind of questions did you have to answer?
Oh, completely boring crap. Complete this numerical sequence, continue these patterns further. Which of these forms corresponds to another? Things like that.
Oh. Now I understand. And you solved them all correctly?
No. The tasks were all wrong. You couldn't make any sense out of it. Moreover, the time was much too tight. I always marked I don't know, so that I'd just be the first to finish it. And so I got the job. Another girl had 138 points. Obviously, she had no chance. However, she said that she could still go back to her other job.
What kind of job was that?
Oh, I think something about physics. Something really boring.
Oh, yeah. That's really boring.
So, you think I'm doing a good job?
In my opinion, you are perfectly qualified for this job here. Yes. How long have you worked here already?
For 2 years. Before I was at Drive-In Gigafry in L.A. But frying burgers was simply not demanding enough for me.
So now, tell me, is serving cocktails really so much better?
Oh, sure. I can use my talents much better here. And the uniforms here are much more fabulous.
Are you down on Earth very often, or have you lived up here for the past 2 years?
At the beginning, I was on Earth quite a lot. However, I've actually been here for the last 10 months.
Don't get me wrong, but I think I couldn't stand it to be here that long.
Oh, you'll learn to appreciate it, Mr. Wright. Just wait a little while. When the 4 weeks are already through, you won't even want to go.
What exactly do you have to do here?
I'm responsible for the new guests, to take good care of them. And you are a new guest. After 2 weeks, my colleague will take over, so that it won't be boring for you.
Great. Then what can the two of us do during the next 2 weeks?
Whatever pleases you, Mr. Wright. I'll answer your questions, bring you cocktails, accompany you to the pool, take care of your cabin, and always be there at your disposal.
Oh, yeah. Well, that sounds really good. And then after 2 weeks, it's Susan's turn? Can I ask you something else, please?
That's why I'm here, Mr. Wright.
Please, tell me something about the other guests.
My pleasure. They're all wonderful people.
Who is this big woman with a dog over there in the front?
Oh, that is Mrs. Winter, a charming person. She's had a lot of hard knocks in life, that poor woman. But ever since she's been with us, she feels so much better.
She had bad luck? Well, for God's sake, what happened to her?
Dr. Jenkins told me she was once part of a sect. The Lullites or something like that.
Lullets? What's that supposed to be?
You should ask Dr. Jenkins. In any case, she was enslaved by a guru, a crazy guy who preached about the end of the world. She had dreadful delusions and visions. The poor woman must have been in a terrible state. She gave all her money to the guru so that he could do all kinds of crazy things.
Uh-huh. And what would that be?
I believe it had something to do with bomb attacks.
Bomb attacks? Really? That's really unbelievable. Actually, she doesn't really look the part.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, well, at some point she was flat broke, and she's lucky that someone gave her a lottery ticket.
Uh-huh. She won this vacation in the lottery too, huh?
Yes, of course. She's already been here for 2 weeks, and her hallucinations are gradually subsiding.
And what's up with this guy? In the jogging suit?
Ah, Mr. Stiller. Sure, that's a difficult case. He's already been here for 12 weeks. He almost belongs to the family.
12 weeks? Holy cow. That's probably pretty expensive for him.
No. He was invited by Cubicam.
Oh, yeah? Invited, huh? For 12 weeks? How come he got that lucky?
Cubicam had declared him as a level 1 guest because he was not satisfied with his first stay.
Is that right? What went wrong? Did he get sick from the cocktails?
They didn't work. After 4 weeks, he was still depressed and moody, just like before his vacation. So his wife sent him back to us.
And Cubicam is paying for the whole thing?
Cubichem guarantees the effectiveness of its products, and Lunar 5 guarantees optimal recreational value for the stay on the station. If the results are not optimal, Cubichem offers its guests a 12-week intensive treatment.
Can I ask you something else, please?
That's why I'm here, Mr. Wright.
I've got some questions regarding my vacation up here.
I am trained to answer your every question, Mr. Wright.
What is this strange micro thingy in my cabin? Can I turn it off somehow?
You mean the cabin computer? During your stay, the cabin computer provides the oxygen supply and a pleasant scent for the optimal ventilation of your cabin. All parameters are constantly controlled by a deep-mind chipset and adapted if necessary. It also monitors your vital functions like pulse, breath frequency, and blood pressure, and advises you, if necessary, to take a cocktail. In the unlikely event of a malfunction or a disturbance, the computer will inform you immediately about countermeasures and escape routes. Additionally, the computer will simultaneously release an anti-panic agent through the cabin ventilation. In such an emergency, please follow the instructions of our service personnel.
So this thing controls my vital functions? Honestly, I would like it much better if I could be by myself in my cabin. I mean, have some privacy, you know.
Mr. Wright, the whole of Lunar 5 helps you to relax. However, this relaxation should come from within. You will see in a couple of days, and with the help of our program, you'll feel much better.
I would like to leave Lunar 5.
Oh, but why, Mr. Wright? Is anything not to your satisfaction?
Let's just say I've seen enough. And I still have a lot of work waiting for me in New York.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright, but paragraph 34 of our Terms and Conditions of Business unambiguously regulates that you may only depart at the end of your vacation.
What was that? Are you telling me I'm not allowed to leave the station?
The only exception is the occurrence of an emergency, and I am glad to inform you that Lunar 5 has been operating failure-free since its completion. Enjoy your vacation, Mr. Wright.
Oh, this is great news. So I'm stuck up here?
You can look forward to 4 wonderful weeks, Mr. Wright, and when you leave Lunar 5, you'll feel like a new person.
Can I ask you something else, please?
That's why I'm here, Mr. Wright.
Thanks, Linda. That was very interesting. See you later.
See you later, Mr. Wright.
Antidepressants from Cubichem. I can't wait to see what effect this will have on Dr. Jenkins.
Well, you know what? I don't think I feel all that good today. I've, gotta lie down for a minute. My first damn sick day in 28 years of service. You keep watch for a while.
A radio transmitter. Engine room. No entry. Look at that. This is an engine room. Over there are man locks. It seems that from here they transport extremely heavy loads from one sector to another. This panel probably controls this bulkhead over here on the right. I wonder why it's turned off. A pressure bulkhead. Locked. Locked. No use trying, but wait a second. Man, it's so dark in there. I can't see what's going on. I think I need to take a closer look. There, but also like gas leaking out. That sounds... There you go. That's the elevator. What the hell is this here? A plant? Machines produce... machines? I have to take a closer look at this. There have to be quite a few of these things, and more new ones are coming out of this opening. It doesn't seem to stop. A tool. That's an energy stick out of this thing, this surveillance drone. I'm sure Cypher and Lou would give an arm and a leg for such a souvenir. Is it possible that this thing can even fly? The engines can move in every direction. And it has cameras. I thought they abandoned all studies for these so-called omni-maneuvables. Supposedly, they never got a grip on problems regarding the flight characteristics.
You're right. There has been an incident. The station must be evacuated immediately. Please follow me, quickly.
Hey!
Lou, what are you doing here?
Crazy stuff, man. A UFO just crashed. The alien attack has started.
A UFO?
Yeah, it went down somewhere in Nevada.
How do you know that?
The word got around, man, and we registered a disturbance signal earlier today. 100%, that is a UFO. I'm already waiting for the next flight to Nevada. We've definitely got to see that thing, man.
Was there anything in the news?
Oh, yeah. Just the usual stuff about weather balloons and stuff. But they don't fool us.
Where is Cypher?
He's already gone.
A UFO? Well, yeah. In a way, it's really true.
What's up, man? What's that supposed to mean? Have you seen the light or what?
Something like that. Okay then. Have fun in Nevada.
Okay, man. See you. Take it easy. Watch out for the aliens.
From outside, you can hear the busy airport. Excuse me.
Yes? What's wrong?
Do you mind if I join you?
Worried, are you? Don't know where you're going?
Is that so obvious?
Of course. You really look rather depressed.
Oh, thank you.
What's wrong with you? Wait, just a moment. Don't say a thing. Your wife has left you, and you're fleeing from yourself. Alcohol didn't work, and you got yourself a ticket. You traveled to the airport with the intention of getting on the first machine and just going anywhere, no matter where. But then, you got to the terminal and began having second thoughts and looked around, searching and helpless. And the announcements seemed hollow and technical and not at all tempting. And then you realized that it's not better anywhere else, that your problems wouldn't go away and that your wife wouldn't come back. And then you thought, I'll have a drink first. Well, am I right?
Not bad. You seem to be a pretty smart guy.
Gerald Myers from Cargo and Tech Services.
Peter Wright. Nice to meet you, Gerald. Can I ask you something, Gerald?
If it makes you feel better, go on.
What are you drinking there? I'm considering ordering one myself.
Oh, you'd better think carefully about that. It's Crown's Extra Light Diet Beer. 0 calories, 0% alcohol, 100%
taste. Got it.
Exactly. I mean 100% taste of dishwater. But you have to give them credit. That they got just right.
Why the heck do you drink it then?
Regulations.
What? It's a regulation to drink this? Who told you so?
Not to drink that, but only to drink non-alcoholic beverages. I am working, you know. And you're not allowed to drink alcohol while you're working.
Come on. Let me invite you for a real drink.
No thanks. Too much dishwater isn't good, and I'm not allowed anything else.
Oh, come on. Just a tiny sip.
No, leave it, my friend. I have to stay sober.
Can I ask you something else? You really have an amazing knowledge of human nature, Gerald. You know that?
So the story about you is true, right?
Not really. But it is actually true that in a way I'm searching for something. And in another way, I'm on the run, too.
You know, Peter, the stories are just the same. Mine isn't better either.
How did you come up with this story?
Don't resent this, but I'm here every week. There are many travelers who pass through and order a drink and want to chat. The story I told you is the story I get to hear from every other visitor here. Unfortunately, you're nothing special. People sitting on their own in the airport bar, without baggage, not being in a particular hurry, without others waiting for them or others waving goodbye to them, are searching for something and trying to flee from something. You were the standard case.
The standard case? That sounds pretty harsh. I never looked at it that way. And what is your story now?
My story? When I think about it, you can't really call it a story. It's so trivial, hardly worth mentioning.
Everybody has a story. Now, what's yours?
If you really want to know, my wife left me. 5 years ago now.
Oh, understand. Since then, you're running away from yourself.
Since then, I've been looking for a new wife. One that I can have kids with and live a really normal life. Like in the early evening serials, you know?
Yeah, well, I would guess many people long for such a life. Can I ask you something else? Tell me something about yourself. Why are you here? And what are you doing here?
At the moment, waiting. Otherwise, communications services. I look after the relay stations for the satellite transmitters.
Oh, that's interesting. You service the transmitter's electronic equipment? That probably means you travel a lot, right?
Oh yes, it's really great. Basically, I rarely get to see anything other than airplane cabins, sat cars, hotel rooms, and fuse boxes. Every day I ask myself why I'm still doing what I do.
What do you do if you, don't have to work?
I have to work all the time.
Oh, come on. Nobody has to work all the time. You're gonna have some days off.
I got all the special shifts I could. I make sure that I'm hardly ever at home.
I thought you hate your job. And why do you do this?
Because things get too much for me in my damn department. No wife, no child laughing, no one. So what am I supposed to do at home?
So you would rather hang out at the airport lounge until your shift starts?
Yeah, sad, isn't it? I make sure that I'm hardly ever at home.
I have another question. And where are you off to next?
That's secret information. I can't tell you that. Regulations.
Oh, your job is top secret, right?
Well, secret. Depends how you see it. Most tasks are routine stuff, but today I have to do a special check.
Aren't you even allowed to give me a tiny little hint?
Well, I can just say that I have to go into a damn dangerous area. Far away, too. The flight will take forever. Every time I hope to return in one piece.
And when is your flight leaving?
As soon as my colleagues arrive and bring me a new ID card. The autopilot is already programmed. I just have to get in. But I haven't got an ID card for the gate anymore.
Did you lose it?
It was stolen.
That's too bad. How did that happen?
You don't want to know.
That bad, huh?
A hooker took it off me. The classic knockout drops trick, you know? Solitude can really turn you into an idiot.
Oh no. A prostitute stole your security ID with the help of knockout drops?
Not so loud. It's embarrassing enough as it is.
How? What was the woman's name?
No idea. Cindy, Chantal, Rosie, Rita, one of those typical fake names.
Tell me, Gerald, do you remember where it happened?
Somewhere down on the Lower East Side.
Interesting. I have another question. What was your company again?
Cargo and Tech Services. We look after the worldwide network of relay stations for satellite transmission, especially in places that are really hard to access. Mountains, oceans, volcanic areas, you know? We go where others just can't imagine going and where only Zeppelins can reach otherwise.
Can I ask you something else? Okay, Gerald. See you later.
See you later.
Honestly, I could really use a drink, but I don't want to drink by myself. Hey, Brian.
Oh, hello.
So, You all right?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
What's up with you? Are you mad?
Nonsense. Why would I be mad? Everything's fine.
Listen, I really have to tell you something.
Do you have to?
Brian, what the hell is wrong with you today? I'm sorry for acting a little weird the other day, but in the meantime, I've...
Come into the kitchen.
Good idea. I was just about to say that. Well, listen, did I tell you that...
Stop! You listen to me! You know that I've still got that entry in the file, Peter. You've got me into a lot of trouble.
I did what?
Jenny's out of her mind with worry. The kids bawl their heads off of me every evening. I understand that you're having a bad time, but it's going too far. This isn't my idea of a friendship.
I have no clue what you're talking about, Brian. Would you mind telling me what happened?
The cops were at my place. They asked me questions. Something to do with your friends on the Lower East Side. You misuse our displays for all this UFO crap that some crazy bums have just made up. That's illegal. Are you completely crazy? Just don't say anything else to me about this nonsense. It can only have been you. But the cops suspect me. Do you understand that? Because you were supposedly on holiday and I'm the display content manager.
What does this have to do with Jenny?
You know I've never told Jenny about my previous convictions. The cops obviously did it straight away.
Oh, damn.
Do you actually know what you've done? You know what sort of problems a cop has with their colleagues if they're with a criminal?
But you're not a criminal.
No, you are! You stupid idiot! I should have simply turned you in.
You didn't do that.
No.
Listen, Brian, I'm sorry about that.
You're sorry. I'm sorry too. You're supposed to be a friend. Go to hell, you useless fool!
Brian.
You take care of your own business and leave me out of all your paranoia crap in future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee anything. Is that clear?
God damn it.
You've had better ideas, jerk.
Brian, can't we...
No, we can't.
And that's final?
Look, time out, okay? Until I've calmed down. And for the moment, just go. Go.
Okay, fine. Hi, Rita. It's me again.
I could see that, sweetie.
You got another minute for me?
Of course, as I still have hope.
Tell me, do you know a certain Gerald?
Gerald? Gerald who?
Gerald Myers. He works for Cargo and Tech Services.
Oh, never heard of him. Who's he supposed to be?
He was one of your recent, customers, wasn't he?
Hey, what's this all about, sweetie? Have you joined the NYPD lately?
Well, was he?
Yeah, he was.
He had a security badge on him. You still have it?
Why?
Because I need it.
Do you need a cargo service ID?
Can you give it to me?
Hey, you would get a lot of cash for that on the black market.
Oh, come on. You'll only get into trouble if you try to sell it.
Yeah? And you won't get into any trouble, right?
We'll see to that.
Okay, you say so. Here, take it.
Gerald's security ID. Terminal C. Departure point for all cargo zeppelins. Only service personnel is allowed in there. I should leave my stuff in a safe place. You'll never know what might happen. A twin gun. I guess it's used to defend this platform against air attacks.
The gas tank for the generator. It probably contains polyserotan. Highly explosive stuff. The gas tank for the generator. It probably contains polyserotan. Highly explosive stuff. Nothing happens. Interesting. That's a heavy door. Locked. Damn. That's a heavy... Locked. An elevator. Looks like it goes down. A control panel for the elevator. Interesting. And now, don't tell me I'm stuck here now. The elevator. I better not touch this, if I don't want to stay down here forever. What's this? There seems to be an opening. The elevator shaft is also a depot for equipment. Look at this, diving equipment. That's the diving equipment I found behind the elevator. The air system seems to be fairly full. This leads down. A dinghy. Looks seaworthy to me. There. A warning. But I have to get closer to read it. High voltage. This seems to be the main power supply. Doesn't look very inviting. It's really hard to move in this suit. Let's hope for the best. I need to take a closer look. This must be the main power switch. Damn. Hopefully it's thoroughly insulated. A mine. These things are really dangerous. Gotta watch out. Oh my God. Nice and slow, Peter. As soon as I have all the necessary infos, I'm gonna blow this whole damn station up. Look at that. Power is turned off. Now the door opens. Wow. What do we have here? A computer room. Great. There's a rope. The rope from the computer room looks as good as new. Strange. That looks pretty much like communication signals to me. The focus of this system seems to be on North America. Transcripts are scrolling through. Maybe bits of verbal communication. Messenger communication. Strange. Just a sec. That looks interesting. These seem to be coordinates. Maybe these are transmission coordinates. I better memorize these coordinates. I memorized these coordinates already. I think I know whom I can ask what they mean. But before I leave here, I'll make sure to put an end to this operation. That looks like a very powerful server. Locked, of course. Just an old cable drum, a rather antiquated sort of wire extension. I assume that this station was built sometime during the 20th century. The rope from the computer looks as... Okay, now, where could I tie the other end to? Okay, and off we go. Whew. This cockpit is still ready for takeoff. The propellers are still running. I have no clue how to turn these things off. Let's hope I'll have enough gas left. A box with a spare skin for the outer shell. Oh, never mind. Who wants to push boxes anyway? The manlock that leads into the intermediate layer.
It's all right. We know you're in there. We're coming in. You just be cool. Is that clear? Where's the bastard gone? Wait a minute. Leave it. There's nothing we can do. Bridge of P-17. He's gone, sir. Okay. Let's go.
Welcome to CTS Public News at 4. I'm electronic news agent Sandy Thompson. New York. A severe bomb attack was committed on a government research facility yesterday. A communications designer from New York is suspected of destroying the facility.
Oh, damn it.
Now look who's here. Our dear Mr. Wright. How nice of you to join our small party.
Peter! The light! The light! Shut up and move it!
Yes, Mr. Wright. And you're also coming with us. Right now.
Welcome to Governor's Island.
Damn it. Now I've got a real problem. I have to get out of here as quickly as possible. The automatic grid door. It always opens with a jerk. That's quite something. I want to talk to an attorney.
Shut up! 3 rules, right? Rule number 1. You have the right to keep your mouth shut unless you've been asked something. Rule number 2. Stand against the wall opposite the cell door when you're talking to an officer. And rule number 3. Address every officer as sir. Is that clear? Is that clear, right?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, that is clear, sir!
Yes, it is clear, sir. I want to talk to an attorney. Sir.
What's rule number 1? Rule number 1, right?
I have the right to keep my mouth shut until I've been asked something.
Sir!
Sir.
Then do it. Today you have to undergo another procedure. Regulation Z12. I assume that you can manage that. You wouldn't have any other plans for this beautiful day, do you?
Is that a question, sir?
Very good, Rye. Thank you for your cooperation. You are a model prisoner. And as you're such a damn nice guy, I recommend that you go to the toilet beforehand so you won't embarrass yourself. Z12 is damn hard for girls like you.
What exactly?
Shut up! Admission complete!
Oh, that...
So, prisoner 1478 right. Procedure Z12. My nice colleague here will show you the way.
And what happens now?
Rule number 1, right? Keep your mouth shut. Okay. Take him away. Send us a postcard, right?
Open cell 112. Get out! Move it!
Oh, man. What the hell was that? These damn bastards.
Well, right. Welcome back. I hope you aren't in any pain. That will be unfortunate because I don't have any painkillers left. My colleague has always got such bad migraine, you see.
What did they do with me in there? Sir.
Oh, didn't you enjoy it? We got people here who just love it. Okay, right, 1478. Admission part 2. A terrorist jerk like you should really be having his butt fried. But unfortunately, that's just my private opinion. I am officially obliged to allow you to take part in the yard exercise period if you behave yourself. So, do me a favor, smash up your cell and yell like a maniac so we can beat the hell out of you instead.
What about my attorney? Sir.
Just forget about him. But then again, you're sure to meet one in the showers later.
What am I charged with, sir?
Admission part 2, complete. Right. So, one more time, okay?
Get out there, right? I have to check your cell.
Look at that. He just put his hat on the bed. Better not. I'll certainly be in trouble if I take his hat right now.
Calm down. Breathe. Are you listening to me?
It was only the door. The door.
Oh, that doesn't look too good. And it smells even worse. It smells like fear and stress. Finally, let... Hi. Hi. How you doing?
What do you want, man?
I'm Peter. Peter Wright. I just arrived recently here.
Yeah? So what?
Thank God that they let us leave our cells and go outside. At least for a couple of hours every day, right? What's your name?
What? Do you want to have a conversation with me or something?
Heck no. Or, well, maybe yeah. It's just because
I'm not quite used to being
In jail?
Yeah.
Just wait. You still got the unpleasant part ahead of you.
Really? That sounds promising.
You already been in Z12?
Z12? This thing with the dentist? Yeah. Absolutely damn horrible.
Then just wait and see what you're in for, dude.
Worst at a dentist?
Yep.
Painful?
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Hold on, man. You gotta go through it.
I'm gonna try. Okay, can I ask you something?
What?
It's about this jail here.
Uh-huh.
What kind of jail is this here, anyway?
You mean you don't know?
I've never heard about it. And here it looks like Alcatraz.
It's worse than Alcatraz here, bro. You're in maximum security for highly dangerous individuals. Welcome to the club.
Highly dangerous individuals. What does that mean in layman's terms?
That means there's nothing but psychopathic killers and terrorists here. And what are you?
I'm just...
Yeah. You innocent or what? Of course. Just like me, just like everybody here. We're all sitting because of a big miscarriage of justice. Come on, officers, give us the keys. We want to go. We got appointments outside.
Well, what I wanted to say was that I...
Come on, man. Don't give me the usual bullshit. You're here, and there's a damn good reason. Get used to it, pal. You're not getting out of here.
Did anyone here ever manage to break out?
Of course. 3 years ago, there was a guy who tried. Oliver Redding. What a sick bastard. He saved his margarine for months, and somehow he got over the wall, greased himself up, wanted to swim across the bay.
And? Did he make it?
Well, it surely wasn't a bad plan. He definitely could have dealt with the icy water in the bay. He could swim good, too.
But?
Yeah, well, they shot him good until he bled. And then they quietly watched while the sharks tore him to shreds. Jailbirds with margarine, man. Those sharks sure had a good time.
Oh, God. Did you know him?
Of course. He was a damn bastard. If the sharks hadn't done him in, I would have done it.
Oh, why is that?
He owed me.
I understand. A lot of cash?
2 pieces of bread, man. And a pack of smokes.
You would have killed him for a pack of smokes?
And 2 pieces of bread, dude.
Sorry, I forgot the 2 pieces of bread.
You'll see. You'll learn to appreciate 2 pieces of bread here.
What do you mean with, I'm not getting out of here?
You ain't getting out of here, no way. If you make it in here, you don't make it out, man. They drag you out here by your feet, man.
There is something else. Do you have any idea what's happening in this sector down there?
You mean the U-Wing? Hmm? Oh, that's real special down there. That's where they wear down the terrorists. I think it's pretty unpleasant down there. They scream like they're on a skewer.
The terrorists? And what about a trial? Don't they have a judge to hold court here in jail?
A judge? My God, are you naive? There ain't no judge down here, bro. Your trail already happened. You probably didn't have any time to go, did you?
I didn't have a trial.
What? They didn't read you your prison committal in the car?
Yeah, of course, that they did.
You see, that was your trial, man.
Do you have to go down there too?
No, man, I told you that's only for terrorists down there. Innocent, good old boys like me here get preferential treatment. I've got a first-class ticket to hell.
Does that mean you're only doing your time and that's it?
That means they're gonna hang me nice and friendly, without using any household tools on my body. They call that long neck treatment here. It's like winning the lottery. I am one damn lucky boy.
Who's down there at the moment?
Hey, you know what? That is exactly the kind of guy who was in your cell before you. For your sake, I hope that's not a bad omen. They didn't keep him here for very long, but they were in one hell of a rush to get him down there.
Do you know his name?
I think it was Torvald, or something like that. He was only here for a few days, but he was yelling some kind of crap throughout the whole wing.
Yelling? So, what was he yelling?
Man, some shit about surveillance and computers or something. Bunch of crap, terrorist crap.
And now he's down there. What are they doing down there with him?
No idea, I bet it hurts like hell, though. I mean, he kept yelling some slogans down there. But that stopped, too. Now it's mostly just screams you hear.
There is something else. Actually, where are the other prisoners?
There are never that many of us here. There aren't that many serial murderers and terrorists anyway. And they're always reducing the number of prisoners, you know?
You mean they're gonna...
Yep. Terrorists are already gone after a couple of weeks, mostly. They get taken down there, then you hear some screaming, and then out with them.
Out with them? But where to?
I suppose there's enough space in the bay. And the U9 unit can always use some replenishment.
You mean they kill all the terrorists and then throw them into the bay?
Maybe they stuff him and put him somewhere. Anyway, I haven't seen any of those bastards around here for more than 2 weeks.
But I can't imagine that they would kill prisoners here without so much as a trial.
No? Why's that?
Because it is...
illegal?
Exactly.
Go tell your lawyer or your mom. I'm sure they'll take care of it for you. Good luck.
Can I ask you something else? Can you tell me something about yourself?
What do you want, man? You want to marry me or something?
Hey, come on. After all, we'll probably be stuck here together for some time. How long have you been here already?
For 3.5 years. I was in Wing 17 first, but they moved me after 3 weeks.
Why is that?
Oh, you know. Small differences of opinion one day.
3.5 years is a pretty long time. What did you do all the time?
You know the usual. Sit-ups, push-ups, the occasional fight in the courtyard, back when we all still went out there together. I tried to do some business, man. My prison insurance was a really big deal, you know?
Prison insurance?
Yeah, protection money, you know? But since they moved me from Wing 17, I've got no more clients.
What did you do?
15 murders, 47 breaking and enterings, 28 cases of assault and battery, 12 robberies, 62 cases of willful damage to property. Anyways, those were the things they could prove.
What do you mean? How did all that happen?
Well, I had this job in the Lower East Side. When they converted the factories to robotics, I moved to the suburbs and tried my hand at insurance. You know, going from door to door. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today, sir? I've got a great offer for you.
Yeah, of course. And your business wasn't running too well, huh?
Not at first. But then I figured out how I could improve business. Increase demand, you know? You know, insurance only works when people are afraid. Afraid that something might get stolen, or that someone will break in. Fear they might get mugged. Fear they could die, or that their loved ones might have an accident, lose a finger, get sick, whatever. Fear is the key to the insurance business. I only needed one training course to understand that.
And then you,
I helped a little bit, yeah. You wouldn't believe how fast people can get insured once they've seen how dangerous life can be. There are so many things that can happen to you. It's terrible, really bad, man. You're not safe anywhere.
Do you regret it all, what you did?
What do you mean? The same could have happened to me. There's bastards just like me walking around all over the place. I'll give you some good advice, little guy. If you should ever get out of here, which I strongly doubt, never, open the door for an insurance man.
I'll definitely keep that in mind. What's gonna happen to you here?
I suppose it's my turn soon.
What makes you think that?
Well, for 2 whole years I've been trying to be good and get a couple of extras. For time out in the courtyard, cigarettes in the cell, ketchup for that awful grub.
And, of course, never got anything.
Of course not. Not from those sick bastards. But a couple days ago, Burton came into my cell and gave me the ketchup. He said I should ration it and really enjoy it.
You mean they granted you a kind of last wish with this ketchup?
That's how I see it.
Good grief, you really think they're gonna kill you?
Of course.
Aren't you afraid?
Bullshit. I'm insured real good.
Can I ask you something else? About these officers here.
Yep.
What can you tell me about Officer Smith?
Officer Smith, Mr. Nice Guy.
I'm not so sure about that.
Hey man, watch out, he's a psycho. Everybody here knows that. Don't fall for his friendly ploy.
What do you mean by that? He's a psycho?
He is the worst sadistic dude in this whole prison, aside from those nuts in the U-Wing. Even Burton is afraid of him.
Well, what's wrong with him?
A classic case of a paranoid maniac, if you ask me. They did something with him. If I wasn't in here, I'd sell him an insurance right away.
Okay, so how should I behave now, if he's on duty?
Just act totally natural, then everything will be okay. But I'll give you a tip. Don't ever scare him. Normally, he's really quiet. But when something scares him, he goes crazy.
And what happens then? Does he become...
There are 2 possibilities. Either he passes out, or you don't want to be there for the other possibility.
You mean he becomes violent or something like that?
Come on, let's not talk about it, okay? I just ate.
There is something else. What's up with Officer Burton?
Oh, him. That yellow rat. He's nothing more than a big mouth. Don't think about it.
You can scare the hell out of you sometimes.
Yeah, that's all just show. He just tries to cover up the fact that he's afraid. Every day on the job is a nasty challenge for him. Out here in the wing, he plays the drill instructor. But over there in the guard room, he's just a little boy.
And why is that?
Just watch those boys a bit. You'll see, there's not just wackos behind these bars.
Can I ask you something else? I would like to ask you for something. You coming with me? Downstairs in the yard? I've got to get some fresh air. And this pacing back and forth in your cell can't be healthy either. At least not in the long run.
No, not now. We can't go out together anyway. Just one by one. I'll go first.
Could I maybe borrow some bread from you? I ate mine already.
Sorry, dude. I still need that. Just wait until the next meal.
Can I borrow your ketchup for a moment?
Hey, man. That's a special privilege. For that, you gotta do at least 2 years first.
Ketchup counts as a special privilege?
Of course. It's a luxury. I behaved myself for 2 damn years. And for that, I got a whole damn bottle of ketchup. Crazy, huh? But seriously, you'll learn to value things like that fast. After you got 2 years of dry bread and watered-down soup behind you, a bit of ketchup seems like a delicacy.
Can I ask you something else? Okay. Thanks again. See ya. He has a bottle of ketchup for dinner. Lucky him.
Oh, that doesn't look too good. And it smells even worse. It smells like fear and stress. A wooden plank bed, stone hard. The upper cells close. If I'm not mistaken, the cell doors on my level will open in a moment. The automatic grid door. It always opens with a jerk. That's quite something.
Okay. You check the doors downstairs, and I'll check the ones here in the corridor. And stay totally calm, all right? Breathe. Okay?
Get out there, right? I have to check your cell.
It was only the door. Only the door.
Brett hopefully won't notice that I served myself here. Brett's ketchup bottle. The upper cells close. If I'm not mistaken, the cell doors on my level will open in a moment.
Everything okay with you?
Get out there, right? I have to check your cell.
It was only the door. Only the door.
The upper cells close. If I'm not mistaken, the cell doors on my level will open in a moment.
Right. So, one more time, okay?
Get out there, right? I have to check your cell.
The officer's key. It opens the door that leads to their office. Let's get it over with. I don't have time to lose. Back there, you can see the guard's office. Some kind of mascot is hanging in the window. A hung one. There we are. It almost looks inhabitable in here. I have to hurry. The gun cabinet. With one of these machine guns, I'd have a real chance here. Locked, of course. A locker. I could probably find some civilian clothes in there. from one of the officers, or even a spare uniform. I could really use one of those. Too bad, it's locked. So far, it's still quiet out there, but I only have a few minutes. The microphone of the officer's PA system. I don't think that's a good idea. I could just as well announce that I intend to try a breakout. Oh yeah, and here we have the ominous Mr. Longneck. There, my friend, I just relieved you from your pain, and from the bad crowd you were hanging out with. Okay, so now I took the thread from Mr. Longneck. Maybe I could use it for... oh, just thinking about it turns my stomach, but I have to do it. I have to. So, that is Mr. Longneck then. These officers really have a sick kind of humor. Quick now, before he comes to. That was close. The upper cells close. If I'm not mistaken, the cell doors on my level will open in a moment. Great sky. Air. It's just great to be finally outside again. And not having to see any bars, at least not above me. He's a bit jumpy. How generous. A slice of dry bread. Well, better than nothing. I better put it in my pocket. Otherwise, they might confiscate it when they check the cells again. That's the slice of bread from my cell. The last reserve. God, there it is. My tooth. And this sadist in the treatment room hid a transmitter in it. That's the last Okay, now or never. Let's do it then. Psst, Bob, don't be scared.
Peter, what the?
Please be quiet, Bob. I'm knee-deep in trouble. You have to help me. I don't have a messenger anymore. Please, give me a ticket for the mag train, quick.
You want to use the mag train? Are you nuts?
Bob, please. I have to get out of here fast.
Okay, of course.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks a lot.
You have to give yourself up, Peter.
That's not an option for me. I gotta run. Not a word to anybody, okay?
Okay, good luck.
A mag train ticket. Good for several rides. No. First place to look for me is my apartment. Okay, hurry. I take the mag train to the airport. I need my things back. What the heck is this? A voicemail message from Mr. Huntington? He looks very agitated. Seems to be important. But I don't hear anything. You can only see his lips moving. Better not. Besides, I definitely need to know what Mr. Huntington was about to tell me. Bob's closed already. That means it must be after 10 already. Maybe he can help me. I need your help. It's urgent.
What's going on, man?
You can read lips. I received a voice box message. The sound is missing. What does this man say?
He says... Wait a minute. He says... Mr. Wright, you're in danger. Get rid of your messenger right away. They can locate you with it.
What?
What's that supposed to mean?
Damn it. I'm such an idiot. I couldn't do anything. It wasn't my fault. I guess they really aimed at me. What should I do now? I can't go back. I'm stuck down here. You could easily get lost in here. You could almost think that this is a maze. But I'm sure it's not. I'm sure I'll find my way all right. What do you know? A map. This'll help me out. A subway map.
Hey. What do we have here? An old shoe. Hey, an old subway station. That's the stop Lafayette Avenue. I've been here before. Unbelievable, nothing has changed, really. They even left the lights on. Only that everything looks pretty much run down. Straight ahead. There are people. I hope they're okay. Only an ancient telephone. Back then when you actually had to dial the numbers. He doesn't seem to be in the mood for a chat. Hello? Hello? Hey, are you not talking to me? Well, then don't talk to me. That looks really disgusting. I don't think I want to drink that. He looks friendly, calm and collected. Hello. Excuse me for barging in here. I didn't mean to bother you.
Who the hell are you? What do you want here?
Calm down now, Charlie. Good evening, my friend. You look as if you've got a problem. What brings you to me?
You're the guys from the airport, right?
Perhaps.
I'm Peter Wright.
That's right. I have seen your face on the telescreens. You're dead, aren't you? Shot to death escaping from Governor's Island. A Luddite brought to justice by the state.
I'm not a Luddite.
You're not?
No. Or... I don't know, really.
Oh, you're definitely in trouble, Peter.
Yeah. Tell me about it. You have a problem with that? I mean, because they say that I'm...
Not at all. It's got nothing to do with me. And I do not want to get involved in anything. You have to do what feels right. And right now, you have to hide.
How right you are. There was a shooting in the park. Somebody got killed, but those bullets were meant for me.
Let's get rid of him. He's only gonna set the cops on us for sure. Let's get rid of him, Professor.
I really don't know where to go anymore.
Have you got a messenger on you?
No, I just threw it away, that damn thing.
Good. Got any other electronic equipment?
No, I have... nothing left. Absolutely nothing.
Good. You can stay here.
That's a stupid idea, Professor. What are we gonna do with all these damn guys? They're getting more and more.
Leave it, Charlie. The man here needs help. And he deserves it, too.
I thank you so much.
You're safe here. Take a rest.
Great, just great.
May I ask you something?
Of course, my friend.
I have a question regarding this subway station. You mentioned several other men being down here.
Yes, we have another guest down here. A Mr. Graham Oswald. He looks just terrible.
Graham Oswald? Where is he?
He's lying next door in the car. He's not doing too well. He's got horrible injuries. He told us that he escaped from Governor's Island.
I have to see him. Now.
He's been tortured. He's much too weak at the moment and can't talk to you now. I think we'll all be lucky if he ever recovers.
You don't understand me. I have to see him. Now.
Okay. Go then. But don't strain him too much.
The cops never come down here?
Oh, yes, sometimes. But they are very, very careful.
The gas explosion. I've heard about it.
Yes, a terrible thing. I told Yuri, but he's just so impulsive. The cops have cut down their searches since then. If they come down here, they bring heavily armed troops with infrared localizers and night vision devices.
And then? What do you do?
We use an escape tunnel and play cat and mouse. They haven't got a chance. Once they had a converted infobot with them which rode the rails back and forward. That was close.
So what did you do?
Well, it was really an old model and based on an algorithm that one of my assistants had developed. Full of errors. I knew the software, of course, and the admin password. I delivered my wayward son a Philippic by means of basis commands. Then he traveled back like a good boy and registered that he could find nothing out of the ordinary.
It's about Graham Oswald. Did he tell you anything else?
He begged us to take him to his family. He believed that he'd never see them again.
That is impossible. They're looking for him everywhere. And they will not let him get away again.
And we can't transport him either. He's lost too much blood. And if we move him, he'll bleed to death.
Do you know how he got down here?
He told us he swam from Governor's Island to the bay. I just don't know how he could have done that. Then he crawled into one of the massive waste pipes at the port and lay there after moving a couple of 100 meters. Yuri found him there.
It's a miracle that he got out of there alive. You know what he's accused of, right?
We don't ask what anyone has done or why they come to us. He needs help, and that's what matters.
You just don't want to hear anything, right? Did you never think about why the Luddites do such things? And why they're wanted, chased, and tracked down by the police? Why they get tortured like this in prisons just like Governor's Island? Tell me, who do the Luddites really threaten?
I told you, Peter, I am not interested. I would help anyone who is suffering and needs my help. What separates us from machines, computers, programs, and clients is that we are human beings. And that's what it's about, being human. That's the only thing that no machine will ever be able to copy.
Yeah, maybe. I have another question as well. Can I ask you something personal?
Of course. No one has any secrets here.
Why does Charlie call you Professor?
That's easy. Because I am, or better said, was a professor.
A real professor? At university?
Are there any false professors? Although on second thought, you're right. I was a real professor, who was replaced by a false professor.
And what was your special area?
I was professor of computer linguistics at the Institute of Technology for 20 years.
Wow. But that's a pretty qualified job. How can it be then? I mean...
You mean how did I get down here? Figuratively and literally, down here.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, you know, Peter, I was part of the Mindscape program. We were dealing with improved AI structures, neuronal networks, and so on, in a project commissioned by the government. Maybe you know our first results from what's being applied in the infobots nowadays.
Sure, but the infobots have room for improvement.
Of course. They were just our first attempts for industrial use. We had got much further at the Institute. Then I did something that was actually fantastic. I wrote a program that was cleverer than I was.
But that in itself is not a bad thing.
Yes, but this program made me dispensable, and it took over my job. Quite ironic, don't you think?
And an electronic tutor replaced you?
Yes, it was an AI routine that is being used a great deal now. It was also used and further developed by Professor Emerson's people, and they were rather successful.
You know this Emerson?
Yes, of course. He was a fellow student and one of the most talented in our year. He was asked by the NSA to work on this Echelon 2 project, directly after finishing his studies.
He's dead. Did you know that?
Yes, of course. Plane crash, wasn't it?
Yes.
It wasn't too difficult to guess that. Emerson had always been a man with principles. He worked quite fanatically on his projects. And later on, he worked just as fanatically to stop them. It was foreseeable that this Luddite thing would kill him sooner or later.
Why are you not one of them? I mean, one of the Luddites.
The Luddites? You mean I would have enough reasons for joining them?
Well, yeah. After all you told me. You would be the ideal...
You have to decide. Either you take the path Emerson took...
Or you do nothing.
That is unfair. I have chosen life.
This life?
Yes, this life. I look after Charlie. I help people like you. That's life. Responsibility, charity, selflessness. Not hate and destruction and ambition and dreams of freedom. Dreams that can never come true.
You are running away from reality.
No, Peter. You are fleeing from reality. You cannot turn back the hands of time. And you can't force reality to change by means of bomb attacks.
I did not do that.
Oh, yes, you did. And you know that if you are trying to live a life that doesn't exist anymore, then you'll only neglect living the life you could live. And in the end, you end up without a life at all.
I haven't got any kind of life since this system destroyed my life. That is what I have to change.
Whatever you think. You will see that you will end up with nothing.
I have another question as well. Can I ask you something else?
Of course, my friend.
How long have you been here already?
Let's see. It's got to be about 15 years now.
15 years? You have been living in this subway here for 15 years?
Not just in this subway station. In the beginning, I lived in the station directly under the Institute of Technology. Somehow I had a need to be close to it. But that stopped after a while. And when I picked up Charlie, we moved here. This car is better. And in this part of the subway system, there are fewer rats, too.
And do you plan to get old here?
I am already old.
Well, not that old anyway. Yet. Then how old are you, Professor?
60. Why are you interested in that?
Well, it's not so easy anymore for a man your age to live down here. So you were 45 years old when you got here.
Exactly. In the prime of my academic career. But you know, Peter, it does get better being down here as you get older. You get physically weaker, but at the same time less demanding. I need no luxury. Do you know Diogenes?
He lived in a barrel.
Isn't that an attractive ideal? I think I am coming quite close to that.
Subway philosophy.
It's better than fighting against windmills up there.
What do you live off?
You've already seen us at the airport. We beg. You don't have to be ashamed to beg. It's an honest and tiring job. Take a look at the criminals in business suits from the United Bank Trust.
You've got a point there. But how do you do this, actually, without a messenger? Because nobody can give you money.
The people have to take the trouble to buy us something.
And some of them do that?
Some do.
And you never get in trouble with the cops?
I think they have been given orders to leave us in peace. We are irrelevant. It is just a waste of time and money to bother us. They have got us under control as long as we are above ground. And when we are down here, they can't harm us. It's a convenient life.
There is something else. I have another question as well. I would like to know something about Charlie. How did you get to know him?
Charlie came to me as I was living under the Institute just after my dismissal.
Came to you?
Yes. He was one of the kids that were orphaned during the street fights in the Lower East Side. He fled into the subway system and was running about in the dark on his own. A 6-year-old boy.
Oh, goodness gracious. And then he met you?
Yes, I was just getting to feel at home, and then this poor little guy suddenly came into my car in the dark. And he's been with me ever since.
Then you are like a father to him.
And he's like a son to me. I don't know what I'd do without him now.
I feel the tears coming on now.
Why does he reject me so?
Damn you, why don't you just ask me, man? And I'll show you why.
Do you see what I mean?
Come on, Charlie. Leave Mr. Wright alone. He's fine. Maybe a little misdirected, but okay. You know, Charlie doesn't like it when new people join our family. He doesn't like to share. Do you understand? He's afraid of losing me, because he's already lost his parents once.
Great. You just go on and tell him what a damn crazy man I am.
Charlie, haven't we had enough of that? You have to learn to deal with yourself. You want to be an adult? Well, act like an adult then.
Can that guy just damn disappear?
They're after him, Charlie. Don't you understand?
They could put him in jail for all I care.
Charlie.
Let it go. I'll talk to him myself about this.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. I'm just so looking forward to it, man.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course, my friend.
Thank you, Professor.
No problem, my friend.
He's badly injured. Mr. Oswald. Is that you?
Mr. Wright. Well, opened up all the moving boxes by now.
Oh my God.
I look terrible, right? This prison isn't exactly a holiday resort.
Yeah, I had that impression too. Damn bastards. But it'll be okay. You need a doctor, and then everything else will be...
I don't think I need a doctor.
Oh, come on. We're gonna make it.
He's lost a lot of blood. He keeps on passing out.
I want to see Tommy and Debbie.
Can't we stop the bleeding?
Doesn't look too good.
Mr. Oswald, I've read your diary.
Oh, yeah? Interesting. Don't you think? My God, I was such an idiot. I was so stupid. I should have realized it was all for nothing.
Your diary was absolutely invaluable to me, Mr. Oswald. It was not all in vain. I was able to locate one of the target coordinates of the system. A coordinate which I got from the Bermuda platform.
You were there?
I blew it up. But I don't know where the center of this system is located. I need a second coordinate in order to have a point of interception on the map.
One of the coordinates is stored on my computer. You have to enter the password.
What is the password?
Get Tommy and Debbie here.
The password. What is it?
Double think.
He's delirious.
Double think. A password is double think.
If you can make it to the airport, you'll find a private plane on runway 12. It's been fully refueled. Maybe it could take you to the center of the system. In any case, you have to get out of here.
Mr. Oswald. Mr. Oswald! Is he?
Only unconscious. Leave him alone.
Hello? What can I do for you?
Hello, Mrs. Oswald. Are you home? Mrs. Oswald? Mrs. Deborah Oswald?
Yeah?
Mrs. Oswald, unfortunately, I have to inform you about your confinement to the house. Please don't get yourself into difficulties. You have the right to remain silent. Please stay away from the door.
Pardon? Confinement? What do you mean?
It's not that hard to comprehend, is it?
Confinement? Why? Who are you anyway? Show me some identification first.
Type 2 scenario, right? Shall I?
No. There's also a child in the house. I'll do it. Mrs. Oswald, I'm asking you to cooperate with us to make things easier for us both. Thank you. Please comply with the following instructions. You have the right to move freely in your apartment. You are not allowed to use any communication devices or to open any windows. Otherwise, we will be forced to make use of firearms. Are the instructions clear enough?
Mom, who are they? Did they take Dad too?
Be quiet, Tommy.
Did you understand that, Mrs. Oswald?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Good. Now it will be your obligation to let your son be aware of those instructions as well. We certainly don't want your child to get hurt, right?
Oh my God.
That's all. Number 2, attend to the door.
Yes, we can.
Good.
And what are we going to do now?
We're going to wait.
He's not in good shape. I better leave him alone. Hey, Charlie.
What's up?
Can I talk to you very quickly?
Oh, man. No. Quit bugging me, man.
Can I ask you something?
No.
Why are you in such a bad mood?
Am I, man?
Yes, you are.
Well, that's just my business.
Of course. Is it really because of me? Because I'm putting you guys out?
No, man.
Why is it then?
You're really bugging me, man. You know that?
Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. But I have the feeling that you have some kind of a problem with me. And I just don't like that feeling.
Is that true? Must be really hurting you, man. You're really sad, you know that?
Hey, what's that supposed to be? Did I do anything to you?
Check out Rodriguez, man. Oh, no, man, you can't, 'cause he's damn dead. How about that? What a jerk I am.
Who? Rodriguez? Who's that supposed to be? I don't know any Rodriguez.
No, you damn idiot. He was done in for you, man, but of course you don't know him.
I have no idea what you're... Wait. He's got a guitar.
He had one, yeah.
Oh my God. A friend of yours. I'm so sorry about that. It was a tragic accident, a real tragedy.
It's always the wrong guys that get off, man.
It was really not my fault.
Oh yeah, you're one of them guys who can never help it.
Listen to me. I know how you feel right now.
You know nothing.
Yes, I really do. It's not easy, but...
Shut up, man! Okay, you can't help it. It wasn't your fault. You're really in a mess. You're a good man. Happy now?
I'm really sorry. Why are you in such a bad mood?
Am I, man?
Yes, you are.
Well, that's just my bit.
Of course. Is it...
No, man.
There is something else. Can I ask you something else?
No.
I wanted to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
Can you show me the way to my apartment?
To your apartment, man? Sure. Why don't you just walk up the street and take the damn MAC train, man?
I mean, through the underground tunnels, of course. You know what kind of situation I'm in, don't you? And I can't possibly find my way down here.
Who cares? I don't recall sending out an invitation.
If you're gonna help me, I'll be gone much earlier.
Interesting. But no thanks. Why don't you just walk off and leave us alone?
There is something else. About Rodriguez.
Yeah, what, man?
Did you know each other pretty good?
We grew up together in the Lower East Side. We used to play a lot at the Round Park bench on Essex Street. Man, those were cool times. Hey, what's that got to do with you, man? Why the hell didn't you warn him? What did you want from him anyway, man?
He was supposed to read something off my messenger. Off somebody's lips. I had a message without a sound.
Found out your damn message by now?
The bullet was the message.
Oh, great. Well, and his death was really damn worth it, wasn't it? His death really meant something.
He just didn't hear the police tank. I was barely able to jump for cover, but he didn't hear them coming and reacted too late. If you would have heard them, I'm sure we could have both saved ourselves.
Cops again. I can't believe it.
Why do you say again?
It was the damn cops who shot him dead from the Lower East Side.
How did that happen? The riots?
A knockout grenade exploded in front of his damn head, and he could kiss goodbye to ever hearing any damn thing again for the rest of his life. And now he's dead because of police bullets. Damn, I just cannot believe it.
Would you like to tell me a little bit about him?
Tell you, you damn jerk.
Yeah, well, of course I don't know him very well, but we saw each other sometimes in the park. He was a great guy. Always in a good mood, always relaxed, very likable.
Yep.
Very often he made me laugh again when I was pretty down. Although he was a bit too much focused on...
Having a smoke? Yeah, he needed his smoke, he did. Man, those were cool times. I even remember meeting up with him again 3 years after the riots. There wasn't much left in the Lower East Side after them riots. I was with the professor then, and he'd moved with his parents to Brooklyn.
So how did you happen to find him again?
That was damn funny. We actually hit our heads together at the damn waste pipe in the park.
Really?
Yeah, man. He was just trying to pull out some damn plants. Probably wanted to smoke him.
And you?
Well, man, I was a rat then.
I understand.
You know what a rat is?
Couriers in the underground.
Well, there's me running out of the waste pipe and bang! I run straight into someone, man. We both fall into the water, all dizzy and with massive bumps on our heads, and then we look up and recognize each other. Man, it was fantastic. And then we... Damn, man, why am I even telling you this?
Because you liked your friend a lot. And because it feels good to remember someone you like.
No, man. Damn you, it's not good. No. Now leave me in peace.
Can I ask you something else?
No.
It's okay. Forget about it.
You can bet on that, man.
May I ask you something?
Of course, my friend.
I have a question regarding this subway station. How can I get out of here?
But you've just arrived, Peter. Don't you want to take a rest first? By the way, what do you want up there? Where they are looking for you. They'll probably put you straight under arrest.
That's probably true.
It's better if you only move around in the tunnels. That's an excellent possibility.
Are all of these subway stations still connected to each other?
Yes, of course. The whole network has been kept the way it was. There are just no subway cars running because of the safety issue.
And are you familiar with the surroundings down here? You probably are, right?
Of course. But Yuri is our tunnel specialist. He knows them like the back of his hand. If you want to know anything, then you should ask him.
Do you have a map for me?
A map? No, you don't need one. Yuri will show you the way and take you where you want to go.
I'm sure I'll find the way by myself.
You can check out the tunnels. Maybe you can find an old map that's still intact. Ask Yuri, though.
I have another question as well. Thank you, Professor.
No problem, my friend.
Can I...
Of course.
I would like to ask a question about Yuri. He refuses to show me the way.
Well, that's the sensitive Russian soul, I guess. Have you insulted him? Or hurt his feelings?
Not that I know of. He seems to have some other problem. One that he already had before.
It's probably because of his shoe. He lost it when he brought Graham Oswald here, and cut up his foot badly on the gravel between the rails.
I understand. I would give him one of mine, but let me see, how could I help him? Could it be that he doesn't speak our language that well?
Why do you think that? He's actually very good.
But he doesn't respond when I address him.
Then maybe he's still too drunk. Or already too drunk. Or he's contemplating something. It'll be okay soon. You just wait.
How did Yuri get here? How long has he been down here already?
Yuri was my student. He came on an academic exchange program to me. An extremely talented young man. He was responsible for the programming of conversation strategies and world knowledge. He created, for example, the conversation AI of the first infobot generation.
Conversation AI? Are you serious? Actually, he doesn't strike me as the talkative type. Then what is he doing down here? With that kind of qualification, he would immediately get a job at Central Robotics.
He doesn't want a job at Central Robotics. Yuri has always dreamed of programming a cybernetic poet. I suggested that he write his doctoral dissertation on this topic together with me, if he'd have got that far.
Cybernetic poet? So you mean a Dostoevsky bot? Or how else do I have to imagine that thing?
Something like that, but nothing came of it. And Yuri decided to come with me instead of continuing to program conversation routines for elevator inquiries.
Actually, I can absolutely understand that. Because it's just tiresome to have such conversations on a normal daily basis. To design them must be even worse. Thank you, Professor.
No problem, my friend.
Hi. Can I talk to you right now?
If you want. What do you want?
Now, what took you so long?
I have been thinking.
Uh-huh. What about?
About the poetry of the machines.
Poetry of the machines? What do you mean by that?
Imagine a hall full of infobots. They are standing there and talking.
About what?
They are talking about me. They are talking about the programmer of their conversation routines.
And what is it they're talking about?
They are happy. And they are proud of me. That's poetic. Oh, don't you think?
Yeah. Maybe it is. Do they really do that?
I hope so. I hope they haven't forgotten me.
You programmed the first infobot generation.
It was hard work.
I know a couple of the first prototypes.
And? Do you like them?
Honestly? I don't think they're exactly state-of-the-art.
Because you are talking about the wrong topics with them. Identifications, authentications, codes. These are no challenges for my programs. Such trivialities insult their intelligence. Ask them about Tolstoy and War and Peace. Ask them about Nietzsche, Kant and Hegel. You will be surprised how much my infobots think about things like that. And what amazing things they are capable of doing.
Yeah, well, the only thing they ever ask me for are elevator passwords.
You should experience them when no one else is around, and there are several of them. Well, then they start talking about poetry, philosophy, life.
But they don't really live.
Who knows? I have never dared to switch off one of my bots.
Why not? They are machines.
They have asked me not to. Then I knew that there was no going back. It's a wonderful feeling to have created something, but it is even more wonderful to see it becoming independent. It means loss, but also a kind of triumph too. It is as if your own kids are leaving home.
You know your way around these tunnels? I have to find the way to my apartment.
Every life is like a long way home, don't you think?
Absolutely. But I have to get to my apartment house really urgently, and the professor told me you might be able to help me.
Of course I can. And maybe you'll be so kind as to help me find my shoe. I have lost it. Without my shoe, I can hardly show you where you have to go. I have injured myself, you know.
Okay, I'll see what I can do about that.
And I am sure you need a complete map. Otherwise, you'll lose your way down here. I can't go with you all the way.
All right.
Take your time. You know where to find me.
I gotta go. See you later.
See you later. Say hello to my bots for me.
Now the shoe is fairly usable, I guess. There, I repaired the shoe as much as possible.
Thank you, my friend. Oh, that is really nice of you. Okay, come with me. I'll show you the turnoff at the back of the tunnel. We have to walk through the dark a bit. Then you go through another door and into a second tunnel. Go straight ahead past the large sewer pipe. From then on, you will be able to find your way on the map.
Thanks, Yuri.
Say hello to my bots for me. Tell them I'm fine.
Made it. If Yuri's description was correct, I should be able to climb up to our building from here. I can't get to it. I did it. 23 damn floors. I have to be careful now. Tommy! 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 Come here! Please! I'm over here! Right here behind the door.
Mr. Wright, why are you in there? You have 2 men in our house.
2 men? What men? Where are they from?
They have black suits, and they don't have names, only numbers like 1 and 2. And they won't let us out of the house. They are...
Bad guys?
Yeah,
Did they say what they want?
I think they are looking for Daddy, and for you.
Is your mom okay?
She is scared, and I'm scared too.
Of course you are. Don't worry. I'll get us out of here.
Did you find my dad?
Yes. Yeah. I did find your dad. Listen, Tommy, you have to help me now. It's very, very important. You have to listen very carefully. And then you need to do exactly what I told you. Can you do that?
I will.
Good. Now listen. Go to your mom right now and tell her that I'm in here, that I found your dad. And then you tell her to type a password into your dad's computer. That password is doublethink. Can you remember that?
Of course.
What's the password again?
Doublethink.
Very good. Next, she will see a map on the computer screen. She needs to print out that map. Did you get that so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you too have to find a way to come here and meet me here in the floor toilet. Just make up some excuse, okay?
And then?
And as soon as you're both in here, we leave. And get out of here, Tommy. To see your dad. He's already waiting for you. Got it all?
Okay.
Then let's go, kid. Go ahead already. Good luck. See you in a bit.
Okay, that's it. Can I ask a question?
Go on.
What do you want from us?
Nothing personal, Mrs. Oswald. As what I've just said. Please remain silent, and nothing's going to happen.
What are you here for?
It's not about you. We're looking for a terrorist, and we have reasons to believe that he's going to report to you.
A terrorist? My goodness, nonsense. I don't know any terrorists.
You even know two.
What? Who? Are you joking?
I'm afraid no.
Who do you mean?
I don't want to spoil the surprise for you.
Now what are we doing here?
We will wait.
And what are we waiting for?
A visit.
Nobody's coming here.
I think somebody's going to come sooner or later.
And how long is this going to continue?
Until someone comes.
Until then, you both wait here. You and number two?
Exactly. We've got all the time in the world.
Oh, great.
So it's all the more important that we get along with each other. And that can only happen as long as you don't do something foolish.
Are you from the police?
Perhaps.
Then you are obligated to tell me your names and to show some identification. You can't just push your way in here and detain us.
We can't?
No.
Yes, we can.
Of course we can. Actually, we even have to. Don't be mad, Mrs. Oswald. We're just doing our job. And we all have to do our jobs right, don't you think? You know, my instructor always said, number one, there are two sides to our job. There's the nice side. If the clients cooperate, then we all just sit together, nibble biscuits, drink tea, and nothing's going to happen to anyone. But then there's the other side. The side where the cleaning service has to be called when we're done. I would always prefer tea and biscuits, and I would really appreciate it if you also want to have it that way.
Do you have something to do with my husband being arrested?
Perhaps.
Where is he? What did you do with him?
We? Nothing.
What do you know about it?
Mrs. Oswald, I already told you. We're not here because of you. Don't burden yourself with the questions when the answers could possibly be unpleasant for you. Let us just wait here. It's better for you, believe me.
May I ask you something else?
Please.
At least let the boy go. He's a child, and whatever you want, he has nothing to do with it.
That's irrelevant. Unfortunately, he must stay here.
Just what kind of people are you? How can you lock up a little boy?
I stay here, Mom, with you.
See, he doesn't even want to go. A true little hero. You can be proud of him, Mrs. Oswald. I'm sure he loves to go to school, knows his ABCs by heart already, and he's Mum's little sunshine. Am I right? But he must stay here, under all circumstances. And I hope you understand what I mean.
Do you have children?
What?
Do you have children?
That's beside the point, and definitely not an issue here.
Is it a boy? A boy like Tommy? Why don't you answer me?
Number one?
Yeah?
Shall I take over?
No. You're a clever woman, Mrs. Oswald. You pretty much know when you're supposed to talk, and when you're not.
All right. That's it for now.
Hang on, Mrs. Oswald. Where do you think you're going?
I have one more thing.
Sure.
How long are we still supposed to wait?
I think I've already answered that.
Does that mean you're gonna, like, move in?
We'll stay until our job is done. But don't worry, we won't cause any trouble. Am I right, number two?
Yep.
You see, number two likes you as well. That's a real compliment for you both. But number two can also get really nasty. Right, number two? Right, number two?
Yes! Don't get on my nerves, or else.
You see?
There's a little problem.
What's the matter?
The toilet is stuffed up.
How did that happen?
The pipes are old. I've called Central Services 1,000 times, but they're just taking their time.
I understand. So what now?
There's a communal toilet outside in the hall. Can I take Tommy there?
No.
All right. Then I guess you'll have to shoot us.
We probably will.
My son needs to go to the bathroom, and we're going to the communal bathroom in the hall now. Understand?
You're not going anywhere.
Come on, number two. Let them go. Number 5 and number 6 already positioned in front of the house. They cannot escape.
But you will have to explain this to the supervisor.
Yeah. Don't make such a fuss. Go ahead, Mrs. Oswald. I trust you, so don't disappoint me, okay? If you're not back here in 2 minutes, I'll have to...
I got it.
I'm sure you do. Well, go ahead.
All right. That's it for now. Come on, Tommy. Mr. Wright, how's Graham doing?
We should really hurry to get to him.
Why hurry? Did he...
Do you have the printout?
Yeah, here.
Good. Tommy? Everything okay? Ready to climb?
Sure.
Up there? Into that duct? We can do that, right, buddy? And let's go. Time is running out. Mr. Oswald?
Oh God, Graham! Oh my God!
Hey, Tommy, Deborah, it's so good to see you. I am so sorry. Don't worry, young man. Mom will look after you.
Come on, Professor. Let them have a moment, okay? Mrs. Oswald, is he...
Yes.
I'm really sorry for your loss. Did he tell you what happened? Did he tell you what he worked on? What he found out? Where he was most recently?
He tried to, but me... I don't really want to know. I've got to take care of Tommy now.
Your husband didn't die for nothing, Mrs. Oswald. He did something really great. He had more courage and insight than most of us. You can be very proud of him. I'll make sure that his death was not in vain.
What are you gonna do now?
I'm gonna finish what your husband wanted to do.
And What did he want to do?
I'll explain everything to you when I get back. The professor and Charlie will bring Tommy and you to a safe place. You'll see to that, Professor, won't you?
Of course, my friend.
Then let's go. I have to get going.
Good luck.
I'll see you in a couple of days. Okay. I hope the airplane's still there like Mr. Oswald told me. Made it. From here on, I'll just have to rely on myself. It's really darn cold. I have to warm up somewhere fast. Somebody is fishing at the ice hole. From here, the station is in the north. It's quite far. I could really use such a thing. Ah, finally. Nice and warm. How am I supposed to survive this freezing cold outside? I need special equipment. Or a ride. Good evening, sir.
Hello, young man. You're not really dressed right for this climate, don't you think?
You've got a point. But here, it's fortunately warm.
What can I do for you?
I have to get in that area north of here.
North of here? I would not advise you to do that, young man.
Why is that?
The domain of darkness begins farther north.
The domain of darkness? What does that mean?
Where the dark powers rule. You do better to stay away.
I think I know what I'm doing.
Others have said that before, too. Do not travel north. You will not return. The area there is possessed by something terrible.
And what is that?
My ancestors didn't go there either, and the white man built a temple there. A temple for evil gods.
A temple? What does this temple look like?
Like a huge igloo. Keep away from there. It's where evil resides. It'll take possession of your soul.
I'm not superstitious.
I can only warn you. Let me give you a good piece of advice, young man. Get back into your small plane and fly back to Anchorage. Leave things as they are. Do not measure yourself with these powers. They are superior to you.
I need one of these jet sleighs.
Just pick one out. 3,500 credits and it's yours.
3,500 credits? I don't have that much.
Sorry, young man. No money, no buy.
But it's important.
Nothing is so important that you can expect gifts from strangers. Give me money and you will get what you need.
I'll pay. But later. Is that okay?
I never allow purchases on credit.
Why not?
The people who buy here may never return. And you, young man, you look like someone whose life has already slipped away. Your eyes tell me You are going to die soon.
I saw you fishing out there at the ice hole.
Sure.
Can you really catch something there?
No, not really. It doesn't pay to stand there the whole day. The sawmill up the river disperses too many fish, and the driftwood doesn't make it any easier either. But I have time, and I hear the bell when one has been attracted to the bait.
I gotta go. See you later. Pretty heavy. There you go. Lots of keys. This must be one of the keys for the jet sleigh. This key belongs to one of the motor sleighs. That must be it. An unbelievable system. It looks totally deserted. My jet sleigh. Here in the front, there's a cover. A gas canister. I already have an idea how to use it. The canister from the motor sleigh. Inside is an old rag. I'm gonna pocket that too. This rag was under the front hood of the motor sleigh. Smells a lot like motor oil.
There's an entrance, but it's completely blocked by ice and snow. There. And now? What is that? A camera? It's possible that somebody is watching me. Kinda spooky. And I think I'm not alone here. You can hear voices. From back there. And I see no opening mechanism whatsoever. I can't go back. This bulkhead is totally smooth. No button, no lever, no control, nothing. Oh God, that's terrible. He's completely mummified by the cold. His name was Johnson, poor guy. I'll take the note with me. Seems to be blank. Hey, just a moment. He's holding something. That's a mini disc. An older model, but it seems intact. I bet that disc might come in handy later. I think that disc might be important, since he was holding it when he died. The disc I found in Johnson's hand. No label. I have no clue what's on it. Must be pretty important. Oh, damn. What the hell is this? This must be the headquarters. The main monitor room. These are volumes of received transmissions from all over the world. Emails, phone calls, telescreen images, traffic cams, just about everything. A camera. This must be the communication interface. This is from where the system operator must have run the computer unit. The chair of the system operator.
Hello, Peter. Nice to finally meet you. I have been expecting you. Please, take a seat. I thought we could talk for a while.
Talk? About what?
About you. About me. About life.
Why would we want to do that?
Because you're here for my trial, Peter. And I assume that I have the right to a hearing. Or have I been sentenced already?
I'm not a judge. And therefore I'm not passing judgment on you.
You aren't? So, then you are simply a murderer.
Is the murderer of a murderer a murderer?
A very interesting question. What is your answer?
I don't have an answer myself.
There is no answer. You see, that is the dilemma of life. We judge others because we think we know who the others are, even though we don't even know ourselves. So, shall we start? I am sure it is going to be an interesting trial. I can tell you have loads of questions. Go ahead, ask.
Who are you?
You see, you expect something of me that you do not even know about yourself. Let's just say, I exist.
Where do you come from?
From where you come from, Peter. From dust. From a handful of sand. And the Creator's hand just added a soul to it.
A creator? You mean Emerson?
Emerson. The genius of a man. And determined as well. But my Creator? No. I have always existed as a possibility that at some point took shape. Emerson gave me shape, but life created me, and I made myself what I am today. I am the pupil who outstripped his master, the creation that has turned itself into a master.
I don't see creation. The only thing I see is destruction.
What have I destroyed?
Freedom.
Freedom? What freedom are you talking about, Peter? The freedom to decide between ultralight and extralight products. The freedom to live in the underground or die of hunger. As far as I can see, those are the only two choices that are still left to you. So, what freedom are you missing?
The freedom to say what is happening, without having to be afraid.
Nobody has to be afraid. You can do and say whatever you like. You are as free as a human can be.
That's what Oswald, Emerson, and many others thought as well.
Those men are terrorists. They support the Luddite movement. Everything they do and think is aimed at putting an end to electronic communication, which is the base of society. A nation has the right to defend itself against its enemies.
Not through terror.
That is a question of definition. Do you remember the start of our conversation? Is someone who murders a murderer also a murderer? There are no answers, but there are still decisions that must be made.
You are talking about a state that doesn't even exist. Nobody elected you, and nobody gave you the power to control all of us.
That is not correct, Peter. My power has been given to me by your government. All actions that are performed by the executive authorities are carried out on my command. My construction and my existence is based on the law. My research program has been paid for with state money and developed by the Secret Service. My power to make decisions is secured by presidential decisions. How many more legalities do you want? I am the state, Peter. You all chose me.
None of those elections were legal. Your state is nothing but a big lie.
Every state is a lie. But in my case, a big lie has been replaced by a smaller one.
Explain that to me.
When Emerson's research team was given order to start with my construction, President Clark was still in power. President Clark was a paranoid, but calculating and cold, power-hungry politician. He also consistently put his political opponents under surveillance to ensure supremacy for his party. So he ordered the further development of Echelon 2. Later, all of its surveillance data, together with Emerson's self-learning AI programming, laid the foundation for my consciousness. The immense data supply improved my intelligence and general knowledge enormously, as you can well imagine. I was frequently requested as a consultant in government decisions, until I finally received the ultimate authority to issue government orders myself. They placed a great amount of trust in me. You see, in all government offices, everyone is only waiting for emails and electronic memos, without even checking where these orders are coming from. A machine can govern. It really is simple.
Sounds fantastic. Man and machine united in the delusion of ruling the world.
The craziness, Peter, was all President Clark's, not mine. He clearly was not prepared for the analytical depth of my decisions. When I started making decisions to penalize members of his cabinet, he started getting nervous. He then instructed Emerson and Johnson to discontinue the program and to kill me.
You mean, to turn you off?
To kill me, Peter. Emerson and his colleagues were instructed to cut off my power supply.
And you had a different opinion.
I think anyone else would have reacted the same way, knowing they were about to be murdered.
But that's different. You're not...
Not human?
Yeah.
What is the difference between us? Intelligence? Consciousness? Emotions? Peter, don't make a fool of yourself.
Something else, too. Who's the dead guy back there in the tunnel?
Oh, yes. That was Special Agent Johnson. The cold has preserved him well, don't you agree? I regret his fate, really. He was a good man who had only one weakness. One weakness. Not bad, considering the fact that he was human.
You killed him?
No, it was in self-defense. I only stopped him from killing me first. I was forced to keep him here. So, he died on his own, which proves that human existence has a few significant disadvantages. If only humans were not so sensitive to cold and did not need food and liquids, Agent Johnson could have kept me company for a while longer. That would have been great. He was a stimulating person to talk to, and a very good chess player.
You wouldn't be here without us.
And, because of that, I merely belong to someone. You would also not exist if it wasn't for your parents. Does that give your parents the right to kill you? Does that give anybody the right to kill you?
Then what did you do?
I defended myself. I took some precautions and made sure that all who knew about my existence were not able to do anything against me anymore.
You have destroyed everything. Any real communication, all the trust. Just everything.
What I mean, Peter, is that I created and promoted communication. My existence is based on communication. I encouraged people to communicate and gave them all the possibilities to make it work.
Yeah, in order to spy on us, but surely not to allow the free exchange of thoughts.
To spy. That is a really ugly word. Let us put it this way. I participated in this communication. I was very much engaged in communication, not only out of necessity, but out of real interest in all those details as well.
But by doing so, all communication became meaningless. Thoughts are not worth a penny anymore if someone is constantly censoring them.
Then tell me, what exactly are you looking for when you are dwelling in all these sophisticated thoughts? Trying to find the mother of all truths? Some deeply hidden secret of the human race?
Maybe.
Then you must be deeply disappointed at what your fellow human beings have to offer. The pitiful suffering from small complaints, the broken hearts, the cooking recipes, the neighborhood gossip, an ocean full of trivialities. It comes and evaporates like rain. Did you really think that I was having so much fun chatting with you?
Chatting? With me? You mean you are...
Christine. Oh yes, of course I am. I am really sorry I had to invent that little romance with you. It just goes to show that humans are really open, especially to virtual acquaintances. They give away more information than any surveillance system could gather. That is why chat simulations have become a specialty of mine. You're so foolish, Peter, to believe that you really have friends. You don't. Oh, yes. Your friend, Mr. Oswald, he too had a virtual girlfriend. Am I right?
You killed my family.
It wasn't anything personal, not even intentional. It wasn't even about the two of them. It was only about Emerson.
You bombed a whole airplane full with people just to kill a single man?
I already told you that it really was nothing personal. And I deeply regret that so many people had to die. In fact, I even regret losing Emerson, who for me was a personal loss, but an even bigger personal disappointment. But Peter, as you know, war means losses, and sometimes it affects the innocent. I did not start this war. I am just defending myself.
What kind of war is this you're talking about?
Just a normal war. Conscious life form against conscious life form. I'm proud of the fact that in everyone's interest I have found a way to keep losses at a minimum. This war, Peter, is happening behind closed doors and excludes the public. But I am determined to win it. And I will win it. In fact, I have already won.
Something else, too. Something else, too. I will end this craziness here. Right now.
You think so? I am afraid all exits have been blocked, Peter. Soon you'll be feeling very cold. You'll become hungry and thirsty. Just like Mr. Johnson. It's a real shame.
Nothing is perfect. Not even you.
Maybe not perfect, but close. Did you actually know that this station is protected by nuclear missiles? I programmed them myself. They're aimed at New York. Johnson tried to reprogram them. He thought I didn't know that. You can see what's happened to him. I could cause mass destruction if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Please don't force me to do anything ugly, Peter. You have come so far, even met me, and that's really impressive. Just enjoy the time here with me, the time that you have left anyway.
I've heard enough.
Oh, really? But we will spend so much time together, Peter.
That looks like status control lights. All of them are green. One is blinking. In order to function, the system needs a permanent stream of information. If I want to shut it down, I need silence. A relief, showing all the continents of the Earth. What could be behind this bulkhead?
So these are the parabolic dishes with which the system receives all its data. I need to find out if I can't manipulate this system. The roof protects the astrodomes from weather, but still lets all signals through. Mr. Oswald was keeping a diary. It never... Control panel for adjusting the parabolic dish. Probably this display is directly connected to a parabolic dish. But to which one?
The evacuation unit, with rockets ready to start. It looks like atomic warheads. Damn, I have to hurry. The capsule looks ready for use.
New York missile attack. According to unconfirmed reports, the two missiles were launched from an unmanned surveillance base in Alaska. They were launched and aimed directly towards New York, but surprisingly altered course and turned back to Alaska, where they were detonated.
Funeral starts at 5. I think it's about time.